Move the earth and the sand. Move the water. Throw the straw. From atop a hill, a man hurried the slaves. Hyansak carried a heavy log, covered in blood and sweat and with a goblin on top. How long have I been in this situation? He remembered when he became champion at 27. For 2 years, he held the title of the world's greatest fighter. With a record of 23 wins and 0 losses, his opponents always gave up. Hyansak was the heavyweight champion of the world's biggest MMA league. After one last time defending his title, the Korean Hyansak Choi retired with a perfect record. Right at the moment he retired, his life changed drastically when he got a little kiss from Truck Chan. Killed by a truck! All my precious money I saved for my retirement is gone. I worked hard my whole life for nothing. This is what you get for not leaving a like for Kazu Senpai. 30 minutes later, he considered that maybe death was for the best, since now there would be no more training or title defenses. Since he had no family or friends, probably no one would be sad about his death. Suddenly, an intense light shone, and a hand emerged from a portal, surprising him. Apologizing for the delay, an angel appeared, greeting him as the SSS class warrior, Hyansak Choi. "O our useless goddess, she haunts us. May no one be cursed by useless goddesses, nor masochistic crusaders. Amen." With a smile, she winked, introducing herself as Rahel. Next, the small, busty one explained that she recruits people after their lives on Earth, and he questioned recruiting for what exactly. While asking for more details, Hyansak heard he had 2 choices before him. The first option was to accept death and wait to be reborn, maybe as a poor worker. Or the second option, be reborn as a warrior to save another world that awaited him, and smash some young chicks of various species in different flavors. You are nuts. That's totally worth it. There's definitely got to be a catch. With everything happening so suddenly, he asked for some time to think, and mentioned that her explanation was a bit confusing. Annoyed, Rahel was floored that he needed to think about a unique opportunity like this, and tried to convince him with promises of wealth and tasty females. Besides, she mentioned that warriors get status windows and other extra benefits. Even so, Hyansak sighed, thinking he'd rather die in peace, as he didn't want to go back to fighting after having retired. Besides, he's already seen enough holes. But she tells him to pay attention and that she, the beautiful and perfect Rahel, would explain again so he'd understand. Then, she began to act it out, saying he would be received by a village chief with a great banquet and a small mission. According to Rahel, the village chief would be so impressed that he would offer the hand of his daughter, the most bangable of the 7 seas. Nothing would make the village chief more proud than his daughter serving the great hero. Sounds like a scammer's talk to me. Seeing his hesitation, Rahel worried about losing her recruitment bonus, since he didn't seem interested at all. With that, she resorted to plan B, pretending to leave and saying that in that case his lonely life would simply end there, and wished him better luck the next time he gets run over, but he tells her to wait. Turning around, she added with a mischievous smile that there was no guarantee he would come back as a person. "I'll come back as anything, just not a zombie. Please, not a zombie." Desperate, he grabbed her leg at the last moment. "Okay, I'll do it. I'll accept the offer." "Huh? What was that? Did you say something?" Clinging to her leg, Hyansak yelled that he would do it. He accepted becoming a warrior. Satisfied, she smiled, announcing that in that case they should start right away. After all, her commission awaits. I mean, your bright future as a hero. But already, of course, why wait? The magnificent new world awaits you. Oh, and no refunds. In a panic, Hyansak yelled for her to wait, insisting that he wasn't ready yet. A strong flash enveloped him as she said that a magnificent world awaited him. As the portal closed, Rahel said goodbye and wished him a good adventure. Afterward, she grumbled that they always make a scene, but end up going anyway. However, right at that moment she received a call. Yes, I've sent the warrior candidate Hyansak Choi. Can you send me my bonus now?" Lying in a dark place, Hyansak heard a distant voice calling him. With that, he thought the cliché voice would be the village chief the angel had mentioned. Out of nowhere he got socked right in the pit of the stomach, and the guy yelled for the lazy ass to open his eyes and get up. Jumping out of bed, Hyansak asked if they were looking for a fight. Before him, an enormous red creature questioned how he dared to sleep in the slave quarters. Was this by any chance the village chief who supposedly had the most bangable daughter of all? Even though confused, he knelt humbly and introduced himself as a warrior, but the monster seems to doubt him. Next, The creature stared him down and commented that warriors these days were low quality. Hyansak wondered what was wrong here. He refused to believe that that slimy scammer angel had tricked him and started to think about the possibilities of the situation. With a click, he concluded that this red creature could only be his tutorial mission. Yes, that's right. That's the only thing that makes sense. So yelling for that tutorial creature to die, he pulled a full-on capoeira kick in the bull's face and celebrates for scoring a direct hit. However, the monster grabbed his foot and asked with disdain if he really called himself a warrior. I'm tired of so many idiots coming in the same way. Where do you people even come from? Maybe a good punch to the nose will clear your mind, Mr. Warrior. Afterward, Hyansak was locked in a dungeon and banging on the door, demanding another chance against that red cow. Suddenly, the door opened, surprising him with a real sword. The guard threatened him, saying he would eat him alive if he made another sound, and it won't be in a frying pan. Terrified, Hyansak promised to be quiet, and the guard warned him to behave, because he would be watching. Shit, what the hell am I doing? What the hell went so wrong? They promised me the chief's bustiest daughter. It's not possible that I'm going to die a virgin in this shitty world. Right after, a voice from a nearby window surprised him, asking if he was new here. Hyansak asked who was there, and a voice replied that it was a hero just like him. The man explained that this was a fortress of the demon army, operated by human slaves. Why the hell are we here? Aren't we supposed to start in some random place? Instead of answering, the man shouted, asking if there were other warriors nearby, because a true hero had arrived to save them. Immediately, several voices from other cells shouted, also identifying themselves as warriors and asking for help. You see, there must be at least 100 prisoners in this hole. He then revealed that the red demon was Raidron, the captain of the place. He also warned him to be careful with the guard jocks, but apparently it was already too late for him. But the worst demon of all is that scammer Rahel who put us here. I curse her. If I get my hands on her, I'm going to smash her face in with the greatest satisfaction. If that damn woman hadn't sent us here by accident, desperate, Hyansak yelled, wanting to understand what he meant. They weren't supposed to be in that place? That's right, we're sure, because we heard the story from other captured warriors. He explained that warriors were supposed to start in cities or villages, never in the middle of demon territory. At that moment, Hyansak finally understood the reason he was in that hell. It was all the fault of that slimy cursed scammer angel who tricked him with her innocent appearance. Thus, he found himself forced to work as a slave for the 2nd unit of the 3rd Division of the Demon Army. Defeating humans is good, and eating them is even better. At the end of the day, the guard leading the song announced that the work was over and ordered everyone back to their cages. I swear one day I'm going to stick a knife in that damn goblin's gut.
Please subscribe there. We only need 1,000 subs to monetize. The rats at home are almost finished. Thank you.
Back to the cell. There's nothing better than our cell. Then, he remembered that the scammer angel had mentioned warrior benefits and a status window. How does that work? With a voice command, he said to open the status window and a bright blue screen appeared in front of him. These are my stats. Pickaxe D+, stamina 31. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Where's the manufacturer's instruction manual? Suddenly, the prisoner from the next cell was surprised to learn that Hyansak's stamina was already at 31. You weren't kidding about being a champion in your past life. You already started with stats above level 30. So, what does that change? I'm still a fucked up slave. I'm not even poor, I'm a slave. As he lay down, the man insisted that he could really get out of there and become a real warrior. No refunds. In this world, there's no truck chan. I get run over, and all that happens is I go to the hospital and have to leave my kidney there to pay the bills. Covering his ears and wishing good night, he sighed, thinking about how he would escape being only at level 1. During the night, now that he was alone, Hyansak decided to check his status window one more time. Upon closer analysis, he realized that 2 things there could have some potential. His attention turned to magic, which could give him superhuman strength, and to a spot that mentioned warrior points. While thinking, he realized that none of the other prisoners knew what warrior points were. How did nobody know about this? Bzzz. Wait, I know that cursed light. Showing up out of nowhere, Rahel casually greeted him, asking if nothing had happened. I, Rahel, the guardian angel of good Lucy K and beauty, must explain what warrior points are. Warrior points are a great tool for any warrior. However, As she explained how to use them, Hyansak grabbed her tightly. Take these warrior points and shove them deep in that fairy hole of yours, or whatever. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't know that spilling coffee could ruin the magic circuits. So, basically, as punishment, you are assigned to become my manager. Your precious personal fairy, to be precise. I'll help you defeat the Demon King. Unbelievable. Demoted to intern after a century of hard work. But he just replied that he was sorry, but he didn't want to be a warrior anymore, which leaves her confused, asking what he means. He questions why he should defeat the Demon King, and why he couldn't just live a normal slave life there. But Rahel reminds him of his promising future with a triple's potential. Just because I have potential doesn't mean I have to do anything, and I'm going to enjoy my cold cell right here. How about you stop buzzing around and don't make noise in my ears? But quiet, fly. I retired as a warrior. Good night. Rahel wondered if he was always like this, as she thought he was just a brute obsessed with fighting and females. Completely lost, she despaired, not knowing what she should do now. In a flashback, Rahel protested, admitting her mistake and yelling that she couldn't be Hyansak Choi's personal fairy until he killed the Demon King. However, a divine voice stated that the decision had already been made. A personal fairy must help her warrior in all situations, in life or in death. The voice then ordered her to go to the demon fortress where Hyansak was being held. With the portal opening, the voice instructed her not to return until her duty was fulfilled. As she was being transported, Rahel screamed desperately, begging not to be abandoned with the filthy humans. Back in the present, Hyansak concluded that if she followed his orders, then she would have to help him with his escape plan. As soon as the cell door opened, he quickly grabbed her, shocked. Wake up, piece of shit! Shocked, Rahel says she could have stayed magically hidden on her own. Raidron called for you, human. Thus, Hyansak was taken to the boss's quarters. Raidron commented that he heard he had been very dedicated lately, while Jacques the goblin gave the poor wretch's neck that satisfying crack. Surprised that the stinky old goblin praised him, he observed the smiling and proud creature. Well, to be honest, I considered you useless, a weakling, a worm, trash. You were already on the list to become troop fodder, but it's good to see an old guy working hard. With that, he offered Hyansak the position of supervisor, leaving him completely shocked. As Raidron explained that the work pace was too slow, Rahel begged him to refuse the offer. Desperate, she yelled that a warrior couldn't act as a servant of the Demon King's army. Shut up, you useless fairy. We were slaves, now we got promoted. We're moving up in life. The sudden noise from the agitated, useless fairy catches the attention of Raidron and Jacques, who wonder what the noise that was. Quickly, Hyansak slammed his head on the table, saying he could count on him and promised he would do his best to keep the humans in line. Satisfied, Raidron praised his attitude, promising that if he did a good job, he would be officially enlisted in the demon army. We nailed it. We totally nailed it. Shit, in my escape plan? Now I've been promoted. A few days later, the slaves worked while singing hymns of loyalty to the army and the Demon King. You lazy bums, move faster. You think you're on vacation. You shit, my grandma would be faster than this and she was a cripple. At this rate, we'll never hit our quota. Then a system notification informed him that his hidden charisma skill had increased. Being a supervisor is too good. He's completely lost it. I thought he was a hero. That guy, a hero? Rahel appeared and questioned him if he had given up on being a warrior. Quiet, useless fairy. This is all part of the plan to become a real hero. Just watch and see how real warriors act. Hey, you there, you piece of shit. Didn't you have lunch? Why are you crawling? Ding. Raidron's approval has increased. You're almost reaching your goal. With a satisfied smile, Hyansak gave a salute towards the tower, humbly thanking his lord Raidron. Desperate, Rahel reminded him that he wanted adventure and to escape, not this. This was definitely not escaping. Grumbling, Hyansak replied that he was just following the system's orders, as was his duty as a warrior. Seriously, you're just pleasing a demon lord's captain. What does that have to do with the warrior's mission? Oh man, seriously, do I have to read it to you again? Due to some idiot's mistake, you ended up being sent to the fortress of a demon boss. Then Rahel interrupted him, saying that didn't sound like the system, the language was too informal for the warrior system. Hyansak insisted that was what it said, maybe because he was a triple S he had a different system, and she panicked, screaming that everything was wrong. In a flashback to the previous night, Rahul questioned what he was doing. She scolded him, saying that he couldn't just agree to something like that. Angry, he grabbed her and retorted that it wasn't his fault. Shut up if you don't want to become a crippled fairy. At that moment, the warrior mission appeared, instructing him to gain Captain Raidron's trust, to use his enemies to his advantage. Confused by the informal text, he wondered what the hell that meant. All right, slaves, I'm not hearing the song of the 3rd Division of the Demon King's army. You want to go on a fast? As he thought about how that could be a warrior mission, she remembered that only the High Command could alter a mission's instructions. Why would they do that for him? Next, Jacques called him, and Hyansak promptly turned to answer. Jacques informed him that Raidron was calling for him. I've heard that the slaves' work efficiency has greatly improved. With a smile, he replies that he was just a foolish human and attributed all the credit to Raidron's wise leadership, leaving Rahul floored by the blatant ass-kissing. With a satisfied smile from the boss, the system announced that the mission objective had been achieved and that he had gained 100 warrior points. I can't believe it, that actually worked. Satisfied, Hyansak thought that now he could focus on his next plan and addressed Raidron with a request. Lord Raidron, sir, would it be okay if I train the slaves? Train the slaves? Swallowing hard, Hyansak asked him to just imagine the possibilities. Just think, sir, a perfectly synchronized elite squad with no slackers, and each one would work for 3. And if they didn't work, it's the whip on their back. With enthusiasm, he concluded by saying that these professional workers could finish reinforcing the fortress in just 1 week. Although Raidron thought humans were too weak to achieve that, he ended up giving in when Hyansak mentioned the praise he would receive from his commander. Thank you, sir. I won't disappoint you. Back in his cell, all that could be heard were sobs of despair. Rahel cried, lamenting that her warrior was a lost cause and was now training the slaves for the enemy. Annoyed by her crying, Hyansak reminded her that he had a plan. However, Rahel refused to listen, calling him a fork-tongued demon, but he just replied that she had no right to talk. Then, he revealed that he would use the slaves to start a revolt. There were 3,000 slaves against only 500 demon soldiers, and there was still an allied army post nearby. With that, he planned to escape during the chaos and ask the allied troops for help, which left her emotional and impressed with his warrior's intelligence and cunning, as expected from the warrior she was personally assigned to. Now he just needed to figure out what to do with his warrior points. Rahel asked if the mission was really real, and he confirmed that, with the points, the warrior shop had been unlocked. Excited by the possibility, he decided to check out the shop immediately. I'm finally going to get some real warrior skills. However, the only available skills were Hold Breath F and Holding in Poop F. Indignant, he complained that the other skills were for cooking and cleaning. Trying to sneak away, she explained that if he leveled up the shop, more useful skills would appear. Shut your mouth, you scammer fairy. Rahel has nothing to do with this. The next day, Hyansak commanded the slaves to line up in salute to the Demon King. Next, he announced that they would sing the song of the 3rd Division and gave the order to begin. In perfect sync, the slaves sang about killing humans, eating their flesh, and giving their hearts to the Demon King. From a window, Raidron watched with a smile, satisfied for having allowed him to train the slaves. Suddenly, the door burst open abruptly. Lord Raidron, an urgent message. The human army is advancing in our direction. He then revealed that the 8th Division was annihilated in a surprise attack, shocking Raidron. Raidron realized that, with the largest unit in the area defeated, it was only a matter of time until they got there. While the guard insisted they evacuate, Raidron tells him to wait. Looking at the trained slaves, he reflected that war had always been a matter of logistics and supplies. With that, he declared that the first rule of war was to never lose a capable supply officer, and decided to take Hyansak with him. From the courtyard, Hyansak complained about not being able to train in combat, as Raidron was constantly watching him. As Raidron jumped from the tower, he checked his stats, concluding that they still weren't enough for a revolt. As he wondered if there wouldn't be any bonus event, Hyansak was surprised by Raidron jumping behind him. Hyansak. Yes, Raidron, sir. We have no time to lose. We're leaving immediately. What, now? But to where? Forward, soldiers. Victory awaits us. The human cavalry advanced, completely obliterating the goblin troops. In the midst of the battle, one of the soldiers spotted Raidron, identifying him as the Red Nightmare. With the infantry retreating, the knights charged with full force, focusing in his direction. Wait, maybe this is my chance. Now is the chance to betray the demon army and return to human society. A knight charged forward quickly, yelling for the Red Nightmare to die. However, with no difficulty at all, Raidron grabbed him by the head and crushed him like a grape. Next, he prepared to use the seventh form of his combat technique, and so he threw the man against the ground, completely shattering the floor and releasing a gigantic wave of energy. Then turning around, he asked if Hyansak was okay. Saluting him, he replied, "Sir? Yes, sir. We'll leave right now." The fortress was in complete chaos with the advance of the human troops. While the soldiers separated the civilians, the citizens of Marriott and the Drazen Empire were directed to different areas. A guard approached, asking if they were warriors, and one of the prisoners confirmed with hesitation. The guard then instructed them to follow him, explaining that in Drazen warriors are separated from the other prisoners. Thus, excited by the news, they followed the guard, believing they would finally receive warrior treatment. "Welcome, warriors. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Oliver Grimmier, the Duke of Drazen." A soldier informed the commander that the civilians had been moved, and he smiled, replying that this was good. Next, the soldier confirmed that all who identified as warriors had been gathered, and Oliver gave the order to begin. With the command given, the soldiers drew their swords. The order was to eliminate ALWO warriors. Far from there, a carriage traveled along a forest trail, moving away from the chaos. Inside the carriage, Hyansak cried, "Goodbye, adventures. Goodbye, Second Life." That damn Raidron simply blew up everyone who was near them. Now no one was even chasing them anymore. "Warrior, we are in this together. Crisis is just another word for opportunity. This is the chance to enter the demon's headquarters and get a sense of their army." "Shut up, you scammer fairy. Let me grieve in peace." "Oh, did you say something, Hyansak?" "No, sir. I was just talking to myself. That's how grateful I was to be with you, sir." Satisfied, Raidron smiled and instructed him to continue doing what he was doing at the main headquarters of the 3rd Division. Raidron points out that he should be proud because he would personally and officially enlist him in the demon army. With his head down, Hyansak repeatedly murmured about the great honor he felt. Upon arriving at an imposing castle, the guards ordered the gates opened and announced Raidron's return. "Follow me, I need to alert the commander immediately." "Ah, what an honor to meet the distinguished commander so quickly." "You are right about it being an honor, but make sure you are on your best behavior in front of the commander. A single slip-up and you die." Swallowing hard, Hyansak thought he was entering the lion's den and needed to stay focused. He would not give up. They stopped before a gigantic door, and Raidron, knocking, announced himself to Commander Hemis. A female voice from inside the room ordered them to enter, and the door opened slowly. Surprised by the voice, Hyansak wondered if the commander was a female. Inside, a beautiful demon elf sitting on a throne asked who he was. The commander of the 3rd Division of the demon army, Hemis, commented that Raidron seemed even more robust than the last time she saw him. Raidron in turn replied, "And you have become even more beautiful, Commander." Hyansak was shocked to realize that that beauty was the commander. As Hemis thanked him for the compliment, Hyansak panicked, not knowing how he should introduce himself. Approaching, Raidron expressed deep shame for failing to defend the fort. However, she reassured him, saying the blame was entirely on the foolish captain of the 8th Division. With a dark aura, Hemis lamented not having flayed him and turned him into luggage a long time ago. Her intense presence made Hyansak back away, feeling suffocated, unable to breathe. As the commander fumed at the audacity of that damned one, he thought that her aura was above anything he had ever felt before. Next, Hemis changed the subject, asking why he had brought that human. "This is Hyansak Choi, the human I mentioned in the report. I brought him to enlist him in the demon army." With a smile, she approached, mentioning that he looked cute and said that based on what Raidron said, she had high expectations, and he nervously promised he would do his best. Hemis then wondered if he wouldn't just be devoured in seconds inside the army, and Raidron agreed that this could inevitably happen. Even so, Raidron offered to train him personally, but she refused the proposal immediately. She then explained that she couldn't allow her precious Raidron to waste time on a human. Suddenly, the commander began to emanate a powerful wave of energy. Her head transformed into something like a carnivorous plant, leaving Hyansak completely terrified. From inside her mouth, she pulled out what looked like a small dog, and said he would be one of her pet's caretakers. As she said its name was Bobo, the creature growled fiercely, leaving Hyansak shocked that it was a dog and not a demonic beast. Even for a puppy, I can feel an impressive aura, Commander. That's right, Raidron. You know your stuff. Hemis then noticed that Bobo didn't seem to like the human, as the creature growled in his direction nonstop. Quickly, Hyansak gave a salute and declared it would be an honor for him to care for Bobo with all the attention in the world. With that, she tossed the animal into his arms, stating that was that. With a little laugh, she warned him to be careful, as her baby got cranky when hungry and used to eat its caretakers. Yes, my lady, I'll keep that in mind. Afterward, he was taken to a door with a sign indicating that this was Bobo's room. While the creature slept, Rahel appeared, surprised that he had received another warrior mission in that place. Shh, quiet you dumb fairy, you'll wake up the demon. The new mission instructed him to gain Bobo's approval and survive, and he found it strange that it was worth 200 points. This is weird. First the red cow, now the commander's pet demon. Is that really a warrior's job? Suddenly, the bedroom door burst open with a bang. Hey, human! With a hurried bow, Hyansak placed himself at the guard's disposal. A goblin? We could easily become a dog snack. When Hyansak asked about the other caretakers, the goblin replied that they're gone, all dead. With an indifferent tone, the goblin explained that from that day on, the two of them would be responsible for feeding Bobo. As the goblin was giving instructions to go to the kitchen, Bobo suddenly appeared behind him, licking his head with glowing eyes. As the dog drooled, the desperate goblin pulled on Hyansak's leg, saying this human was delicious, appetizing, tender, and nutritious. Master Bobo, look, what a treat. What the hell are you doing? Shut up, you snack. The goblin screamed that one of the two would certainly end up dead in that situation. Faced with the choice, Hyansak didn't hesitate and threw the goblin towards Bobo, saying that in this case it was good to know him. With that, the creature looked on with joy, as Hyansak commanded Bobo to get the afternoon snack. Man, he's a fast eater, huh? Indeed. Shortly after, the creature started chasing Rahel around the room as she screamed that this was getting out of hand. Help! Help! Just keep him entertained, but don't let him catch you because he's hungry. Looking for a solution, he found an item in the shop called Giant Bone that had the ability to attract dogs and magical beasts. Then, Hyansak got Bobo's attention, who stopped chasing Rahel and turned to him.
Ta-da!
Look here, cute little doggy, doesn't this look good? This isn't some old expired bone. This here is quality. Next, he threw the bone, telling the creature to go get it. And with a leap, Bobo caught the bone in midair. Oh my god, you could have found it faster. With a confident smile, Hyansak bragged about being a genius at solving problems. This mission would be a piece of cake for him. Suddenly, Bobo jumped on him, ripping off a piece of his clothes. Looks like the bone wasn't enough. As the animal growled, Rahel asked if it wouldn't be better to try taking him outside. Maybe he'll eat something out there. Desperate, he thought he needed to find something quickly to avoid becoming fresh dog food. With that, he had an idea and shouted the magic word that every dog loves. Let's go for a walk. Immediately, Bobo's fierce expression transformed into one of pure joy and anticipation. Right after, the creature jumped excitedly into his arms. Another day of gameplay alive, without becoming pet feed. Once outside, Bobo ran with enthusiasm, and he tried to calm the creature with commands and promises of treats. Meanwhile, Rahel looked around nearby, saying she didn't smell any food and didn't know where they should go. Spotting a goblin passing by, she suggested they ask him, and Hyansak agreed it was a good idea. Running up to the goblin, he asked for directions. Huh? What's a filthy human doing here? In that same instant, Bobo growled threateningly at the fellow goblin. The goblin fell to the ground in terror, and Hyansak casually commented that he was just walking Bobo. As the creature licked the snack, the horrified goblin questioned what a human was doing with Bobo, and Hyansak scolded Bobo, saying he couldn't just go around eating everyone. Next, he introduced himself as the new caretaker, and asked where the dining hall was. Running off to the right, the goblin screamed that it was to the left. Completely lost, both he and Rahel stood still, not understanding a thing. Then they burst out laughing, finding the guard's fear in the supposed demon army hilarious. Wiping away tears, he concluded that he just needed to get some meat from the cook. Rahel then questioned him if he intended to spend the rest of his life picking up dog poop, but he just smiled, wanting to know what she was talking about. With confidence, he replied that he had dreams of a golden-haired maiden, but upon looking at Bobo, he felt a chill down his spine when he realized the pet had disappeared. "Where the hell did that stinky, scavenging mutt get to? You mutt! That dog is pure chaos. I'm telling you he's going to be the end of us." With watchful eyes, Rahel spotted the creature and yelled to the warrior that he was there, from where Bobo came running back. "There you are, dear. Come here. You wouldn't run away from Uncle." The creature then ran in his direction, barking excitedly with its mouth, all slobbery with blood. For sure someone was converted into a snack. At the same time, in the background, soldiers screamed in despair that Sergeant Regis was dead, wanting to know who did it and swearing revenge. Facing the scene, Hyansak stood in silence, while Bobo barked excitedly in front of him, completely blood-soaked. "Yeah, Bobo definitely killed him, right?" As they fled, Rahel says they couldn't die like this and that they could fight, but Hyansak yelled for her to shut up, stop jinxing them, and just run. Oh, the look on Bobo's face, all smeared with blood. Hyansak runs desperately until he realizes he's reached a dead end. Soon, he found himself surrounded by goblins who were commenting on a murdered sergeant. "Hey, friends, comrades. A human who killed the sergeant. I think we'll be having human meat for dinner. The thigh is mine." The goblins cheerfully planned how they would carve him up and divide him like brothers. Composing himself, Hyansak decided he needed to project authority at that moment. So he furiously yelled, calling them greedy worms. After the shout, all the goblins froze in surprise at his attitude. "How dare you speak like that about this majestic little creature?" Confused, one of the goblins asked if it wasn't just a magical beast. Faced with the question, Hyansak reacted with an indignant shout at the impertinence. "You guys see this little face? This is none other than Bobo. Pray he doesn't want to eat your families. You worms!" Upon hearing the name, the goblins were startled that it was Commander Hemis's pet. It can't be. Why would a human be with him? But if that's true, Hyansak then, placing him on the ground, lamented that they didn't believe Bobo's identity. This was just too bad. "Let's go, Bobo." Evil mode activated. As soon as evil mode was activated, he ordered Bobo to get a snack. The creature lunged and attacked fiercely, making Hyansak comment that as they could see, without the muzzle, Bobo didn't seem so cute. Finally, as Bobo licked the snack's bones, Hyansak asked if anyone else had doubts, and the goblins immediately apologized for their mistake. Suddenly, Hyansak was surprised to receive a notification that his charisma skill had increased. "I was wondering what the reason for all this fuss was. It seems my cute rookie isn't up to any good." The scene then changed to Hemis's luxurious quarters. There, she was bursting out laughing, asking if he had used Bobo's status to protect himself. "That I have committed an unforgivable crime." However, Hemis explained that she was actually praising him, which leaves him confused. She then approached, saying his attitude was very human, and that she was glad he was different from the common fools there. Besides, she added that he was much bolder than most humans, and he just thanked her awkwardly. Sitting on her throne, Hemis complained that the demon troops always use brute force, which causes her many headaches. Headaches? You'll see soon enough. So, would you like to be in command? The sudden proposal left him completely shocked and not understanding why him. Hemis clarified that it wouldn't be immediately. Anyway, he couldn't hide behind Bobo forever either. So, she explained that in the demon army there is a promotion system through duels. Finally, she offered him 1 month of protection in exchange for him dueling and defeating someone of her choice to climb the ranks and earn more of her protection time. Hemis encouraged him to rank up so that one day he could become useful. You can climb the ranks slowly until you reach battalion commander. By then you might even be useful for something. Yeah, but what would happen if I lost? Well, then your death won't be pretty at all, and you'll wish you had died in combat. As he walked in despair, he reflected that he had no choice but to agree to the fight. She was going to kill him anyway. A fight to the death. Yeah, I guess it's goodbye in a month, then. Shortly after, he questioned Rahel about his SSS potential, and she asked if he knew what the word meant. So, she explained that potential refers to a future possibility and not the present. In the present, he's dead. What kind of personal fairy are you that's good for nothing? Where's my support? Suddenly, he realized that the blood-stained doors in front of him were the dining hall. Carefully, he peeked through the crack, asking for permission. You You must be the human the commander mentioned. Next, head chef Kulkin introduced himself, wanting to know what he was doing there. Hyansak then excitedly asked for some fresh meat for Bobo, and Kulkin commented they changed Bobo's caretaker again. To his surprise, the request was rudely denied. Kulkin asked why he should help him, since Hemis's order was only not to hurt him. Even so, Hyansak insisted that Bobo was hungry and asked if there wasn't something that could be done. Kulkin then looked to the side. If it's fresh meat you want. Right next to them, the goblins were simply licking knives and slicing meat from other goblins. Basically, if Hyansak wanted meat, he would have to hunt it himself. Shocked by the scene, Hyansak thought the dining hall looked more like a slaughterhouse. Facing Kulkin, he then wondered how exactly he was supposed to hunt his own food in that place. Hyansak was running from a giant boar, wondering how he ended up in this situation. Next, the creature charges and the squad screams that it killed Morgan. As others screamed for revenge, he observed a twisted body on the ground, questioning who was hunting whom there. Soon, Rahul asked if they should run, but Hyansak found the idea impossible. Even so, he knew they couldn't just stand there and needed to keep going. Suddenly, an orc called for the human, and saluting, he asked if they should attack now. However, the orc said there was no need. As soon as the first hunt ended, Hyansak couldn't help but be surprised that they actually pulled it off. About 50 died in the process, but they managed. A goblin then approached, informing that there were 12 dead and several injured, and the MC is shocked. 12 went to their graves on a random day hunting for food. Despite the casualties, the leader congratulated the group and encouraged them to continue hunting. Among the crowd, Hyansak told Rahel to give up on escaping for now. Besides, it was impossible to escape from there without being noticed. Surprised, she questioned if he really intended to hunt with his current pathetic stats. He then explained that he needed experience points precisely to level up and improve his stats. Yeah, you're right, but how are you going to get experience here without becoming a meal? What do you mean? Don't I get experience just by dealing the final blow? She immediately reacted nervously, saying that technically yes, but that was a really low-class move. Well, great, let's get back to the front line. There was no time to worry about what was fair, as he needed to get stronger by next month. Right after, he approached the orc chief, who commented that he thought the human had run away. Hyansak laughed awkwardly, questioning why he would do something like that. Then, he explained that his demon comrades had inspired him to participate in the next hunt. But observing with a suspicious look, the chief found this strange. Shit, did I give myself away? The red cow wouldn't fall for this. Suddenly, the orc burst out laughing, saying he was impressive for a human. Awkwardly, the young warrior replied that he was just following the inspiration of his great chief. Satisfied, the leader put him in the most advanced position for the next hunt, which makes him immediately freeze. Next, the orc explained that being in the front was an honor, and they normally didn't grant it to rookies. Hyansak tried to refuse the honor, saying that the others certainly wouldn't like a human taking that spot, that it was too great an honor for him. At that moment, a goblin came running in their direction, interrupting the conversation. The orc chief then asked what was wrong. The goblin ran past, screaming about an attack by demonic beasts. A loud sound caught their attention, and the chief wondered if it was a pack of Uran. Uran, are they dangerous? Not very, and Uran meat isn't very good. Even so, he raised his cleaver, announcing to the troops that there would be Uran stew on the menu that night. This is great, I just need to land the final blow. In that instant, Rahel cast a spell on him. Soon, a blue aura enveloped him, and a message informed him that his strength and stamina were increased for 3 minutes. 3 minutes only. What a useless fairy. Bragging, Rahel says he didn't need to thank her. Irritated, he punches her in the face, wanting to know why that good-for-nothing hadn't used this before. Next, he charged forward, determined, saying the final blow would be his. Just imagine Hyansak, a beautiful female with curly golden hair, and 5 children jumping around you. His great objective was to finally be able to retire and grow old in peace. Now die, you damned Uran! Upon snagging his first kill, several system windows appeared, and he was surprised to have gone up 4 levels with a single snag. With this, Hyansak realized he could reach level 20 by the end of the day and finally become strong. Nearby, a panting goblin was preparing for the final blow, after finally winning. Oops, I tripped. My bad, buddy. With a satisfied laugh, Hyansak panted in the middle of the battlefield. Drooling all over himself, he says all the final blows are his. The guy's even blushing. After the hunt, the survivors regrouped amidst the remains of the creatures. Completely drained, Rahel asked if it was finally over, and he thanked her by calling her a buff totem. In the end, she wasn't completely useless. Hyansak then said they got all the beasts, and since they've already butchered them, it was time to go back. Meanwhile, the goblins were already eating right there, and shouting that they wanted a bigger piece. The orc chief then told Hyansak not to just stand there and to eat. Hyansak soon questioned if it was okay to eat the supplies they had secured for the army, but the orc explained that he didn't understand the advantage of being from the dining hall. Besides, magical beast meat spoiled quickly. He also mentioned that common soldiers never got to taste freshly sliced meat, full of dirt and battle sweat. Confused, Hyan wondered if that was really a privilege worth risking his life for. The leader then insisted, saying that Hyansak also risked his life and deserved that meat. He then trembled as he realized the troops almost died just for raw meat, and the guy even gave him a half-chewed piece, all slobbery. Even so, he took a big bite of the piece of meat. As he chewed, he thought the flavor wasn't bad, but it was tough and tasteless. If this were a restaurant, it would definitely be bankrupt. Observing the others, Hyansak wondered why they would risk their lives for such a bad piece of meat. This means, if I can cook something better, I could win their trust. That's right, I'll become the god of cooking and manipulate all these kitchen assholes. Right after, Hyansak yelled to open the warrior shop, scaring Rahel with his sudden attitude. Facing the system window, he decided to invest all his 70 remaining points. He decided to spend it all on a new skill and an item. Then, a strong light shone in his hand, leaving Rahel astonished, wanting to know what he was doing. He bought the cooking skill and an MSG flavor enhancer item. What the hell did you buy, you ignorant monkey? Salt? How could you spend all your points on salt? Calm down. Be patient, you stupid fairy. I have a plan. Just watch and see for yourself. As he held the salt shaker, he called it the original magic powder. Now he was the god of cooking, who would manipulate everything from behind the scenes. When he finished, the meat was completely transformed, looking juicy, smoked, and perfectly seared. That's right, this will make me the supreme ruler of this world. Hey, my dear chief, how about trying this one? The chief tried to refuse, saying he was already full and shouldn't eat more. Insisting, Hyansak says he put his whole heart and soul into grilling this, all for his great chief Kulkin. You'll surely be satisfied if you try it. Even though reluctant, Kulkin finally agrees to try it and rips off a piece. Suddenly, the flavor transports him back to moments of his childhood, reminding him of his mother. With that, he relives moments of his youth, from a little boy until he became a man. Moved by the memory, Kulkin starts to cry as he holds the meat, murmuring for his mother. Soon Hyansak thanks the head chef, who, still emotional, advises him to come back if he needs more meat. And so he returns to Bobo's place with a bag of fresh meat. Bobo, Daddy's home. Immediately the dog pounces on him with its jaws wide open. But with a quick move, Hyansak shoves a piece of meat into its mouth, making the creature's expression immediately change completely. As Bobo eats with satisfaction, the fairy comments that now he's a true dog owner. That's right, Bobo, go ahead. Eat it all. Don't be shy. Hyansak then promises he'll bring more meat the next day if it's not enough. With that, a system notification informs him that Bobo's approval has increased and the mission is complete. That's right, perfectly planned. I am a god. You ridiculous creature. You are under my control now. Rahel then asks if he completed the mission, and he confirms that everything went perfectly. Looking at the status screen, he says he has accumulated several bonus points. You haven't used them yet? They brutally increase your stats. You're 22 points behind in life. And how would I know what to do with them, you idiot fairy? You didn't say anything? You spawned me in the wrong place and still didn't give me any tutorial, you stupid fairy. Oh, me? Let's drop it. Now we're a duo. I came to help you with this personally. She shows that the bonus points can be used on strength, stamina, agility, and magic. Rahel details that strength affects physique, stamina affects endurance, and agility affects speed. When Hyansak asks about charisma, she explains it's a hidden stat gained only through experience. So, Rahel advises keeping the stats balanced, but he suggests just focusing everything on strength. Even so, she warns that although strength helps at the beginning, magic becomes more important over time. Besides, Rahel also comments that physical stats get stronger when combined with magic. After thinking for a bit, Hyansak distributes his points and confirms the new configuration. Next, the thick-thighed fairy advises him to go to the shop and learn the basic magic skill. The skill teaches how to use basic magic and costs about 100 points. Looking in the shop, he says he didn't have that option there. What? That makes no sense. It's got to be there. That's a standard basic skill. Are you calling me blind? Who would have thought? My own useless fairy. What a joy. I'd easily trade you for half a dozen copper coins. That would help me more. But the fairy screams, upset that it's not her fault. 3 weeks passed. Hyansak, exhausted on the floor, comments that he finally reached level 100 after a lot of effort, and the fairy told him to suck it up because the more he leveled up, the more XP he needed. Hyansak, crying, laments that surely no warrior has suffered as much as he has. Come on, be strong. Your job here is chill, isn't it? Chill! Irritated, he smashes her into the ground, screaming that he almost died twice today alone, and she cries, replying that most people take about 6 months to reach level 100. Hyansak points out that this was extremely exhausting, and she wasn't worth much more than half a dozen copper coins. At that moment, a goblin enters through the door calling for Foreman Choi. The goblin informs him that the commander has summoned him, and asks him to get ready. Upon arriving at Hemis' quarters, she greets him and says he looks better. You've gotten much stronger. Your magic must have at least doubled. Hyansak then replies that it was all thanks to the hard work to feed Bobo, but Hemis finds his growth so fast suspicious. Would this be thanks to your warrior level system? Scared, Hyansak wonders how and for how long she has known he's a warrior. Telling him to relax, Hemis reveals that she knew from the beginning because she recognizes the wild look of a warrior. Come on, think a little and tell me, why did I call you here? Nervous, Hyansak starts trying to guess, wondering if it's to train Bobo or because of the duel. Upon mentioning the duel, Hemis confirms that he nailed it and asks if he hasn't forgotten their promise. Swallowing hard, Hyansak replies that of course he hadn't. So you do remember? Then why are you resting on your laurels? I know you're a warrior, so I already knew you would develop abnormally fast. Hemis warns him to try harder if he wants to live. If he doesn't entertain her, he'll become troop fodder. Why don't you work? You slacker! Work slave, slave works. Work slave, so you don't get hit. Afterward, he reflected on what would be the most exciting part of watching a fight. A great performance. Complete domination. No, none of that. It's a dramatic comeback. Hyansak then concludes that the demon commander probably thinks the same way. Her warning basically meant that this way he would surely lose. Rahel despairs, agitated with the end of the gameplay, but Hyansak asks for calm, stating that he has a plan. The most important thing is to know the opponent beforehand and their techniques in as much detail as possible. Even so, Rahel reminds him that they only know the opponent's name. How exactly would they find him? Besides, there's no time. I already told you to calm down, you noisy fly. There's an item in the shop I've got my eye on. So he gets the combat meter item from the shop. Basically, it could simulate and give an idea of an opponent's general stats. Rahel, not understanding, comments that it could only measure weak levels and that he only got practically useless things. Yeah, that's why I carry around. Useless fly. Hyansak says that with this, he could get an idea of the combat levels to train with the kitchen troops at similar levels. This would also help a lot to get an idea of where he stood. Of course, you're excellent at identifying cheats and tricks in the book. Surviving isn't cheating, you dumb fairy. Anyway, he decides to test it on her and sees that Rahel's combat level was 375. Then he tells her to try and see his now. Then she is completely shocked. What? What's the problem? What is it? It's nothing much. It's just that I think this is definitely broken. With the meter displaying level 1560, Rahel asks how it was possible for him to be so strong, but Hyansak questions her surprise, wanting to know if he should be weak then. As he confirms the item's functionality, she laments that a few months ago it should have been at least level 100,000. Next, he tests the meter on their little mutt, and the result is a level of 47,422. Even a dog was stronger than them, and they conclude it might be because of the breed. After that, Hyansak decides to go to the courtyard to check everyone's combat level. He concludes that a goblin is probably the closest to his level. Checking the others, he notices that the combat levels in general are quite similar. When Captain Volkman arrives, Hyansak notices his level is 14,300. The officers are over 10,000. Then he whispers to Rahel about him, probably being a sergeant, as she confirms that his opponent is a pig-headed orc named Kirkin. He calculates that sergeants must have a level around 3,000 and starts looking for him. As soon as Hyansak finds him, the meter reveals that Kirkin's combat level is 6,671. Shocked by the result, Rahel states that Hemis doesn't want to come back, she just wants him to die. Suddenly, a warrior mission appears with the objective of reaching level 3,000 in 1 week. With this, Hyansak is surprised by the timing of the mission and wonders if they are watching him. Well, it doesn't matter who's watching. Either I win or I die. I'll show them. Hyansak states with conviction that he will survive at all costs. The next morning, Hyansak runs to the dining hall, where he reports to Kulkin. Kulkin asks where he got the weird glasses, and he replies that he saw another soldier using them and ended up wanting one too. Is that what kids like these days? Anyway, get ready for the hunt. While the chief was talking, Hyansak scans him and is shocked to see his combat level is 35,230. It's not just the head chef, but all the dining hall troops. He understands that hunting magical beasts gives them much higher combat levels than common soldiers. Seeing an opportunity, he asks Chief Kulkin to train with one of the dining hall troops. He says he wants to learn to be more useful, but Kulkin dismisses him, replying that for a human he was already pretty strong. He didn't need to prove anything. But when Hyansak mentions that it seems he'll have to eat alone, Kulkin immediately changes his mind and, grabbing him, asks who he had in mind to fight. Later, the monsters gather, wondering why they are there near hunting time. Amidst the whispers, it's revealed that it seems Hyansak was going to face Golbakum, and soon everyone starts commenting that he would die today then. But they also comment that they couldn't live without that human's meat, suggesting they should just kill Golbakum first. Shut up, you idiots! Next, he turns to Golbakum, instructing him not to kill Hyansak and asks him to go easy. Although he replied that he understood, it seemed Golbakum hadn't understood a thing. Next, Kulkin steps back and gives the signal for the match to begin. As soon as the fight starts, Golbakum repeats to himself that he can't kill Hyansak. In turn, Hyansak charges forward quickly. He then realizes that Golbakum only attacks based on basic animal instinct. Soon, Hyansak nimbly dodges the blow, preparing for the counterattack. Hitting him square in the face with a spinning kick, he states that he's fought and beaten many guys like this before. And so as he falls to the ground, Hyansak's victory is announced. Confused, the spectators can't believe Golbakum actually lost. One kick and it's over? If this is the kind of level I'm gonna face, I should be fine. Later in the forest, he continued to reflect on how he took down an opponent with twice his level. So combat level is just a number, it's not absolute. If that's the case, I just have to keep getting stronger and I'll win easily. Suddenly, a soldier warns Kulkin that they saw a group of Talislings, which makes him worried as he didn't know this was their territory. Hyansak asks if Talis meat is bad, but Kulkin states that it's decent. Its marrow was a great delicacy. The problem is that Talises travel in groups, and their strong maternal instinct was a huge headache. Even so, after Hyansak suggests giving up, Kulkin decides that good meat is good meat, and they will hunt. Everyone get ready. We're having Talis meat today. Next, the soldiers charge forward excitedly so the creatures don't escape, and so they can cut them up and taste their juices. Whoa! Excuse me, you're in my way. Say hello to my daily XP. The final blow is mine. After he defeats the last Talis, he levels up 2 more times. Laughing, Rahel comments that he's gotten really good at kill stealing. You think so? Well, it's what motivates me to get out of bed every morning. Suddenly, they feel a strong tremor. Soon he hears screams, "She's here! The Talis Queen is here!" She then stops over a pile of her species' corpses. Why all the panic? How strong is this little hellspawn? Combat level immeasurable. Danger immeasurable. Holy shit, we spent the whole day killing our babies. Think a friendly negotiation is an option? Completely paralyzed with fear, he turns to Kulkin asking what they should do. But the chief was already bailing, yelling it was every man for himself. As the queen brutally attacks the soldiers, from a distance the chief yelled for everyone to scatter. Where's the chief? Where's the chief? Every man for himself, my dear. The creature lets out a deafening scream that shakes the entire forest. Why is this thing's noise so loud? Suddenly, Rahel screams, "Behind you!" And so, he turns around and sees a countless horde of Talis running in his direction, with the queen right behind. Retreating! Retreating! As he runs, he sees others being devoured, screaming for help. With his heart racing, he knows that if he stops for a single moment, he'll be dead. I have to get out of here! I'm too young to die. Wrong. He's not, right? Went to an isekai and still hasn't seen a single well-filled, meaty little elf. And the chief's daughter they promised? Nothing yet? After running tirelessly, he comes across a cave. Panting, he wonders if the place is safe, and Rahel confirms she already checked, and it's completely empty. Even knowing he can't trust that dumb fly, he swallows hard, and decides it's safer in there than outside. This is really deep. Is it a natural cave? I'm not sure. The ceiling is high, too. Rahel then says the place is big enough for a Talis queen, which leaves Hyansak shocked. With that, he trembles in fear upon seeing a bright green goo on the cave wall. No way! The chief said there were no Talis nests in these areas. I was wondering what this was. Are these webs? Upon venturing a little deeper into the cave, it becomes clear that they're screwed. No way. Did we really walk into a Talis nest? Great. As always, the Jinx fly makes excellent calls. A loud noise echoes through the cave, and Hyansak says they needed to get out of there. That's an adult Talis. I can see that, you idiot. Warrior, are you sure about this path? And how should I know? It's my first time here. I'm just running. If you want, feel free to stop and think. Suddenly, Hyansak slips on the green goo on the floor. Desperate for a weapon or anything, he ends up grabbing one of the eggs. Get out of here, you nasty beast. The Talis queen then holds the egg in the air. Hyansak is shocked to realize the creature stopped. It stopped to catch that. So he questions why it acted like that, and Rahel comments it must be something important. It was something round, sticky, and seemed smooth. This looks exactly like a Talis egg.
Ah.
Now I get it. Grabbing an egg, he yells that that's enough. As the queen trembles, murmuring nervously, Hyansak realizes that this is actually working. So here we go. And so, he throws the egg in the creature's direction, which runs to catch it. Wow, this thing can really move like that. Very good. What's the next throw going to be like? Smiling, he says, it doesn't matter. There must be at least 100 eggs here. After countless throws, Hyansak commented that she was letting them all break, and questions if she was already tired. Even Rahel could do better than that. Come on, Rahel. Next egg. Next. But that was the last one. What was it you just said? As soon as Rahel warns him the creature is coming, he tells her to give him a quick buff. Hyansak thought she must be exhausted by now. Maybe he could win. As the creature charged towards him furiously, he smiled, preparing for the coup de grace. Then a goblin comes and snags the boss kill. Now that would be legendary. With a direct hit, he yells, "See you in the next one." With the system spawning that he had leveled up several times at once, he could barely believe he actually did it. Panting, Rahel worriedly asked if the warrior was okay. Exhausted, he collapsed, replying that he almost died just now, and they should get out of that hole right away. He was surprised the scammer fairy had healing magic, but she replied it was nothing special, it was only for minor injuries. Before leaving, he decided to check his new stats, and saw he had gone up to level 108. I finally managed to balance my magic with my other stats. Not that I know how to use it for anything, but it will surely be useful in the future. Suddenly, a voice called him from the darkness, and he turned around, surprised to recognize it. Laughing, the captain says, "Who would have thought you'd survive?" And Hyansak asked how he got there. Kulkin explained that he found the cave while fleeing, and that they were both lucky. However, his expression changed immediately when the MC said that this was actually a Talis nest. Looking around, Kulkin asked if all those things on the ground were, that's right, Talis eggs. With his eyes full of tears, the captain got emotional upon seeing the eggs, a delicious, rare, and valuable delicacy. As the chef fantasized about the food, Hyansak yelled at him to get a grip, because they needed to get out of there right away. But sniffing the egg, Kulkin replies that those who were chasing him must have already returned to the nest, and as for the queen, only a commander would be able to defeat her, so he should at least enjoy his last meal. At that moment, other survivors appear in the back of the cave. Upon seeing them, Kulkan invites them to share the last meal. But staring at the chief's eggs, Hyansak refuses to believe this is really his last meal. No, I can't let this happen. My future wife, I haven't eaten her yet. I haven't eaten her home-cooked meal. No matter what happens, I'm not going to die here. In Hemis's quarters, Raidron presents himself before the commander. Wanting to know why he is always so formal, she asks if his mission went well. Yes, Commander. We have captured the next saint of the Holy Empire, alive. Pleased, Hemis praises him for being so reliable and for having infiltrated the fanatics in just 3 weeks. Raidron thanks her, saying her praise is exaggerated. As she caresses him, knocks on the door interrupt the moment. Doc enters and announces there's an emergency with the dining hall troops. Hemis questions what makes this emergency different from all the other terrible things that happen every day. The goblin then reports that a Talis queen has appeared and that Kulkan and most of the troops are dead or missing. Shocked, Raidron asks about Hyansak and Jacques confirms he is also missing. In the cave, Kulkan was toasting with the others, telling them to drink up as this would be their last meal. As he was giving a farewell speech about going to Valhalla, Hyansak smacked him on the head, telling him to wake up and focus. Then he asks what that was for. Hyansak explained that he was delirious. That's why he needed to use his secret weapon to wake him up to life. The Magical Beasts Encyclopedia described the Talis as spider-like creatures that lived in groups and had extremely resistant legs. Their weak points were the torso and the head. Besides, the bodily fluids, eggs, and nests of the Talis were all highly flammable. With this information, Hyansak asked the captain if he didn't know any fire magic. Although he knew how to use simple flames, Kulkan told him to give up, as his magic wouldn't be able to penetrate a Talis's exoskeleton. But Hyan replied that it didn't matter, because that's not what they were going to burn. Gathering the troops, he told them to get ready, because he had an escape plan. Holding up an egg, he asked if they wanted to keep eating those delicacies, because they could if they survived. Although everyone says they'll just eat the eggs they have there, the mood immediately changed when Hyan declared that if they escaped, they would celebrate with an unlimited Hyansak gourmet-style meat buffet. Mouth-watering and panting, the captain then asks what the plan would be. Holding 2 eggs, Hyansak yelled for everyone to remember the plan, as there would be no stopping after they started. With the survivors gathered, he gave the final order not to stop running until they were outside. And so everyone started running with everything they had, carrying eggs. Suddenly, a group of Talis appeared right in front of them, blocking the path. Immediately, Hyansak yelled for the chief to get ready. Kulkan lit the egg with his fire magic, and he threw it with all his strength, causing a huge explosion. Watching the swarm gather, Rahel asked how he managed to make them go to the wall. If the cave catches fire or collapses, all the eggs will be destroyed. That's why I left some in there on purpose. While the creatures were distracted by the fire, he yelled for everyone to keep running. Even with everything exploding around them, Hyansak encouraged them not to look back, and to just keep going because they couldn't stop no matter what. Now there was only 1 egg left. They needed to find the exit before using it. Rahel yells to the warrior that she was seeing the light right ahead, and he tells everyone that there was the exit. Just a little more, and we've got it. Light, we made it. Hyansak stopped suddenly when he noticed the huge creature at the cave entrance. Kulkan identified that it was the Talis Queen. With the last egg in his hands, he felt the overwhelming and furious presence of the creature. Losing hope, Kulkan grumbled that the queen was back. This was the end. However, Hyansak noticed that, for some reason, the creature wasn't attacking them. With a shout, he tore a piece of his clothing, showing the egg and getting her attention. "Hey, look here! Look at my egg!" He ordered Kulkan to light the egg, and surprised, the chief agreed. Then he yelled at the queen, showing that this was one of her last eggs, and threatened her that if the cave exploded, they would die together with all her babies in the cave. With the improvised torch and flames, Hyansak demanded that she get out of the way, or they would all die together. "I said get out of the way, you stinky!" But the creature responded with a deafening scream. As he lit the egg, Rahel asked what they would do now. Hyansak screamed that he didn't know what to do anymore and threw the egg back into the cave. With an explosion, the entire cave began to groan. Everything was shaking. The cave was collapsing. This was definitely not good. With the queen distracted, he ordered them to just get out, just get out. Suddenly, the system notified him that he had leveled up, which leaves him confused. Pulling him, Rahel screams, asking why he was just standing there. She tells him to hurry because it was going to collapse. Standing there looking back amidst the chaos, he sees a rock crushing one of the creatures. With the explosions and collapses, level up, notifications started popping up non-stop on his screen. Perplexed, he wondered if this was even real. No way. Do all the dead Talis in the cave count as XP? He then concluded that maybe, since he was the one who caused the explosion, the experience was being credited to him. But he decides to worry about that later and tells Rahel to buff him. Although he had found the exit, the queen behind them was still a problem. He needed to distract her somehow. At that moment, Kokon offered his egg to the Talis queen. In tears, he begged for her to let them go in exchange for the egg he had saved. With the queen distracted, Hyansak thought that this was it. Sliding, he repeated to himself, determined that he would survive. However, the queen shot a web and trapped his hand. Completely immobilized, he thought this would be his end. At that moment, Raidron appeared, holding the queen's claw, and asked if he was okay. Relieved, Hyansak murmured the chief's name in surprise, and he replied that he knew he would find him alive. Next, Raidron told him to leave the rest to him from here on out, and so he pulled the Talis, spinning it, and the monster screamed in pain as it was completely contorted. Amidst the blood, Hyansak watched in shock. In awe, he murmured that Raidron was incredible. A report informed that only 6 of the 105 soldiers survived, including Chief Kulkin among the dead. Back at the castle, Hyansak calmed Bobo, who licked him non-stop. Rahel commented that she could hardly believe they survived thanks to the red cow, but he replied that they should enjoy it, reminding her that they could still die. When she asked what he meant, he mentioned the duel that was coming up. Yes, but now you're several levels stronger than before. With the cave's collapse, he managed to go up 75 levels at once, and now he had reached level 200. However, Rahel commented that, even with the new level, he still seemed a bit weak, which he agrees with. After all, his opponents were all around 6,000, while he was around 3,500. With the observation, Rahel made him reflect if just reaching 6,000 would really be enough to beat that orc. She then explained that, to have that kind of brute force, magic was involved, so if he wanted to face him, he would need to use it too. Easy for you to say, but how am I supposed to do that? To his surprise, Rahel reminded him that he had already used magic clumsily in the Talis nest. Even if it wasn't on purpose, he used magic at that time. With the memory, he recalled the moment he felt an incredible power, wondering if that was magic then. Suddenly, the door opened and Raidron surprised them, calling for Hyansak. Flustered, Hyansak apologized to the captain for the mess in his room. However, Raidron just told him to follow, as they needed to see the commander. In Hemis's quarters, she questions Raidron about the personal request he had to make. Unexpectedly, Raidron asked for permission to become Hyansak's combat instructor. Curious, Hemis asked what the reason for that request was. Raidron then explained that the orc Kirkin might be a sergeant, but after evaluating him he realized his power and skills were that of a lieutenant, which means it's guaranteed that Hyansak will lose. Even so, Raidron declared that he saw a lot of potential in Hyansak and wanted to see what the future held for him. Still in shock, Hyansak thought, sweating, that there was no way she would allow this. Very well, I'm in a good mood today. Permission granted. If that is all, you may go. I have something I need to take care of. As he left, Hyansak thanked the commander for her generosity, still in a cold sweat. Alone, Hemis reflected that Hyansak was twice as strong since their last meeting. She then thought that, although fun, his development was faster than she expected, which was somewhat bothersome. With that, she considered that with Raidron's help, Kirkin could actually lose. Therefore, it would be fair if I balanced things a little for Kirkin. Raidron then took him to an arena, revealing that this was his personal training ground. Hyansak was impressed with that whole place just for him and imagined he must be the commander's favorite. In silence, Raidron observed him, reflecting on the impressive magic inside him, and that he still had no idea how to use it. His development was also absurdly abnormal. Normally, they would start with basic magic lessons, but since the duel was in 4 days, they had no time. Faced with this, he charged at him without any warning, yelling, "No pain, no gain." The guy throws the punch first and tells him to get ready later. Hyansak wondered what his problem was, since he had said he wanted to train him, not beat him up without saying anything. Next, Raidron warned him to focus and block his attacks with magic, or else he would die. And trying to defend himself, the MC asks him to wait a second. Hyansak then managed to lessen the impact of the blow and is thrown far away. As he observed him, Raidron found it strange that, despite being weak, he had the reaction of a veteran warrior. That kick last time wasn't just luck, his technical combat skills were surprisingly well developed. Besides, the boy's fighting spirit was also phenomenal. Trusting his instinct, Raidron decided to charge with full force against him, yelling that without magic, Hyansak would never be able to beat Kirkin. With an attack that surely broke some ribs, he says it was better to die there than to fail in front of everyone. He's not kidding. A few more hits like that, and I'm dead. I haven't even gotten anyone pregnant. Raidron charged again, yelling for him to block or die. Desperate, Hyansak counterattacked, asking the gods to help him. The impact of the two colliding punches generated a huge explosion of energy that destroyed the entire surrounding area. Fallen on the ground, Rahel yelled, calling for the warrior. Finally, Raidron approached and confirmed that he did it as he had activated his magic. With a trembling hand, Hyansak gave a thumbs up, saying that God answered his prayers. Raidron held his hand and congratulated him, saying that now he had a real chance of winning. At that moment, Hyansak felt a brutal pain coursing through his entire body. Desperate, Raidron realized that demonic power was poison to a human. Apologizing, he picked him up in his arms, asking him to hang in there. There is a balance to the powers in the world. Demonic power defeats magical power. Magical power defeats divine power. And divine power defeats demonic power. Magical power belongs to humanity, demonic power to demons, and the divine to those who follow God. The greatest among the religious orders was the Duzist Church, which after the Holy War absorbed the others by force. After the Holy War, it became what is now known as the Sacred Empire of Gartran, where those who hear the voice of God are chosen to become saints. We heard whispers from the guards about whether that prisoner there was the next saint of Gartran, and another replies that's what they said. Absalon Marriott, the Empire's next saint, who had been captured by the demon army. The guards continued to talk, finding it strange that she never prayed and wondering if she was a fake. No way, Captain Raidron said it was really her. Hearing the conversation, Absalon questioned to herself what the point of praying to God was. In the end, she concluded that maybe this was for the best. It was better to be here than to be trapped in that religious order. Barging into the saint's room, he demanded that she wake up. Outraged by the audacity, Absalon questioned the meaning of this. He informed her that this human needed immediate healing. Meanwhile, in his consciousness, Hyansak complained of a headache and of what that slimy cow had done. Damn, I wonder if that cow's hand will be the last one I'll hold. If I knew that I would have at least held Rahel's hand or something. Waking up, he came face to face with the beautiful silver-haired woman. Did I die? Is death a pyramid scheme? Did I go up another layer? Just when I thought things were going right. In an act of desperation, he begged the angel, crying, to please not be a warrior anymore, and to just let him be an old wizard or something more peaceful. And make sure Rahel is locked up in hell. She's a demon dressed as an angel. She is pure evil. And I have one last request before I reincarnate. If you're going to make me be a warrior again, then he asked her to marry him so he wouldn't have to be single one more time, which left her stunned. With total coldness, she said he was the worst, and he shuddered hearing the response. Before he could understand anything, Raidron pulled him, yelling that he was awake. Dying! Dying! You're killing me! Wait, I'm not dead? Then who's that female I said all that stuff to? Raidron questioned if he was already healed, but Absalon replied not yet completely. He looked like an old rag used to wipe up vomit and feces. She also points out that the demonic power still hadn't completely left his body. You can't take it all out with your divine power. She explained that it was too risky. Any mistake meant death. It would be better to keep him under observation. Apologizing, Raidron promised to make it up to Hyansak with more training, but he tried to refuse, saying he didn't need it. He was fine and his dear superior was already doing too much for him. Next, Raidron dragged him along, as Hyansak begged for mercy. Watching them, the saint was surprised by a demonic officer training a human warrior. Who the hell is this guy? Back in the room, Hyansak thanked Bobo for getting him out of there, saying he knew he missed him, and even asked if he didn't eat any soldiers on the way. Anyway, I'm saved. While Bobo licked him, he lamented, grumbling that Papa had been through a lot that day. So much stuff. Bobo, my friend. They said there's even demonic energy in my body. Next, He asked Rahel if that was a big problem and if it would kill him. Getting no answer, he called for Rahel again, but she just kept sobbing. In tears, she lamented that her warrior was contaminated with filth. "Why are you crying, you retard? I'm the one who should be crying." "No, this is all my fault. I am the reason for the demonic power inside you." Hyansak was even embarrassed, with her saying she was just a demon who should be locked up in hell. "Isn't that what you said?" "Yeah, I guess the hell part didn't land well." "I was just kidding. It was just to provoke you. Who's going to be my flying lucky totem?" "Whatever, you're just saying anything." Seeing that Rahel announced she was now on strike, he thought, man, what a useless, dramatic fairy. 3 days later, the saint said that if the training was over, she should heal him, and crying on the floor, he thanked her, replying that she looked as inside as ever. With an irritated expression, she simply stared him down with total contempt as he apologized. As she applied the healing energy, he said he had a favor to ask before his duel. Awkwardly, Hyansak asked if she could pray for him to survive the duel, and if it was all right, he invited her to watch the fight, which surprises the saint. On the day of the battle, the crowd in the grand stadium commented on the foolish human who challenged an officer. The goblin jock then introduced himself as the announcer for that day's duel. Laughing to herself, Hemis asked if he could feel that energy and who Raidron thought would win. He replied that he would bet on Hyansak. He worked hard and was extremely talented. "In that case, should we make a bet? If Hyansak wins, you can continue training him." Raidron questions, and if he loses, which makes her laugh, commenting that she thought he said he would win. She then imposed that, in case of defeat, Raidron himself would have to kill him and asks if he was still confident. Reluctantly, Raidron ends up accepting, which makes her comment excitedly that it had been a while since she got this excited. The announcer then highlighted the human's courage, while Hyansak tried to convince himself that he wasn't nervous. "I'm in shape, ironclad. This victory is mine. I have new skills, and I'm absurdly stronger than before." One of his new techniques was Raidron's martial art, although his progress was still low. Even so, he was determined that he would win. Somehow, suddenly, Rahel screamed at the top of her lungs in his ears, wanting to know if he was focused. Then, his opponent finally appeared. Surprised, Rahel wondered what the hell that thing was, and Hyan commented that he didn't look anything like the guy from before. Shocked, Raidron asked what was happening, but laughing, the commander said there was no turning back. That thing's combat level was now 10,573. That thing is definitely not pure. The protag wondered how he got past 10,000 in so few days, and a terrified Rahel said the demon of the mouth must have done something. They gotta call doping control. Even so, Hyansak thought that, although it didn't seem so easy, he would do his best, and it wasn't like he had another choice either. As soon as the duel started, he charged forward, running towards his opponent. As he got closer, Hyansak thought that a single blow from that club and he was dead. He then dodged the attack, knowing he needed to stay calm to keep moving and dodging. Taking the chance, he landed a direct punch, and the announcer commented that even Kirkin will feel that one. Next, he prepared to unleash even more attacks, but to his surprise, the monster wasn't fazed in the slightest by the direct hit to the pit of the stomach. With a swift move, Kirkin hit him with a side blow. Being thrown back, Hyan realizes that single attack already broke his left arm. On the other hand, Kirkin seemed to be pure venom. Anyway, his attacks were still easy to predict, he just couldn't get careless. He's dealt with much worse, there's nothing to be afraid of, he just needed to remember what he learned. The enhanced combat technique consisted of using magical power combined with martial arts. This was the way to split the earth and destroy stones with a single blow. Raidron, however, warned him that enhanced combat wasn't just about power, but a technique for killing. No matter what martial arts he developed, Hyansak would never beat Kirkin that way, because he lacked lethal intent. Any attack without the intent to kill was just an incomplete and open measure, where you are relaxed. As Kirkin charged for the attack, Hyan now remembered what he had to do. So he channeled his magical energy into his fist and went all out. Screaming die, he hits the opponent square on. This was the first form of Raidron's martial art. The technique, called Supreme Total Destruction, opens a gaping hole in the arena floor. Amidst the dust that covered the arena, the saint wondered who had won. As the dust settled, Kirkin's fallen body is revealed. The winner is... No way! The winner is human Hyansak. Staggering, He confessed to Rahel that using that skill was going to end up killing him, too. Rahel celebrated the victory, and panting, he finally realized he had actually won. Suddenly, the announcer declared in amazement that it's a miracle. Kirkin was on his feet. Hyansak shuddered, not believing the monster was still moving, even though he had opened a hole in its heart. What the hell did that pothole-mouthed commander do to this guy? Where's the doping control for this tournament? Raidron then realized that Hemis not only gave Kirkin more power, but also gave him the curse of the undead. Hemis, in turn, praised Hyansak for having already learned enhanced combat. That's incredible. But this was all within my expectations. As Hyansak questioned if that thing was still alive, Rahel explained that the body was cursed. Kirkin then charged with the same attack as before, and Hyansak thought it was the same attack as before, and he would dodge it easily. However, he felt a pain in his foot, and ended up getting caught. On top of him, the monster struck him nonstop, and clinging to Kirkin's arm, he questioned why he wouldn't just die. Suddenly, he noticed the thing's arm seemed to be broken, and this gave him an idea. But before he could do anything, Kirkin throws him far away, colliding with the wall. He felt like when he died, he felt like all his bones were breaking. At that moment, he heard someone tell him to get up, and he had a vision of the saint. Shining, she said that he could do it. Staring at her with blurred vision, for a moment he doubted. But he said that was right. He never gave up in the ring. He was Hyansak Choi. Determined, Hyan gets up, thinking he can't embarrass himself in front of the female he asked out. I'll just stabilize and cover my broken bones with mana. As his mana control levels up, Hyansak screams, asking the saint to go out with him. I've never even had any kids. Die, for the love of God, help me. Going to the ground, the orc tried to get up, but Hyan says his ultimate was capable of destroying the floor, and now he was wondering what would happen if he focused that power on his head. Well, let's find out then, huh? As the audience watches in silence, Hemis asks if Raidron taught him that, but he denies it. This was the first time he'd seen him do it. Panting, Hyansak struggled to stay on his feet, muttering about his date and his future children. However, observing Hemis comments that he should be careful. With a serious look, she says that he has created a monster. With a faint smile, she says that he reminded her of someone unpleasant. It seems there won't be a lack of entertainment around here. The scene then cuts to Hyansak screaming as he suddenly wakes up. Confused, he asks where he is, and Rahel replies that he's in his cabin, and he questions about the fight and his XP. Soon, she informs him that he won and was healed by the saint, and he immediately goes to check his stats. Seeing his new stats, Hyansak celebrates that they've skyrocketed, while Rahel questioned if he knew she could have healed him too, but he just ignores her. Next, he points out that his mana control increased by 2, which leaves Rahel shocked for never having seen anything like it before. Even so, Hyansak accuses her of exaggerating again. Irritated, Rahel explains that mana control isn't a skill you could just improve like that. At that moment, Hyansak finds a folded piece of paper and wonders what it is. In the prison, Absalon stared at the sky thoughtfully. And now, what should I do? He's so strange. His magic awakened in just 3 days. He even learned enhanced combat. A knight would need a month of training to achieve that. Despite his strange personality, no ordinary human could do that. His potential was undoubtedly absurd. She then wonders if that could have been an answer to her prayers, or in fact, just his natural talent. Either way, this was good. He managed to change his destiny and snatch victory by force from the claws of death. Maybe he's the hope I was looking for. Next, she knocks on a door and a guard asks what she needs. I have a favor to ask. I would like to take a walk. After dinner, please meet me in the courtyard, Absalon. Is this the date invitation I've been dreaming of? A date! A real date with a candidate for having children. Should I ask for her number? No, here they must write letters. Oh, you idiot. Just ignore it and go back to your room. As they approach, he hides the fairy in a hurry, who was screaming for him to stop ignoring Rahel. But soon he is shocked to see Absalon accompanied by 2 more guards. When Hyansak asks what those 2 back there were, she explains that they are her escorts. As she couldn't go out alone, she was still a prisoner. With that, he feels foolish for having forgotten she was a prisoner, and she asks if they should take a walk. Damn, why am I so nervous? These guards? They're getting in the way of me having my precious children. Suddenly, the saint turns around and asks directly if he is a hero. Caught by surprise, he asks how she knows, and she explains that only heroes and demons have black hair. Damn, well that makes them easy to spot. Besides, you have this absurd growth. Absurd growth, right? Right after, she encourages him to ask the questions he seems to have. Timidly, Hyansak asks if a man like him would be a possibility for her. 5 kids, a dog, and a mistress. Shocked, she questions in disbelief if he was really serious, and before she can answer anything else, Raidron suddenly appears, interrupting the moment. Captain Raidron? Shit, this horned cow ruined our hot moment. Raidron then informs him that the commander wants to see him immediately, and he asks if it really has to be now, because he was in the middle of something there. Of course, as he's being led away, Absalon sighs, wondering if she can really trust someone like him. Your fight was truly incredible entertainment, Hyansak. Not only did you manage to keep going even in that situation, but you even managed to win. Do you remember the offer I made you? Yes, Commander. If I fought in a duel, you wouldn't let them eat me. Correct. And what else? I would get a promotion and work for you, was that it? Well, to be honest, I didn't mean it. I thought you were going to die. I was hoping to have some fun and bury you in the backyard later. But here we are, and I've changed my mind. Next, Hemis reminds Raidron that he himself said Hyansak had the talent to become a commander. Therefore, she decides that, instead of a duel, they will try something different, as she wouldn't waste a talent like him on a sergeant's position. Hemis then explains that, as he already knew, the kitchen company suffered a great loss. Basically, the meat supply for the troops was complicated. They already eat each other on a normal day. Without meat, it would be chaos. Already in a cold sweat, Hyansak confirms he was aware and asks why she was mentioning it. Soon, she promotes him to squad commander, more specifically, of the kitchen squad. Come again, my lady. Hemis then orders him to choose the cooks he wants, and to sort out the mess in the kitchen. Oh, and he had 2 days. You do that, right? Yes. I'll do my best, my commander of my heart. Oh, what do we have here? A hero, who is also an officer in the demon troops? You must be proud of your promotion. Yeah, I'm real proud. Don't bust my balls fly. I'm a humble worker moving up in life. Don't forget I was born a slave. Right. My duty as an officer awaits me. Hey, you dickhead. What are you doing? Dickhead? Does the human slave want to die? Slave? You son of 2 cousins. That's where you're wrong. Giving a satisfying kick to Smeagol, he tells him to call him Master Chef. Everyone in line right now. Analyzing the squad's combat power, he notices the strongest one has 3,500. More importantly, why are there so few left? Weren't we supposed to be around 300? There aren't even 30 here. What am I going to do with 25 of these idiots? Knowing he needs to work or the commander will kill him, Hyansak asks who there knows who he is. While one goblin calls him a barbecue machine, barbecue man, another corrects him, saying he's a delicious walking piece of meat. Furious, Hyansak lands a kick on the goblin before he could even finish speaking. Call me chief, you hellspawn, and execute that one over there. Now we're 24. Holding a decree, Hyansak orders them to treat him like a god of the kitchen. From now on, it's better they wake up to life. If not, it's the whip on their back. Saluting, one of the goblins explains they kept going out to hunt without a leader. With a sigh, Hyansak says that makes sense. Those dickheads have never heard of making a plan, and asks who the best cook there is. Scared, a goblin named Smeagol is pointed out by the others. Seriously, I was planning on having this one executed too. But we're short on staff. Smeagol is my assistant now. Any objections? No, sir? Great, move along. He reflects that he'll need to gather 200 people in a single day to rebuild the kitchen, but where would he find that many troops in a single day? After reflecting, Hyansak concludes that, as expected, there is only one way. The next day, Hyansak rides on Bobo, hears our plan B, and Rahel despairs, asking if the idea really was to basically threaten everyone with Bobo. That's right, my dear, Bobo is our secret weapon now. There was only one condition to be in the mighty dining hall troop, be replaceable, and never oppose me the supreme leader. With that, he finds a candidate and goes straight for the kick. Next, he approaches the fallen orc, calling him Mole, and inviting him to be a chef. When the orc complained angrily about him being a brat, Hyansak lands another big kick to the mouth, asking for good manners. Soon, he informs the scared orc that, for being the first recruit, he has an advantage, so he should be grateful. With a smile, he explains that the army is about hierarchy, and that, since there aren't many above him, he's in a good position. So go find some poor wretch minions to do the dirty work in your place. And so, he promises that if he brings 5 friends, Hyan will go easy on him when it's time to discipline the troops. Plan A, a pyramid scheme based on violence. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Major Doris was enjoying his meal. Suddenly, a goblin enters screaming for help, but Doris just complains about his lack of elegance. When the goblin announces that most of the members have disappeared, surprised Doris asks if they deserted and states they had no other duty but to serve him. In despair, the goblin explains that they are all going to the kitchen troops. The new kitchen chief. Is that human the commander likes so much, right? Tell him to be careful, that is all. Even so, the goblin insists that wouldn't be enough. At that moment, he reveals they have already taken 200 of their troops, which leaves Doris shocked, wanting to know what he just said. Meanwhile, Rahel excitedly informs him that they've already gathered more than 200 people. This is what being smart gets you. Satisfied, he decides they have enough soldiers and suggests ending the recruitment there. Suddenly, Commander Doris arrives with his foreman, who was pointing in Hyansiak's direction. This can't be good. With that, he adjusts his glasses and notices that the newcomer is clearly furious about something. His combat meter then displays an error message, unable to measure a power above 50,000. Reading the warning that the device might break, Hyansiak decides he doesn't know what he did, but it's better to wrap things up here and run. Doras calls him out loud, asking where is Choi Hyansiak, the one responsible for Bobo. In response, Bobo barks excitedly, to Hyan's irritation. Quickly, he approaches, addressing him as Sir, asking what brings him there, and Doras introduces himself as the commander of the 3rd Battalion. With an irritated tone, Doras questions him about what he was thinking. Next, he points to the crowd, asking why he stole practically all the members of his battalion. With a nervous smile, Hyansiak finally understands that those idiots brought all their friends from the same unit. To resolve the matter, Doras invites him to his office, and he agrees while lamenting that things were going a little too well. In the office, Doras asks if this wasn't intentional then. Yes, sir. I was just recruiting the most incredible troops, and by coincidence they were all from the Great Third Company. Considering the situation, Doras decides to resolve the matter peacefully, since this idiot is under the commander's protection. With that, he allows Hyansiak to use the soldiers he selected as he wished. Immediately, Hyan gets all excited, asking if he was really serious. Could it really be this easy? However, Doras imposes one condition, which gives him a bad feeling. Next, he proposes that Hyansiak take one more of his soldiers. One more soldier. This definitely smells like someone who doesn't leave a like for Kazu-senpai. Doras stares him down and asks if he has a problem with that after having taken all his men. No, not at all. I was just so happy with your generosity. Then it's settled. I'll introduce him to you. The new recruit's name is Usaru. Doris says he was a cute mix of orc and ogre. Combat level immeasurable. Doris warns that, although strong, he is very stupid and asks Hyansiak to make good use of him. Usaru then sobs, trying to come in and says Usaru hurt his head. Afterward, Hyansiak introduces himself to his new army as Bobo's tamer and the new head chef. With this, the new recruits look on in amazement at the legendary Bobo in disbelief. They had only heard rumors. Good boy, you're not to eat anyone from the troop. Alright, let's organize the unit. With that, he presents a new list and orders everyone to line up accordingly. When Rahel asks about the criteria, he explains that he just listed them by level. A bunch will die anyway. We'll figure it out later. Well, I assigned the weakest to the kitchen. Also, we're not going to kill the guys for no reason. One of the cooks informs him that they've finished, and he decides to go check the result. And so, Hyansiak explains that the troop on the right is the culinary unit, and the one on the left is the hunting unit. Any questions? Unexpectedly, one of the goblins raises his hand, saying he has a problem. With conviction, the goblin yells that he also wants to hunt, to eat fresh meat. Oh, buddy. This one's going to be an example. You there, you little beta. Come here. The goblin approaches slowly. Then he lands a huge kick right in the goblin's balls, yelling that they should see what he's capable of. Fallen on the ground, the goblin laments his dreams and futures, murmuring that he thought they burst, and Hyan informs him that he failed the test. Ding, your charisma skill has increased. Your score as a leader has been strengthened. Hyansak then asks if there are any more aspirants, but no one speaks up. With everything confirmed, he orders the combat unit to grab their weapons, because it's time to hunt. To the north of the forest, the army marched. Hyan observes that the forest is silent. There was no sign of any magical beasts, and Rahel suspects it's because of Bobo and Usaru's scary presence. As he stared at his two biggest soldiers, he agrees the theory is quite plausible. Thoughtful, Hyansak decides he can't just leave them behind, as they are his best men. Rahel then suggests they could lure the beasts with bait, but Hyansak complains about the lack of meat. Excitedly, Rahel replies that he probably didn't need anything too incredible. Basically, what I'm saying is that you already have several biological, living, walking, and fresh baits. My god, how did they let this demon in fairy form into heaven? Next, Hyansak calls for numbers 14, 3, 1, 43, and 7 to step forward. When Rahel asks how he chose, he covers his face and reveals they were the numbers from a lottery ticket. Then, he yells for Usaru to grab number 14. Completely scared, the goblin questions what this was, and Hyan just wishes him a good trip. Attention, Usaru, release the bait! Satisfied, Hyansak comments that throwing the weakest as bait should get some beasts' attention. Afterward, he orders them to light a fire so that his dear, lost comrades can see the smoke and return. But confused, Rahel asks if they won't die from the fall, and Hyansak replies that maybe 1 in 6 will survive. Usaru, release the other baits. Scared, the other soldiers tremble, murmuring that the human was a savage, and that all they wanted was just to live a little longer. One of the goblins says it's better for them to run, but coming face to face with Bobo behind him, drooling, and with shining eyes, he desperately swears his total loyalty to the army. While desperate screams for help could be heard, Hyan complains that this is taking too long, they should have been back already. Soon, one of the goblins he sent returns running, chased by several demonic beasts right behind him. With a smile, Hyansak sees that he's back and plans to let the troops handle the rest. As he murmured that he just needed the final blow, Usaru charges forward yelling his name in the middle of the battle. With a war cry, Usaru loves battles. He starts to attack and tear the things apart. What were you saying there? Final what? Falling to the ground, Hyan cries that there was nothing left. Absolutely nothing. Not even the meat could be used, it was so crushed. And Rahel comments, shocked, that it seems it didn't take much for Bobo and Usaru to turn those beasts into instant noodles. So Hyansak decides he needs to come back tomorrow without those two, and a worried Rahel reminds him they only have 1 day left. And so he announces that everyone will return for now, and will gather again the next morning. Back in the kitchen, he now needed to see if the crushed meat could be used as food. With a kick, Hyansak breaks down the door, ordering all the scum to report now. Scared, the vice chief Smeagol runs to him, as Hyansak asks if they received the meat. With a nervous smile, Gollum confirms they got it, but its condition is a bit... With a serious look, Hyansak states that a true craftsman doesn't choose his tools. Yes, sir. Next, he questions how Gollum doesn't know how to prepare ground meat, even with his cooking experience. Gollum explains that the main function of the kitchen squad was just to secure ingredients. Unless you're a high-ranking officer, they couldn't even dream of anything beyond roasted meat. Saying he understands, Hyan tells them to just do what they can, and Smeagol runs off telling everyone to pay attention and light the fire. So, everyone below officer rank never eats real food. With a smile, Hyansak realizes that if he plays his cards right, things might be easier than he thought. Later he knocks on Absalon's door, saying it's him, and she says to come in. Nervous, Hyansak stammers that it's nothing special, while Rahel screamed irritably that this was just an excuse to go see that female. Next, he offers her a plate of steak, asking if she's had dinner yet. As a way of thanking her for the support, he says he'd like to repay her with a good meal, and she agrees to eat a little. As she cut the food, she thinks that the smell wasn't bad. Could this actually be good? Tasting it, she's shocked. That food is much more delicious than anything she's ever eaten in the castle. After a moment, Hyan comments that she had cleaned the plate completely. You must have liked it. When he mentions that was all, and he was already leaving, Absalon calls him. Then, she asks what he plans to do when he gets out of that place. With a shy air, Hyansak replies that his plan is marriage, 5 kids, and a dog. This leaves Absalon completely shocked. Stunned, she says she understands, asking why he doesn't go ahead with it then. However, at that moment, he reveals that there was something else he wanted to do too. With curiosity, Hyansak returns the question and wants to know what she will do when she gets out of there. With a distant look, she replies that, well, if I really manage to get out of here, there's absolutely nothing I want to do. Capital of the Sacred Empire of Gartran, a theocracy ruled by the sovereign of the Duzis Church. A priest informs His Holiness that they have located Absalon Marriott, the next holiness. Soon, he reports that she is being held in the black fortress of the pothole-mouthed demon. The Pope then questions if there has been any contact from the demon army, and the faithful replies that nothing, no demands. The Pope comments that in the histories of the wars, humans have rarely managed to invade the black fortress. Besides, he points out that the few times they succeeded was in the absence of Hemis, the glutton. With this in mind, the Pope decides that the best thing to do is to send a rescue team in secret. And so, Emperor Orbanfeed orders that their heroes or Ozeld be summoned. Back in the forest, for the second day of hunting, Hyansak thought about Absalon's words about not wanting to do anything and wonders what she meant by that. Upon finding a good spot in the forest, he tells the troops to pay attention. Showing a rope, he says that this is for them. The rope was tied with several pieces of meat, and no one understands a thing, but knowing the chief, they all start trembling. When Hyansak asks why no one is eating, some of them hesitantly step forward to try it. Suddenly, everyone is amazed by the incredible flavor of the meat. Next, kneeling, they swear total loyalty to the little chief and beg for one more piece. But Hyansak says that's all they'll get for now, telling them to go and do their best. He promises that the platoon that captures the most live magical beasts will have dinner with him, which makes all the troops run off like crackheads after a rock. That's right, do your best. If you want to control someone, you should aim for the stomach. Moments later, he was leveling up while cutting meat. I've already gone up 10 levels just by cutting meat. Even my charisma increased too. One of the soldiers then approaches with shining eyes and asks the master chef who had won. With that, Hyansak announces that the Wolfkin platoon was the winner, therefore they will have dinner with him. When the others ask what about them, he asks who cared and told them to go hunt for scraps. Afterward, he orders everyone to pack everything up and take the meat to the dining hall. Meanwhile, inside the great black castle, a figure walks through a corridor full of soldiers' bodies. I finally found you. As Absalon reflected that maybe she shouldn't have revealed that, and that even so she couldn't hide it forever, someone knocks on her door. As soon as the door opens, a hooded figure enters and calls Absalon by her full name, revealing his face and says he is there to save her. Shocked, Absalon recognizes him as Sir Geffen and asks if he was sent by the Emperor. That's right, who else could it be? Even so, she backs away, apologizing and saying she's not going back. Please, Sir Geffen, just leave me here. Geffen replies with a smile that he would love to just go back, but he had orders. Absalon then reminds him that the grotesque devourer is in the castle, and that, if he insists, before she can finish threatening to use her power to call her, Geffen charges forward quickly, wanting to know what she means by insist. With a swift move, he grabs her by the neck, saying he has orders, and he's not a prince, he was a soldier. Next, he tells her to take a nap, as she'll be at the castle before she knows it. As she struggles to breathe, she realizes she couldn't use her divine power. Before passing out, she desperately thinks that she can't go back to that place. Suddenly, Geffen gets socked, with someone telling him to take his hands off the mother of his children. Geffen comments, surprised that the punch had demonic power, even though Hyansak looked human, and considering his low magic, he moved well. Furious, Hyansak ignores the comment and yells again for him to take his hands off his female. But Geffen lands a kick on Hyansak, saying he wasn't part of his orders, but he could be useful after all. As he finished knocking out Absalon, Geffen laments that his simple job is getting complicated. Rahel despairs, seeing the warrior be defeated with a single blow and wonders what she should do. Maybe she should call Bobo. But she gets scared as she feels a strange energy approaching. Unrolling a scroll, Geffen sighs that he didn't expect this, but work is work. As Geffen muttered about having to correct the scroll if he wants to take someone else, he is interrupted by a voice asking if he was having some trouble. Laughing, Hemis questions if he would like some help. Geffen immediately recognizes her as Hemis, the Devourer, and is shocked as he was sure he had stopped the saint's power. Hemis says she prefers to be called the Gourmet, and he backs away, surprised not to feel any demonic power. She really is that far beyond my level. With that, Geffen remembers the legend that she devoured thousands of soldiers and thinks that seeing her now, he believed it. With a smile, Hemis suggests a little test for her guest. After all, it would be rude not to entertain him. No panic. I just need to dodge. At the first chance, I'll just grab the saint, and... Suddenly, he feels dizzy and wonders what she did. Before he could react, he is hit, and his arm is ripped off. Hemis tells him to keep fighting, as it made her meal even tastier. Given his condition, Geffen decides that he'll have to escape alone. A bright light then explodes in a kind of teleport, and Hemis laments that her guest has escaped. It seems he had refused her. Even so, Hemis smiles, thinking that things are getting more interesting, and that now the game has begun. Through what seemed like an eternity, countless demons came and went, except for the Demon King and Hemis. Only these two managed to firmly hold their positions. However, eternity made all things dull. It also takes a toll that any living being is incapable of comprehending. Elsewhere, Raidron takes Hyansak down with a punch to the ribs. He says his attacks and use of magic are still too raw. Crying, he promises to keep that in mind, as Raidron advises him to be more fluid and less rigid. Next, Raidron warns him that no matter how strong he becomes, there will always be someone better. Helping him up, he says that to win, Hyansak needs to be open to all tricks and methods. Raidron reminds him that an honest victory is a privilege reserved only for the strong. Pleased, he finally ends the day's training, praising Hyansak's good work. As soon as he walks away, Rahel asks if the warrior is okay, but collapsing on the floor, he tells her to heal him, as he was already hearing voices from beyond. Well, just like that. Annoyed, Rahel questions if she was just a healing potion to him now. Hyansak reflected in silence. He remembers Absalon's advice, all I can say is get strong. The only thing that will protect you is confidence in your own strength. Even without fully understanding, he agrees with Absalon, he had to get strong, but Rahel gets irritated, wanting to know if he was still falling for her act. She was more of a witch than a saint. Hey, that's blasphemy. Rahel then argues that the assassin used divine power. Why would he attack her if she were really a saint? Yeah, that's strange. If she's going to be the saint of, I don't know what, she should be very important. Even so, he yells that he doesn't want to talk about it anymore, and Rahel asks why. Do you really want to shove it in her that much? She accuses him of being obsessed, but he tells her not to be so jealous, and a furious Rahel replies that she'll kill him. I know where you live. A while later, Hyansak was sobbing, crying in bed. Desperate, he laments his fate and wishes to be a rich family's cat in his next life. The fairy then asks Bobo if it isn't shameful to have an owner like that, and if by any chance he wants to know what happened. 30 minutes earlier, in Hemis's quarters, she was saying that his dear commander had a big problem. Your dear commander is completely bored. Hemis says she wants to have fun again, and he replies, yes, ma'am. She then gives him 1 month to defeat a major, which leaves him completely stunned. What's the problem? Think you can't do it. By any chance do you need my help? Just like I helped Kirkin. Desperate, Hyansak slams his head on the table. No, my lady. I'll handle it myself. That's it. Say goodbye, Bobo. He won't be around here for much longer. Rahel then says it was time for the warrior to accept his fate. No way someone with 9,000 power could defeat a major, and he yells for her to go away and let him cry in peace. Even so, she insists that, although his level grew fast, a major is still a major. A major's average combat level is 40,000. Hyansak knows there's no way he can reach that in time. My dear baby wants to fight for me. I bet Bobo could even beat a major, right? As Bobo licks him, Hyansak complains that unfortunately these duels were one-on-one. Suddenly, it crosses his mind. He then asks Rahel to repeat what the commander said, and she replies that he had 1 month to defeat a major. That's right. She never said anything about it having to be in a duel. Anything goes. This leaves Rahel shocked. He then declares he just needed to defeat a major however he could, and lists all the possible ways to win. Backstab, poison, Bobo, me, us. That's right, a fair assassination. And the fairy thinks that the way he's talking it sounds like he even wanted this. And so, Hyansak concludes that his only chance is to lure a major to a place where he can attack with Bobo. And Rahel questions herself, not knowing whether to call this a clever plan or an extremely cowardly one. And what's the difference? May the best warrior win. But how are you going to do that? No major will pay attention to someone like you. But Hyansak reveals he already has the perfect candidate, as she knows him and has a weakness for food. Hyansak starts preparing the ultimate rib recipe. He adds sugar, a soy sauce fish, and a drake garlic. Afterward, he goes for a walk with Bobo while it cools, but it's more like Bobo is walking him. Carefully, Hyansak arranges the plate for the final touch. The guy is just into backstabbing and kill stealing. Meanwhile, Doras enjoys a meal, marveling at the peace and deliciousness of the moment. With a laugh, he congratulates himself for having the brilliant idea of sending Usaru to Hyansak. Suddenly, the door opens and a servant announces that the master chef is there to see him. Annoyed, Doras tells him to say he won't take Usaru back, but the servant replies that it wasn't about that. The servant explains that he wishes to thank him with his cooking, leaving Major Doras all giddy about the idea. Even remembering they say his food is incredible, Doras wonders if it's really all that. With that, someone knocks on the door, and he says to come in. Hyansak then enters dramatically, holding a rose in his mouth, and greeting Major Doras with a little heart sign. As Doras recovers from the shock, he questions if he was there to thank him then. Yes, that's right. I got my position thanks to your kindness. I apologize for not being able to thank you properly before. With a smile, Hyansak reveals the ribs he made with all his love and gratitude, hoping he would like them. The delicious smell makes Doras's heart race, and drooling all over, he decides that a taste won't hurt. Next, he starts to smell and lick the meat, moved by the aroma. Meanwhile, Hyansak was laughing to himself, convinced that with that dish he had become the god of cooking. Doras is completely amazed by the remarkable flavor and can barely contain himself. The guy was moaning like a cow giving birth. This reminded me of that anime where the guys taste food and get naked, their clothes all explode. As he wonders how that is possible, Hyansak, shocked by the horror scene, replies that he was happy about it. Afterward, he says that if it's all right, he'd like him to try his new dishes, and Doras accepts with enthusiasm. Doing everything to contain himself and not vomit all over the place right there, he just says they'll see each other soon. Outside, he celebrates the success, but as soon as he shuts the room's door, he and Rahel quickly stare at each other. Exhausted, the two of them fall to the floor, vomiting in the middle of the hallway, saying they couldn't take that nightmare anymore. That's it. Comment down below what you guys are thinking. I'm thinking it's worth bringing a sequel. So help me out with a like, for the love of God, and give it some hype to help me with the video's engagement, and reach more people. Despite this, he assures that it's all part of the plan to fatten her up. With that, he plans that the moment she lets her guard down, he will slaughter her like a pig. A week later, Doras is already getting tired, muttering that today she's just not hungry. Awkwardly, the mountain reveals that the next day, there will be a duel with her position on the line. Maybe she has overdone it lately and now they're seeing her as weak. Hyansak worries about what will happen if she loses, and she confirms that if she lost, she would stop being a major. Even so, Doras continues to devour meat like a school of piranhas eating a cow, stating that it was worth it, but he thinks he's ruined. He laments all his wasted time and hard work. In the end, he prepared the chicken for someone else to eat. Life is tough. Doras then invites him to the duel, calling him her lucky charm. Of course, why not? I'll be rooting for your victory from the bottom of my heart. The next day, the arena was packed, with everyone eager for the duel for the major's position. In the stands, Rahel tries to cheer him up, saying that considering everything she ate, maybe she can just sit on top of the opponent. Desperate, he wonders how she could win after he stuffed her so much she could barely walk. Next, an elf named Roger, colonel of the 3rd Army, takes over as announcer and orders both the title holder and the challenger to get in their positions. Meanwhile, Doras goes up the stairs dragging herself, complaining about how stairs are enemies of the people. The creature entered the arena on all fours. Upon seeing Hyansak, she calls him her lucky charm, all giddy that he actually came, and he just wishes her good luck. In a hurry, Roger says he's busy, so he tells the two fools to start at once. Still on all fours on the ground, a panting Doris huffed that this was a nuisance. Although panting, she manages to block the attack, and it seems her challenger is no longer in such a favorable position. A huge explosion happens, creating a shockwave that surprises everyone. Even having seen it for just a brief moment, to him the winner was already clear. Leaving, Roger complains that he was no match for Doris, and dismisses everyone, declaring Doris the winner. That same night, Hyansak reflected restlessly. He realizes that Bobo alone won't be enough. If he really wants to finish off that abomination, he's going to need a new plan. Consulting the encyclopedia, he starts making some markings on the map of the demonic beasts. According to his research, strong beasts had their own established territories. And thanks to his dear troops being willing to sacrifice themselves, he managed to make that map. Willing is a strong word. Worried, Rahel asks if he isn't thinking of, you know the old saying, right? Out of nowhere, he yells super confidently that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. If Doris is strong, he just needs to find a way to pit her against something even stronger. 3 days later, in the forest, Rahel complained that her head was going to explode after memorizing the entire map and the beast from the encyclopedia. Soon, he points on the map that the first stop is a kilometer from there, where a beast resembling a giant worm lives. Rahel corrects him, saying it must be a surfib, detailing it and even sitting similar monsters. Even so, he cuts her off and says to cross them off the list, as they aren't aggressive and will end up not fighting. With an air of superiority, Rahel brags about her brilliant intelligence, and Hyansak agrees with sarcasm. With a smile, he thinks that even fools can be useful sometimes. As he advances with his troops, a soldier questions where they were going to hunt today. Hyansak then asks Rahel to tell him where to find a beast resembling a dragon with steel scales. But she replies that there are many dragon-like beasts. He would have to be more specific. With that, he decides they have no choice but to engage in combat. And so, Hyansak orders the squad to cover the entire area, with no need to capture anything alive. They were free to kill absolutely anything they wanted, and they could eat as much as they wanted of what they caught. Excited, the soldiers celebrate that the master chef has finally returned to normal, and that today they will eat like kings. Cries of fresh meat, they advance, slaughtering everything in sight. While his men hunt, Hyansak wonders why the Alpha hasn't appeared yet. After all, they had already killed plenty. Frustrated, he wonders if the day was a waste and declares that everyone must stop. That was it for today. With that, a soldier announces the Master Chef's order to prepare the fire. Suddenly, Hyansak hears a sound and jumps, wondering if it has finally arrived. With the bird's commotion, he looks up, yelling that this was it. With a roar, a Naidrak dragon with immeasurable power lands in front of them. And terrified, everyone starts running as the dragon advanced on the troops. Even so, Hyansak smiles, confirming that it was that one. With this, he can finish off Major Doris. Meanwhile, in Hemis' quarters, she comments to Raidron that something is strange. She hadn't heard from Hyansak in 3 weeks. When she asks if he has been teaching him anything secret, Raidron denies it, saying the training continues as always. With a casual tone, she questions what Raidron thought of Hyansak's chances of beating a major, and he replies directly that there are none. Even so, he comments that Hyansak seemed to have become quite close to Major Doris. Curious Hemis questions him. Her? I asked him to defeat a major, and instead he became friends with one. With a smile, she wonders what Hyansak could be plotting. Meanwhile, in Doris's quarters, the plates pile up on the table, and sucking on the meat, she points out how much she loved that flavor. Satisfied and still much larger than before, Doris burps, congratulating him on the incredible meal as always. Hyansak then lets out an apprehensive sigh, and not understanding, she asks what the problem is. Rubbing his eyes with a bit of onion, he laments that this may be the last meal he prepares for her due to a problem in the kitchen. Shocked, Doris jumps from her chair warrior as he explains that the commander wants a specific magical beast for a dinner, but his troops can't kill it, even after days of trying. Immediately she is stunned, wanting to know which beast it was. As Doris remembers hearing something about several recent casualties in the kitchen, Hyansak reveals that the magical beast is called Marblunning. Even though Doris has never heard of it, he assures her he would never, ever lie to her. Trust. She offers her troops, but Hyansak says that even 100 weak soldiers would be of no use. Next, he suggests that if the great Major Doris participated, he bets they could kill it in seconds. Hyansak then plants the idea that the commander would also end up hearing how she was essential to the mission. Enchanted by the image, Doris gets excited, wondering if it could really be. He confirms, saying that, being close to the commander, he would ensure she heard about her deeds. Even though she finds it a nuisance, Doris agrees to help, saying she would do anything for a friend. Hyansak, feigning surprise, asks if she would really help. And behind the tray, with a laugh he can barely contain, he says he thanks her from the bottom of his heart. The next day, they meet at the arranged meeting point. Rahul reminds him to memorize the map, but he assures her he's practically a GPS already. With that, he whispers the plan to Bobo and Yuzuru, saying they are going to hunt pigs. As Bobo barks excitedly, Yuzuru swears loyalty to the human who feeds him well. Satisfied, Hyansak gives the order to move out, and Mission Pig Hunt officially begins. In the center of the forest, the soldiers whispered about the Major's presence. Meanwhile, Doris, right behind them, complained that, as always, she doesn't like outdoor activities. Harried by Yusra, she asks how much is left, and Hyansak says they are almost in Marbling's territory. I knew I found it strange that this thing was walking. He then thinks to himself that she is stronger than she looks and that he needs to be careful. Besides, he also worries about the 500 soldiers she brought, questioning if there could be a chance of Nidrak losing. Suddenly, the birds scream, agitated. With a roar, a huge beast appears, and Doris asks if that is the Marbling. And Hyansak confirms there was no way to be mistaken. Even though Doris finds the creature familiar, almost like an elder Nidrak, he laughs, replying how all beasts looked the same. Cracking her knuckles, she says it's true. Regardless, a beast is a beast. Doris tells them to leave the combat to her and her troops. And jumping, she asks Hyansak to tell the commander about her deeds in detail, charging against the thing she orders the troops to follow her. Despite the burning field, the troops yelled that they shouldn't retreat and that they should keep up with the Major. In a retreat, Doris prepares to charge again, and she simply starts rolling at full speed in the dragon's direction, hitting it square on. Seeing this, Miss Hyansak worries that she might actually kill the beast that way. He then realizes the troops are taking all the hits for her, and that his plan is falling apart. Doris then charges again, yelling it was time to finish things. Suddenly, a soldier runs towards them, screaming desperately, calling for the Master Chef and for Major Doris. He warns that another beast is approaching, leaving Doris and Hyansak surprised, who thought this was Nidrak territory. With the tremor, a gigantic creature emerges from the ground, and a soldier screams for everyone to fall back. In disbelief, Hyansak soon recognizes the creature as Surfab. He wonders why it was aggressive, and concludes they must have threatened its territory. Seeing the danger, Doris immediately orders everyone to fall back. Apprehensive, Rahul questions what they were going to do now. Doris couldn't leave the area. Angry, Hyansak decides it's now or never. So he goes to Doris calling her, and she screams that he was misinformed. The beasts in that place are out of control. With that, he prepares to use the first form of Raidron's martial arts, and he lands a huge punch in Doris's mug, yelling that unfortunately this was her mistake. Hyansak insisted there would be no retreat. They should stay and fight with pride. Meanwhile, in the background, the Nidrak and the Surfib were beating the crap out of each other, trampling over the troops as if they were nothing. Doris wondered what this was. I was betrayed by a crude and uncivilized human. Furious, she screams how an insect dares to do that. With a gigantic concentration of energy, Doris screamed Hyansak's name and promises to do absolutely everything in her power to kill him. With a roar, she releases all her power in a full bloom of her second form. Shocked, Hyansak wonders what the hell she's doing, and a terrified Ryle screams for the warrior to run. But he's then hit by an explosion and wondered where he could go. On the ground, he muttered that this almost killed him. What the hell kind of skill is this? In the middle of the field, Doris promises she will tear him to pieces, limb by limb. This is bad. Where the hell are Bobo and Yuzuru? I need support. Amidst green bubbles, Rahel explains that everyone was thrown far away by the Surfev's attack, which destroyed the ground. Desperate, Hyansak wondered if he'll really have to fight Doris alone. Doris screamed his name nonstop, but Hyansak ends up noticing that she was coughing up blood. I don't know what skill this is, but it seems to be too much for her. And so Hyansak simply bolts, deciding he needed to buy some time, and tells Rahel to think about the map of magical beasts. She was to tell him everything she knew. Rahel guides him, warning that at 11 o'clock he'll soon reach the Werehound's territory. Even so, Doris pursues him closely, questioning if he really thinks he can escape. Maybe not so closely. After all, she is a walking mountain of lard. Even the ground gets mistreated. As she runs, she simply trampled over all the beasts that appeared in her path, telling them not to get in the way. With a smile, Hyansak thinks that although these small monsters didn't fight back, things changed completely with the territorial beasts. Coughing again, Doris curses him, calling him a cockroach and complaining about his dirty tricks. With that, she makes up her mind and declares with fury that she will have no mercy on him. Activating her falling petals, skill, she screams for him to die right there. With overwhelming power, she brags about her enhanced demonic combat style flow mode, being the strongest. However, before finishing her sentence, she is interrupted by a strong cough. Soon, she starts to spit up black blood, and Hyansak wonders what that is now. Rahel screams, realizing that her demonic power is decreasing, and Doris staggered, surprised to be already reaching her limit. She had already spent too much demonic energy against the Nitrak. With that, she decides to retreat to satisfy her anger another time, while Hyansak screams, asking where she's going. Fleeing, Doris swears she will come back to kill him when she's better. She will never forget that insult. But now, the one running after her was Hyansak, calling her pig face. With a leap, he yells that she thought he was an easy target, but now the tables had turned. Charging at him, she called him a foolish human because there were no chances of beating her. But a confident Hyansak tells her to get a taste of his Raidron style, and unleashes his 7th form. Even clashing head-on, he is shocked to see that she is managing to resist his attack. Furious, Doris yells that he is a fool for daring to underestimate her. Suddenly, someone approaches. What do we have here? And an explosion of energy explodes between them. With a snap, Hemis appears, asking who is making so much noise near her castle. With the commander's energy explosion, the two are thrown far away. As they recover, a confused Hyansak wonders what just happened. Crying, Doris begs the commander to save her, yelling that she didn't lose, and that this wasn't even an official duel. With a dark aura, Hemis tells Doris to shut up. She then questions what kind of fool would let a human bring her to this point. We are at war, and all you can think about is food. What a shameful major you are. I should just kill you right now. Ironic that the one who calls herself the Devourer is Hemis. But charging forward, Hyansak yells, calling for the commander and interrupting her. He declares that she is no major. And with a kick, square on, he states that she was defeated by him. Surprised and covered in blood, Hemis acknowledges with a smile that they did indeed make that bet. So is this when the Surfev appeared? A little nervous, Hyansak explained that he actually didn't expect the beasts would end up fighting each other. That was unexpected. Amused by the story, Hemis laughed, wanting to know where he got these ideas from. Maybe I should open his head to take a look. So you basically twisted my instructions to suit your own needs. Interesting. Even though it wasn't exactly what she had in mind, Hemis declares him victorious and says she'll be clearer next time. She warns him she won't be so gracious again if he uses tricks that cause such a mess. Back at Bobo's house, he celebrates having survived another day of gameplay, while the fairy can barely believe he was really still alive. With a nervous smile, Hyansak wonders what the hell that skill of Doris's was. Rahel explains it was clearly an enhanced demonic combat technique and suggests he ask the red cow. Of course it's an enhanced demonic technique. That's literally the name of the thing, you dumb fairy. Hyansak also congratulates Bobo for the good work. He really was a true buddy. While petting him, Hyansak comments on what he heard about them saying the commander had everything that was left. To be honest, he even feels a little bad about Doris. She wasn't bad, all things considered. Rahel replied that it didn't seem to bother him when he kicked her down from behind. However, covering his face, Hyansak just replies that he's very sorry about that, human error. With a satisfied smile, he repeated that he really was very sorry. And Rahel tells him to let her see his face. The guy doesn't even hide his crookedness. Anyway, it's time to see what level he was at now. So, looking at his status screen, he is surprised to see how much he's gone up, and asks what those squares and question marks were. But Rahel replies that she doesn't know what he's talking about. She insists the system doesn't make mistakes, accusing him of messing around. Rahel then tells him to stop messing around and grabs the glasses to take a look at his level. She scans him, excited to see the result. Meter displays the number 13,936, and satisfied he comments that it seems like just yesterday he was a slave being humiliated and oppressed by goblins. Rahel knew this would happen. That's why I prepared a little something. With a tatter, she shows a mug of the good stuff for them to celebrate. And so they toast to success, to riches, and to the day he'll rip the Demon King's head off. Day after day, Hyansek's routine basically consisted of an endless loop of sleeping, hunting, cooking, and training. No matter how strong he gets, the things he did practically never changed. Maybe the day after training I can pay Absalon a visit. Raidron appears, commenting that Hyansak arrived early today for training. With a smile, he mentions having heard about him defeating Doris, and congratulates him. Hyansak approaches and says that actually there was something he wanted to ask precisely about that. He asks if Raidron has ever heard of a technique called flowmote, and a thoughtful Raidron describes it as an ancient, formless combat technique. So he explains that enhanced combat is divided into two styles, one with form and one without. The formless style is very rare and often passed down and learned in secret. Hyansak then realizes the differences in the attack skills and enhancement buffs. Raidron adds that, in the case of flowmote, since it's been around for a long time, any demon with demonic power can learn it. Despite that it's still extremely dangerous, so even if available, few use it. With that, Hyansak wonders if he can learn it too. After all, he has demonic power now. Raidron, however, replies that it doesn't even count. Even so, Hyansak insists, saying that nothing wrong should happen, and that they also have Absalon if something goes wrong. Sweating, reflecting on it, Raidron said hesitantly that he doesn't know, but irritated Hyansak argues that without it he could die. He knew what the commander was like. She wants to make him duel until he loses and gets torn to pieces. You yourself also said it was better to die in training than to be embarrassed in the arena. Clinging to the cow, Hyansak begged for them to try at least once. After so much drama, Raidron finally ends up agreeing. He then tells him to watch carefully. Meanwhile, in the dungeons of the great cathedral, Sir Geffen is asked if he was awake yet. He is surprised to see the Holy Sovereign and asks what brings him there. After all, he thought he was of no more use to him. The Pope offers a special chance for redemption, saying that in the eyes of God, no criminal is condemned forever. Without much patience, Geffen questions what he needs to do to get this so-called chance. Sovereign orders him to eliminate Absalon Moraet. Stunned, Geffen questions the sudden change of plans, wondering what would make the church want the saint dead. But the Sovereign says he doesn't need to know unnecessary details. Anyway, Geffen argues that the grotesquing devourer was still in the Black Castle. Even if I go there, the Sovereign reassures him, saying he will be accompanied by 4 knights and that the devilry will be peasant at the time in question. With a serious look, he warns him to succeed this time, as the path to glory doesn't forgive failure. Desperate, the saint screamed for Hyansak, telling him to wake up. As thrown on the floor, he thrashed about, convulsing and foaming at the mouth. The saint questions what the two of them were thinking, letting a human use enhanced demonic power. Raidron explains that Hyansak insisted he would be fine, and that there wasn't enough demonic power to cause big problems. Absalon gets irritated and questions them if by chance they were experts, and says they have no idea what they're doing. She explains that all she did was take the demonic power and basically imprison it. However, she reveals that somehow what they did released all the demonic power again in a way that it's almost incorporated into his energy. Raidron asks what will happen to Hyansak, and she says he won't last much longer. With no time to try anything else, she decides she's going to try using divine power to try to break it down and divide it as much as possible. In theory, this could make his body able to handle it and kind of build a sort of immunity. Raidron doubts this is possible, and she admits that no one has ever done this before. Even so, she recognizes that the situation is desperate anyway. Determined, Absalom argues that in this scenario, the only thing they can do is try this. Suddenly, Hyansak wakes up startled in his bed. Confused, he sits up wondering what this is. He felt as if a lot had happened. Immediately, Bobo and Rahel jump on top of him. Apprehensive, she saw that he finally woke up, revealing that he was out for 3 days. When Raoul asks if he remembers anything, he says the last thing he remembers is trying to learn flow mode. Looking at his stats, he is startled to see that he now has demonic power. Suddenly, Raidron and Hemis enter the room, and laughing, Hemis says she knew he would be awake. As he gets up, agitated, Hemis tells him to stay still and just rest for now. Laughing, she says she heard everything from Raidron about a human trying to use demonic power. How could you hide something so delicious from Mom? When she mentions that the saint's work was really impressive, Hyansak asks why she mentioned Absalom. Hemis licks her lips, saying it was a dull end. Approaching, she offers to help him, stating that he is her little fun toy. With a quick cut, she tells him to consider it an honor. As he was passing out, Raidron screams, worried, but Hemis assures him he'll be fine when he wakes up. Next, she warns that she'll have to go, as the Demon King has summoned her for a task. A few days later, Absalom was saying that was enough for today. After the incident, Absalom started visiting him every day to try to stabilize the demonic energy particles inside his body. Hyansak thanks her, saying she was his lifesaver, but she says he's wrong and that it was his willpower that brought him back. In a whisper, she also adds that he is her only hope. When he asks what she said, she just says goodbye, warning that she was already leaving. Alone, Hyansak reflects on his many questions, but decides he has no choice but to wait and hope. He would wait for the day she finally told him everything, who walks around muttering like a schizophrenic. Elsewhere, Raidron says he was teaching the theory only because he wouldn't stop insisting. He warns him not to overdo it, but Hyansak assures him he'll be fine. After all, he was only out for 3 days and then was already fine. While Raidron thinks that 4 days have passed since Hemis left, Hyansak insisted on the questions about enhanced combat. Raidron reflects that, although the meetings are regular, something seems strange this time. Hyansak yells, getting his attention, and he apologizes for having his head somewhere else. Sighing, the MC comments that he must be busy filling in for the commander and offers to help if he can do anything. Raidron says it's all right and that the commander will be back soon. They just had a meeting earlier than usual. It should be nothing. He tells Hyansak to focus on getting better, and he slams his head on the table yelling, "Yes, sir." Raidron then thinks that with the demonic power spreading, sooner or later, there will be changes in his body. More importantly, as soon as things stabilize a little more, it's very possible that he will develop even faster. Suddenly, Raidron feels a wave of divine power and gets up quickly. He says there's someone with divine power in the castle, someone besides the saint. Declaring there's an intruder, Raidron tells him to wait there, as he was going to assess the situation. Meanwhile, in one of the castle's corridors, a group of hooded figures commented on how easy it was to get in. One of them points out that getting in was never the problem, and they're only so calm because of the grotesque devourer's absence. Geffen tells them to be quiet, as there is still another monster there and they should avoid unnecessary trouble. Suddenly, Raidron appears, questioning how they knew Commander Hemis wasn't here. Nervous, they wonder if that is the Red Nightmare, but Geffen tells them not to panic. The guys haven't even dueled anyone yet, and they're already all hasty. This is the squad they sent for Geffen, a bunch of anxious, premature types. Geffen orders Lucas to find the saint, while Hyansak faced the Red Nightmare. Raidron knew that fighting two while stopping the others from escaping would be difficult. Suddenly, Hyansak appears, running, saying the situation seemed complicated. Surprised, Raidron says he told him to stay put, even so he knows Hyansak could be of great help. So he informs Hyansak that the intruders are after the saint and tells him to go after her. Ripping off and throwing his necklace to him, Raidron tells him to take it. Raidron then blocks Geffen's attack and explains that this will show that Hyansak speaks for him, and tells him to summon all the high-ranking officers. With the order, Hyansak immediately runs, saying he understood. Annoyed, Geffen yells for the others to stop him. But Raidron, getting in the way, declares that no one will take the saint without the commander's permission. Next, he prepares to use the seventh form of his martial arts. With a devastating blow, Raidron charges with everything he's got. As he runs, Hyansak is surprised to receive a warrior mission right at that moment. The mission instructs him to protect the saint and keep her alive at all costs, offering 1,000 points as a reward. Confused, Hyansak wonders why the humans would want to kill the saint, and Seok is seen down the door and yelling that they need to get out of there immediately because the humans are attacking. Surprised, Absalon asks what's happening, and he replies that he thinks it's the same man as before. Hearing the commotion outside, the guards were facing the intruders. One of the guards yells for the human to take the saint and get out of there right away. He then grabs Absalon's arm. Even with her asking for a minute, he apologizes and picks her up in his arms to escape. Meanwhile, in the meeting room, Roger lamented Doris's defeat to a pathetic, foolish, and deplorable human. He is then interrupted in his thoughts by Hemis, who told him to fix this whole mess while she's away. With that, Roger asks if there's anything else to be discussed and tells everyone to do as he says, and if any fool has complaints. Suddenly, a goblin enters screaming that it's an emergency and calling for Roger. The goblin announces that the human master chef is here with General Raidron's necklace, stating that humans are in the castle to get the saint. Roger frowns, annoyed. Upon finding Hyansak, he confirms he is the colonel and asks him to explain the situation in detail. With the necklace in hand, Hyansak explains, panting, that Raidron sensed divine power and found humans who were going to kill the saint. Roger asks for calm, confused by the situation. As he was telling him to explain more calmly, suddenly he notices a movement and yells for everyone to get down. With a crash, the window shatters and the intruders attack while Hyansak screams to protect the saint. Shocked, Roger can barely believe that the humans are really trying to kill a saint. Quickly, Roger prepares to intervene. He tries to use his magic to stop the two enemies, but realizes they are too far away. With that, Hyansak mutters the name of the seventh form of Raidron's martial arts. He then unleashes a shattering blow, hitting one of the intruders with everything he's got. He was screaming like a maniac that he would protect the mother of his children. Meanwhile, Geffen laughed, lamenting the death of his faithful friend Orca. Raidron realizes that despite hiding it, he is stronger than he expected, at least at a general's level. Geffen mocks the infamous dreaded Red Nightmare, calling him just another demon like any other. So Raidron comments that he seems very at ease, for someone with no hope of winning. Even so, a confident Geffen says that, with the Devourer absent, only the Red Nightmare was left to be feared, and to be honest, that wasn't a big deal. As soon as he contains him, there will be nothing left, and it will be over. Besides, he doesn't even need to defeat him, just wait for his men to reach the saint. Annoyed, Raidron realizes they had a lot of information about his divisions and strength. After all, how much do they know? He says that's enough talk, and that time is running out, so he should just end this. With a mocking smile, Geffen questions how exactly he would do that, as their ranks were practically the same. He then unleashes his true power, declaring that he still had a lot to learn, and that real strength was not limited to just any ranks. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Hyansak was being questioned about what a warrior was doing in the demon army. The intruder grumbles that it was already the saint, him, and the traitor, 3 humans, who joined the dark side. Hyansak says they failed because the forces were already on their way. Even if he was strong, he couldn't handle them all. All that was left for him now was to retreat. With a confident smile, the man asks if he is sure they failed. Immobilizing one of the intruders, Roger wondered when the human had learned Raidron's combat technique. The intruder then begins to pray, offering his body as a fire offering. With a golden glow, he asks for strength to block all evil. Roger recognizes those flames and is shocked, not believing that this was divine magic. He then realizes it's a technique based on a sacrificial ritual, the fanatic's ability. A wall of sacred flames rises, and the intruder says that most would burn just by touching it. He then tells Hyansak to give up the saint and retreat, as not even the strongest demons can get through. Enraged, Hyansak questions why they're trying to kill another human. He yells that he really was in the demon army, but Absalom was on their side. With a sigh, the man questions why that fool still believes he's on their side. With tears in her eyes, Absalom reveals that the Holy Empire abandoned God a long time ago. Confused, he turns to her, and Absalom explains that they just want a puppet to do as they command. In despair, she screams that they don't care if she's the real saint or not. Banging his sword, the man then challenges him to a fight, saying that's enough of his sad story and little cries. As the countdown begins, Hyansak wonders how long he could last against him. He knows he has no choice and that there's only one thing he can do. He then releases the first stage of Flomo, the Bloom, enveloping his body in demonic energy. Scared, Absalom asks if he's really going to use demonic power and warns him that his body can't handle it. Even so, already feeling the heart attack from the juice, he says that if he doesn't do this, they'll both die anyway. He then forces the second stage, the full Bloom, determined to do whatever it takes. In a memory, Raidron explains the 3 stages of flow mode, warning about the danger of each one, and Hyansak recalls his promise not to advance without mastering the previous stage, saying he had already understood. So he apologizes to Raidron. With a scream of pain, he was screaming that he just needed to push one more time. He felt his heart about to explode and his body begging him to stop. Rahel screams, asking what the warrior is doing, and warns him that he can't use Flomo. Ignoring her, he focuses and releases the 3rd stage, Falling Petals. Aid of Death Buddy, tanked even Yukiha Madara. He tells Rahel to just keep buffing him nonstop. The guy turned black. Final stage gate, Michael Jackson. The intruder is surprised to see a human using flow mode and says he already thought he wasn't ordinary, but this is truly impressive. Without wasting time, Hyansak charges forward, not holding back. The man recognizes the darkness in his body as proof of the 3rd stage, and although he doesn't understand how he uses demonic power, he knows it won't last long. All he needs to do is wait, and he will win. As their blades clash, Hyansak manages to block the sword with his fists. The guy is in Akaza mode, surprised for never having seen that before the intruder is hit square on. Retreating, he coughs, calling him a treacherous bastard, and wanting to know if he felt no shame being a corrupted human. Hyansak realizes that he's already at his limit. But if he falls... Raidron had said that Flomo pushes the body to its limit, and that if combined with enhanced combat, his body would never recover. Even so, with a beautiful silver-haired female crying in front of him, he wonders if he can really die without getting anyone pregnant in yet another life. With a scream, Hyansak decides he doesn't care about the consequences, the intruder asking if he then chose his own and by using 2 forms, and yells for him to come at him with everything as his death will purify him of his sins. Though with difficulty, he manages to block Hyansak's attacks, wanting to know if that was really it, but Hyansak declares there's more where that comes from. Next, he launches a powerful flurry of fists against the opponent. Surprised, the intruder wonders how he combined combat techniques with a variation like that. And so, almost blowing up the entire tower, he finally defeats the intruder. Hyansak staggers back exhausted after the attack. Then he falls to the floor with the fairy and Absalom screaming for him. Holding him, Absalom realizes he's barely breathing and screams for him to hang on. Suddenly, the apparently defeated soldier simply gets up, grumbling that he underestimated him. "You are an abomination. Leaving you alive will be a great headache for the Empire." Before he could finish, Raidron grabs him by the face, apologizing for being late, and easily crushes the man's head. Throwing him aside, Raidron asks if the saint can save him. With her hands together, she begs for Hyansak not to die, as he can't die yet. Meanwhile, in a meeting room, Hemis complains about the food that was served for someone who came from so far away. A woman then tells her to stop being picky and just eat. The commander of the 4th Division, Hyona Park, tells her to just stuff her fat mouth already. As Hemis bursts out laughing, wanting to know if she would ever learn respect, she points out that the only reason she hasn't killed her yet is because of the ban on fights between commanders. Suddenly, a messenger enters screaming with an urgent message from the Black Castle for Commander Hemis. Messenger announces that the Garden Empire has attacked the castle. He reports that the intruders were hero-level knights and that many troops were wounded. With a smile, Hemis mutters that the commander's meeting was moved up right when the humans attacked. This is an incredible coincidence. Meanwhile, Hyansak wakes up in bed, surprised to still be alive. Rahel yells at him, saying that he shouldn't consider staying alive a great achievement, and he desperately begs that he's still in recovery. Complaining of the pain, he says that this time he really thought he was unalive. With a superior tone, Rahel sighs, confirming that they did in fact lose. She then explains with a drawing that, although he used the technique, the enemy survived the attack. But when the enemy was about to kill him, the red cow appeared and solved everything. After that, the saint and the red cow took turns caring for him. Bobo and she also stayed with him from time to time. With that, she screams that both of them said it was a miracle he survived, and forbids him from doing that again. He then extends his hand, and she gets scared, asking if he's going to hit poor Ryle again. With a smile, he pats her on the head, admitting she's right, and apologizes for stressing her out. While petting her, he points out that she did a good job, which Ryle thanks, a little awkwardly. A few hours later, Hyansak thanked him repeatedly, while Raidron scolded him, not stopping about how lucky he was. All Hyansak did was repeat, "Yes, sir," and Raidron kept complaining, wanting to know how many lives he thought he had. Playing with Bobo, Hemis says that was enough, even she was tired of hearing it. Hyansak then asks how the commander's meeting was, and she complains that he was very brazen. Her children were beaten in their own home, and he's talking meeting bullshit. With that, Hemis reveals she skipped the meeting and came straight home when she heard, which surprises him. She then comments with a smile that the demon king might get a little irritated, and both Hyansak and Raidron feel a chill. Even so, Hemis thinks there are more important things, like a low-level human having control the demonic power she put in him. Licking her lips, the sly, big mouth one says that Hyansak never ceases to surprise her. Hemis reminds the Demon King that, even when they fled to that world, she remained faithful. She then questions him about the alliance he made, reaffirming her loyalty. She always served him because she knew what he represented. The Demon King, Tegreed, asks what she's trying to say with all that. The devil's always a horn, that hellborn cuck. Laughing, she says she is testing his faithful servants. Such insolence. This sounds as if you plan to challenge me. As he says it seems time has worn her down, she turns to leave, saying she does not wish to discuss. However, before leaving, Hemis turns and questions if he is sure that it was she who was worn down. Finally, she tells him to consider that as the final advice of a faithful servant. Meanwhile, at Bobo's house, Hyansak was saying goodbye to his superiors, telling them to take care. Hemis then congratulates Raidron, leaving him confused by the compliment. She reveals she heard he defeated a hero-level human, and suggests that maybe he should seek a higher position. Even so, Raidron refuses the offer, saying it's not time yet. When she asks why not, he says he would like to see more of Hisaku's progress. Besides, he states he still has much to learn under her command. With a sigh, she changes the subject and says the castle was destroyed during the invasion, and he replies that he felt deeply ashamed of it. Hemis says that since they aren't on the front lines, everyone ended up letting their guard down. It's time for the 3rd Division to have a tournament for new officers. Meanwhile, Hyansak reflects on what to buy as he still has 950 points. Taking a look at the shop, he notices the intermediate selection is much better and considers buying new equipment. But he complains that the armor seems expensive for something with no status bonuses, and Rahel says that considering Raidron, he would crumple it like paper. With many accessory options, Hyansak is undecided on what to choose. Therefore, he decides to start by upgrading his combat level meter. Next, he asks about an item called Create Enhanced Combat and Magic. Rahel explains it's not an item, but a personal skill creation system. For example, he could turn kicks into a skill and enhance it to strengthen it. That's my guess. The fairy just talks without knowing anything. Pure fanfic. With that, the system deducts 500 points and starts observing his movements to create a new skill. Amazed, Hyansak exclaims that this is how skills are made. A notification then informs him that his movements and magic will be recorded. With a kick, he begins the skill creation process. Soon, the system finishes recording and starts to optimize the physical balance and the use of magic. As the screens float around him, he is impressed with the system's state-of-the-art technology. Satisfied that finally something was working, Hyansak prepares to create his own enhanced combat style, but a warning notification appears. Skill creation failed. Please follow the correct channels. Please contact support. Indignant, he questions what this was now. He was scammed again. Rio mutters that it must not be possible to handle demonic power users like him. The system had the strongest security of all. Basically, it was his fault for having demonic energy. So he gives the talking mosquito a furious slap. Poor thick-thighed fairy, oppressed even when she's not at fault, if that's even possible. And another notification appears. I'm sorry, don't be discouraged. You just need to get more points. But he complains they're robbing him and that he wants a refund. In the training area, Hyansak begged his master to help him. So you want to create your own enhanced combat style. With shining eyes, Hyansak confirms that was it thoughtful. Raidron says all right, he will help him. Anyway, he was already planning a more intensive training day. Follow me, we must start right now. Training, and more training. After a day of rest, he panted, saying that finally, his own enhanced combat style. With a determined look, he calls it noblesse. On the day of the tournament, Jake announces his return and the grandeur of the event that would follow. A completely special event. 13 majors, more than 1,000 competitors. The competition will have 3 rounds. He then announces that the first round, called Outlaws on the Road, will begin in 1 hour. With a confident smile, Hyansak prepares for the death race, saying he won't go easy. Suddenly, he is approached by a female who calls him. She says she's been watching him and asks if he's human, leaving him surprised. Getting closer, she comments that, despite his warrior appearance with black hair, she feels demonic power coming from him. When she questions if he could be a spy, Raidron appears, excusing himself and asking if she is Commander Hyona Park of the 4th Division. Raidron informs that he has special orders from Commander Hemis and needed the head chef now. Walking away, she tells him to do as he pleases. As she walks away, she wonders about the strange combination of the red cow, the big mouth, and that human. That human, it seemed, even had rank. With a restless laugh, Hyona comments that maybe it was worth coming, after all. Hyansak is shocked, as Raidron explained that female was a little strange, but that she was the commander of the 4th Division, and also a warrior just like him. He reveals that she was ordered by the Demon King to observe the tournament, but Hemis asked to keep her under surveillance. Hyansak suspects that something must be going on. He then asks Raidron what was Commander Hemis' order. Raidron reveals she ordered him to finish in the top 8, or he will be sent as a rare ingredient. 2 hours later, the tournament begins, and the rules are explained as simple race to the finish line. The announcer then announces that if they accidentally kill a competitor, it will be forgiven. One of the competitors, Holgoat, stares down Hyansak, saying he better not get close so he doesn't end up dead. Observing everyone, Roiger officially starts the race. It doesn't take long for the first accident to happen, and one already goes down, while Hyansak told Rahel to activate the shield. The shield, he tells her to keep him informed, and she replies that if he keeps up this pace, he'll only be in the top 100. Suddenly, Holgoat approaches, saying he was surprised he was still alive. Even with the enemy casting spells directly, Rahel manages to block them without much difficulty. With a scream, Holgoat launches a powerful red energy orb. Attack expands into a web of energy and a series of projectiles are thrown at him non-stop. But Hyansak realizes the attack was weaker than the previous one, it just covered more area. With a smile, Hyansak realizes he's all talk. However, the goat yells loudly that the human is casting area effect attacks, and several competitors charge forward, focusing their attention on him, saying they never liked that human anyway. Parallel to this, the goat speeds ahead, laughing and telling him to catch him if he can. As he flees the curse, he yells that slimy goat will be dead as he gets his hands on her. Hyansak asks Rahel how many are ahead of him. She informs him that 76 have already finished, and that only 24 spots are left. Getting hit, he realizes he won't last long like this and that he needs a plan. A memory of Raidron explains that the combat styles he learned are incompatible with humans. Raidron advises him to create his own technique, since flow mode and his style are for demons. After a full day of training, Hyansak decides to merge demonic power with his own human magic. A notification informs that his magic use has gone up from D to C. His demonic power has gone up from E to C. New skill, Noblesse, Purple Birth. He then names the first form of Noblesse as the King's Stride. Charging forward, he tells him to get out of Oefe. Without even looking to the sides, he quickly gains position. Now only 5 spots were left. Surprised, Holgoat wonders how he managed to get there so fast. There you are, you goat. It uses the third form of Raidron's martial arts. Full charge ahead. Oops. Can see you there? I hope you die. The impact throws them both against the wall, breaking it with the force. Numbers 99 and 100 are Holgoat and Hyansak Choi. As Hyansak celebrates actually making it, Holgoat swears he's going to kill that filthy human. But Roiger kicks him, declaring the race is over and the next challenge will be in 3 days. That same night, in the woods near the Great Black Castle, something was happening. In the middle of the forest,
Park asks Hemis if she's really going to handle things in the tournament.
Hemis says it's been a while, Modem. Then, a figure replies that precisely 97 years, 3 months, and 11 days have passed. Modem asks what his commander needed. So, my orders are to steal all the flags. Yes, but not just stealing randomly. If someone catches your eye, you should be cautious. With a smile, Park asks if the big mouth has gone soft to be ordering to go easy now. Soft. Commander Park, why do you think we are losing the war to the humans? It's because we insist on fighting them in the fair and traditional way, just with brute force.
Demons believe that strength is everything and that if they lose, they die.
They accept this as something natural, without questioning. However, humans are different and avoid fights they can't win. They conspire and create schemes to favor their own situations and interests, using everything they can. Hemis then concludes that's why the demon army keeps losing to the weak humans.
Any fool would know that, Commander Park.
The rules of the second round are then revealed. The competitors will form teams randomly. Each team will receive 2 flags and will have 48 hours to collect as many flags as they can. In the middle of the field, Holgoat guffed bragging about his perfect plan of using the human as bait, and Hyansak crying says, "Good job." As Holgoat laughs to himself like a schizo telling him to hurry up and get the flags, a screen announced that Team 9, with 4 flags, was in 3rd place. Right after, the scoreboard updates again, and they are shocked the first place already had 7 flags. Hyansak hears a metallic sound and wonders what it is. Combat power 198,000. He's the one messing with the scoreboard. The goof Holgoat mocks the knight, calling him a golden goblin. Even with Hyansak yelling not to fight, Holgoat charges forward, calling him a coward. He says that Idiot was alone making himself a target and he was going to take all the flags. However, in a single second, the 3 are taken down and their flags are stolen. Meanwhile, Parkside saying she didn't know what the deep-throated Big Mouth intended with this. How could those losers handle Motem? With a serious look, Hemis remains silent, just observing. Time was running out.
And now Hyansak's team was in 25th place with 0 flags.
With time running out, Hyansak tells everyone to wait for his signal, especially the idiot goat. "I've got my eye on you, you slimy goat." And the knight recognizes that it's those fools from before. Hyansak yells for Holgoat to use the magic attack. Annoyed, he complains for that damn guy not to give him orders, but obeys and launches the attack, which creates a huge wave of smoke everywhere. Hyansak yells for Keegly. Coming in from above, the creature dives towards the knight. Noticing him, Modem wonders if that's a simultaneous attack and praises them for being the first team to use their head up top. As he grabs the eagle, he says this is very refreshing. Even so, he notices that their attacks are slow, easy to read, and weak. Charging against the knight, Hyansak tells Pedicent to attack now. With a tremor, the creature comes out of the ground, grabbing the knight. Hyansak then uses the first form of noblesse, the king's stride. He believes his plan worked. Modem praises the admirable teamwork for being improvised. It's very decent. But grabbing Hyansak's head, he declares that it all ends here. In the blink of an eye, he had the three of them immobilized and asked what that purple power from before was. As time runs out, Hyansak realizes he has no more time. Desperate, he says that if he really wants to know, it's now or never. With one last effort, he yells for him to taste it, Mena overload. The attack explodes, and the remaining time on the countdown reaches 5 seconds. For a brief moment, the knight is disoriented, but soon holds his ground. With the sound of a bell, the game ends, and staring at Hyansak on the ground, Motem asks what that was, a suicide attack. With a smile, Hyansak calls the old tin can's attention, and tells him to look behind him, where Hulgot was trembling all over. With a cough, Hyansak asks if the knight really thought he sacrificed himself for nothing. This was all part of his plan to win. He then mocks Modem, saying it was a displeasure of meeting him, and telling him to go screw yourself, suck on that you sarden can. The announcer then declares that Team 9 has also advanced to the next round. A notification reveals that Hyansak has learned a new skill, Mana Overload. Later, Hemis asks Motem what he thought of Hyansak, and he praises his unique ability. Demonic power with magic, he had never seen anything like it before. Motem then describes him as talented, courageous, and with good judgment, better than most demons. Hemis reflects on the need for something new, a change. This might end up being fun after all. In this sacred empire, the sovereign laments Sir Geffin's failure and the loss of a hero-level asset. One of the advisors asks the sovereign what they should do about the saint. The Pope replies that although popular, she is just the princess of a small and weak nation.
With that, the sovereign revokes Abelson Mariot's sainthood.
He orders them to announce that the girl is a heretic who conspired with the demon army. Next, he asks what the next item on the agenda is and if the grotesque devourer is acting strangely again. The advisor reports that she is reorganizing her division through a tournament to select new officers. The sovereign then asks if there is any way they can interfere. The advisor reveals he asked for the Demon King's help, but he refused, as he seemed to no longer wish to antagonize her. With a smile, the sovereign suggests bringing a legend into the situation, believing that Sir Kinley would put up a good fight against the Pothole Mouth. The advisor, however, reminds him that the traitor, Hyona Park, is also in the castle. He adds that her power approaches the level of a legend, and dealing with both would be difficult. With that, the sovereign wonders if the Demon King wasn't taking the grotesque devourer's side. Cardinal Elrond suggests it would be wise to cancel the operation for now. Changing his tone, the sovereign reminds him of how the church and the empire became the two great powers. The demon race is a necessary evil. Evil must exist for good to shine even brighter, giving faith to the people, and allowing Garten to become even stronger. He reveals that's why the Demon King joined them, to manipulate the war. If the demon race starts to develop rapidly now, even though they are still stronger, it will be a headache difficult to contain. So the Pope says the new spy mentioned something about the next round of the tournament, confirming the Cardinal takes a map. It points out that the event will be in Innenhauset, the famous forest of magical beasts. Sovereign observes that the location is quite far from the Great Black Castle. It seems God is helping them after all. He orders the Cardinal to call the warriors, as this would be a good opportunity to test them. Meanwhile, back at the Black Castle, Hyansak marveled at his skills window, full of new options. Rahel sighs that it was about time. Now, the variation of Raidron's martial arts also appeared in the skills window. Besides, Mana Overload and Noblesse were added to the list. In total, Hyansak now had 5 magical skills. His leadership also increased its effect of increasing the hearts of followers. It could be useful. And Rahel congratulates him for rising well in the demon army. As he looks for items in the shop, he tells the fairy to stop being so dramatic. He knows that just like him, there are 300 other idiots just like him. Suddenly, Commander Park appears from behind with an intimidating air, telling him to dream on. No way he was on her level. Hyansak immediately jumps, leaping far away. Park tells him to just shut up and say how many warrior points he has. Upon learning he only has 1,300 points, she calls him pathetic. With a nervous smile, Hyansak begs for tips, asking what she bought when she was at that level. She agrees to tell him, but it won't be for free, and demands that he answer all her questions in return. With that, she starts talking nonstop. Combat art skills are normally good, but in his case, he already had his own. She advising him to focus on improving his shop and buying a storage bag. This will help with inventory and has a good cost benefit. He asks if the storage bag should be the next upgrade then, and she replies that now it's her turn. She then begins to interrogate him, first confirming that he is a warrior. Second, she asks why he is in the demon army, and he says he just ended up there. Third, she questions how he uses magic and demonic power at the same time, and he nervously says it just happened. With a sigh, she summarizes that so basically he's a warrior who ended up in the demon army and is somehow using both demonic and magical power. Yes, ma'am. Irritated, she lands a kick on him, asking if he is trying to irritate her. Then, sitting on top of him, she asks if by any chance he didn't want to join the 4th Division, she would take care of him. Hyansak refuses the offer. I'd rather not go, no ma'am. Then she grabs a 50-kilo weight, even more annoyed. On the floor, he trembled in position, explaining that Commander Hemis would probably kill him if he left. Honestly, my lady, the problem wouldn't even be death, but how it would be. Mr. Stay in Hyana Park asks if he has anything else to say. Hyansak then reveals he actually has some goals, which is to marry a noble's rich daughter and have 5 kids and a dog, maybe twins and a mistress. Shocked, Park gets up saying she's lost interest, but agrees that the big mouth won't let him go. Probably she would rip off his pecker and shove it up his ass. Finally she says goodbye and leaves, telling him to rest. Still on the floor, Hyansak whispers that this place ended up winning him over somehow. The 3rd round is about to begin, and he prepares for what's to come. He says goodbye to Bobo, asking him to watch the house because he would bring home the first prize. Rahul asks if he's going to the stadium to use the portal, and he confirms. With one last sigh, he says to leave at once, declaring that they were on their way to Animecaps, the home of the magical beasts. How wonderful, an extra level for each monster. I just got here and I've already gone up 4 levels. He then wonders if this is one of those double experience areas he's heard about. The rules of the 3rd round are revealed. Each competitor would receive a magical item, and the round ends when 10 of the 24 competitors are eliminated. The magical items, hunting orbs, are capable of revealing everyone's location. Rahul comments that the Demon King's magical abilities are impressive and complex. Well, let's grab these plants and get out of here. For now, we'll avoid conflict. At that moment, he is hit square on the head. I finally found you. Human. Satisfied, Holgoat, he declares he's going to finish him once and for all. Meanwhile, lying on a tree, Roiger complains that the day is horrible. Why is it always up to me to be in charge of things like this? One of his men reminds him of his importance, as that is the only portal to the castle. If anything is wrong, then... Annoyed, Roiger cuts him off, saying he already know. And trying to sleep, he grumbles. Who the hell would dare to go this far? Suddenly, he hears the sound of a branch breaking and gets up quickly. Assessing, he realizes that energy. It was a group of humans hunting magical beasts. Although he doesn't feel any impressive magic, he decides not to attack so as not to reveal his position. No way they would end up here in the same area as them by chance. That forest was too big and dangerous for that to be possible. With that, he decides it's better to leave them in peace and just go on his way. Meanwhile, Holgoat threatens him, telling him to tremble in fear and beg for forgiveness. But already all beat up, he grumbled, afflicted that he felt no shame in running from the great Holgoat. In fact, he could consider it a great feat. And Hyansak, already fed up, wonders if he shouldn't just kill that noisy goat. However, Holgoat quickly tells him to wait, warning him that he will regret it if he kills him. How exactly would I regret it? Try to convince me. With a smile, Holgoat reveals he has important information. Hyansak asks what the information is, and Holgoat starts to explain. You see, he reveals that the demons were conspiring for Hyansak to be the first to die. In his opinion, that was extremely cowardly and dishonorable. With a smile, Hyansak questions why. Then he is alone. Nervous, Holga was in a cold sweat thinking and starts to mutter 5. Suddenly, several others appear and charge against Hyansak, yelling to kill the human. Meanwhile, in the grand stadium, an observation portal displayed the fights. Hemis laughed excitedly, commenting that it's a shame, wondering who would have imagined that everyone would go after Hyansak. Park, however, accuses her of not being able to stop smiling at the situation. Suddenly, a message arrives for Hemis, informing that they are under attack and that the humans are trying to close the portal. Roger reports that they are very well armed and that he doesn't know how they discovered the portal's location. Suddenly, the tournament broadcast was interrupted and the communication cut. Raidron? Yes, Commander. I'm already on my way. Hemis, thoughtful, mutters that it seems they were completely prepared and concludes that this means they have a treat at Hermir. Hiding in the bushes, Hyansak complains that the conspiracy goes against the rules of the game. Rahul tells the warrior to be quiet, speak softly, man, and he gets scared hearing the sound of branches breakers. The other competitors pass by him without noticing, saying they'll have to wait for the next location. Crawling on the ground, holding some bushes, he grumbles that this was shameful and wonders what he should do now. Rahul says he's almost there. She suggests maybe using the magical beasts and asks if he's already checked the warrior's shop. Lying in cover, he opens the shop, trying to see if he can find anything to save him from these conspirators. He then finds an item and wonders if that could work. Suddenly, a hooded figure appears, questioning if he is the notorious warrior. Surprised, Hyansak finds himself facing several hooded individuals. They then reveal their faces, staring him down without saying a word. Hyansak notices they are humans, but feels that something is strange. The group's leader introduces himself as the warrior Andrew Taylor. Ding! Mission notification appears, instructing him to find a way to survive. Hyansak then bows, revering the veteran, and introduces himself as a rookie warrior, saying he is at his service and wanting to know what brings someone so important there. Taylor replies that he's hunting demons, and the Protag laughs, saying that was very noble, hunting demons in the name of justice. Quickly, Hyansak gets up, saying that in that case he'll be on his way, as he was going to hunt something too, and wishes him a good hunt. At that moment, Taylor draws his sword, launching an attack against Hyansak. He declares that human traitors must also be punished. At that moment, Holgoat and his crew appear, yelling that they found the human. With a laugh, the group's leader mocks him, asking if he really thought he could escape the great Holgoat. Wait, multiple humans? Can he make clones? For a moment, everyone is silent, not understanding anything. Out of nowhere, with a scream, Hyansak calls all the competitors to join him in the anthem of the 3rd Division. As Holgoat and the others get even more confused, Taylor wonders what kind of fool this idiot is. Hyansak then starts singing, declaring that they are the great demon army. Without stopping, he continues, yelling to crush the humans and inciting the crowd. Hesitantly, Holgoat continues, "Eat their flesh?" as he screamed the anthem like a junkie. His charisma and leadership end up activating, and the troops' heart and bloodlust increase with him yelling for them to charge. Still confused, Holgoat agrees that he has a point. With a war cry, Holgoat charges, yelling to attack and crush the humans. As his companions charge forward, Hyansak promises he will always remember their sacrifice. With a farewell shout, he runs in the opposite direction, saying they are brave warriors and he will meet them in Valhalla. As he runs, Hyansak realizes they won't be able to hold them for long, and they'll soon come after him. Suddenly, someone grabs him by the collar. "You." Surprised to see the colonel, Hyansak asks what happened and is informed that the humans destroyed the portal to the castle. "You were running away, weren't you? You slacker, tell me." He then explains that most of the portal guards by now must be dead, as he himself barely managed to escape. Hyansak is shocked to learn that everyone is dead, mentioning he saw at least 40 humans. And Roiger informs that they are all at least major level. There's still 3 colonels who are equivalent to his level. That was almost the equivalent of a general. When asked how they will survive this, with a serious look, Roiger says that none of them will survive that situation. Startling Hyansak even more, he reveals there is tracking magic on the MC. The humans' work wasn't bad at all. Even with Hyansak desperately asking for him to do something. Roiger says there isn't enough time. Suddenly, the hunting orb emits a danger alert about a boss-level beast approaching. Wait, could it be you? With a smile, he calls the colonel, and wiping away tears says he thought he had a plan. Meanwhile, Taylor and his men report they've eliminated the demons, but the traitor escaped. They then advance to the east. One of them says the traitor couldn't have gotten very far, and then Taylor says he wasn't alone. Could it be a floorclade? The creature floorclade is the strongest predator in Animecaps. With a power level around 250 to 300,000, it was extremely dangerous. With a determined look, Taylor recognizes that it can be defeated, but it will cost lives. Upon arriving, Taylor orders his troops to keep the monster busy. As for Hyansak and the colonel, they were up there on the beast using a magical item called pheromone, perfume, which consisted of a scent that magical beasts loved. It works for various functionalities, but the effect was weak and only went so far. Dressed in the corpses of dryads, they used the odor of their pollen to camouflage themselves even more, and Hyansak taunts them to come at them. With a sigh, unimpressed, Taylor says to leave the traitor to him. He then charges forward and the MC yells to get ready. Roiger clashes head-on with Taylor, replying that he already knew. Without messing around, Taylor already activates the first form of his sword technique, the Warrior's Path. Although Roiger manages to clash head-on, other soldiers soon appear, too. At that moment, Hyansak hits one of them, yelling that he'll take care of the smaller ones, as planned. To the questions of his plan is just to keep stalling. Moments before, already on top of the floorclade, Hyansak was explaining that this plan would be the best for them. He instructs Roiger to use the magical beast to protect himself from attacks and wear down the enemy's stamina. Remember, the key is not to attack, just to stall. As Roiger flees, Taylor calls him an annoying pest and questions how he can be so cowardly and keep running all the time. Roiger wonders if this is the human battle strategy. This is very dishonorable. Even with Taylor yelling for him to stop running, Roiger realizes that this is buying him time. Staggering, one of the men mutters, tired, that they must kill the traitor. Furious, he charges forward telling him to die. Hyansak dodges the attacks and realizes that he is strong. If he gets hit, it's over. Fortunately, he also notices that the enemy's movements are easy to read. With that, he observes that the man has no idea how to feint. He just keeps swinging his sword like a machine. Hyansak then takes him down with a leg sweep and already one more for the grave. Leveling up several times, he says that ended up being much easier than he expected and questions if they were really that strong. Suddenly, he feels his body weaken and realizes he's used flow mode for too long. A notification informs him that his demonic power level has increased and a horn begins to grow on his head. With the assimilation of the demonic power, he undergoes a temporary physical transformation. Panting, Roiger realizes that neither he nor the beast can fight anymore. Taylor provokes him, saying that running is the only thing he knows how to do. But his little game was coming to an end. With a smile, he reveals that warriors get stronger with every demon they kill, and that he is at level 983. If he kills the beast, he will easily reach level 1000. Charging forward, Roiger thinks it's better to stop him at all costs. It's seen the floorclade was really already defeated. The floorclade then tries to attack, but Taylor dodges easily. He declares that, as soon as his stats increase, the traitor will be easy prey. Roiger, however, reveals that he wasn't running aimlessly, in that it was all part of the plan. He uses an ability, activating all his markings to trap Tyler's movement. Hyansak warns that after this, they would go to step 2. With a smile, he reveals Operation Steal the Final Blow. He then explains that Final Blow is a warrior slang, and that his plan is to kill the weak creatures first. When the time came, while Roiger distracted him, Hyansak would wait for the right moment to kill the magical beast. Even though he's not sure if they have another choice, Roiger points out he sees 2 problems with his plan. First, will you be able to return before the flow mote runs out? Second, even if you level up, will it be enough for victory? Hyansak admits that honestly, there's little chance of the plan working. Even so, if they give up, they won't have any cancel out. If these are his 2 choices, he's going to bet everything on them. Taylor mocks the containment ability, calling it a cheap trick. Roiger then asks for patience and reminds the human that they also have one of their own who can level up. Appearing from behind, Taylor, seeing Hyansak, wonders what that is. Is he turning into a demon? With a swift blow, Hyansak finally finishes off the floorclade, leveling up several times at once. Roiger comments that it was just in time, and Hyansak congratulates him on the excellent work. Next, he points to Taylor, declaring that now it was time to kill him. Annoyed, Taylor asks if he thinks he can beat him just for stealing a final blow. He then prepares to use the third form of his sword technique, the warrior's decapitation. With a series of swift cuts, he attacks Hyansak with all his strength. Soon, Taylor realizes that Hyansak is a brawler. He can't let him get close. But dodging and blocking the blows, Hyansak takes the advantage to attack him. Quickly, Taylor uses the seventh form of his sword technique, but ends up being hit square on and thrown far away, colliding with a wall. Wounded, Taylor wonders what kind of creature he is. Is he actually a demon and not a human? Going up to him, Hyansak kicks him, asking if he knew anything. Next, he grabs him by the head and throws him to the ground with everything he's got. Smashing him against the ground, the MC completely finishes the duel, as Taylor screamed, wanting to know if he wasn't a warrior. In the end, he says that after fighting him, he realized that lately levels are just numbers that don't mean that much anymore. Fallen on the ground, Hyansak laments that he's dying. Roiger approaches, asking if he's alive, and he replies that no, he was dead. With that, he throws a potion at Hyansak, telling him to drink it. With a horrible taste, he questions what it is, and Roiger explains that his pet fairy appeared with several potions. Exhausted, Rahel cried, saying that this is an advanced healing potion, and tells him to drink another bottle. We have to admit that we can no longer call our thick-thighed fairy useless. When he asks where she got them, she reveals she took them from dead warriors as items drop after death. The fairy went to loot the corpses of warriors. This thick-thighed fairy of ours plays so well. After this, I'll even stop killing the little fairies with an electric racket. Hyansak comments that the warriors in that place are strange, and Rahel asks why. He murmurs that warriors are normally on the side of justice. Save the world, kill demons, that kind of thing. But there, they can kill other warriors without penalty and still gain experience and items from it. You can act however you want, it didn't matter. Even so, Roiger says that from his point of view, he's a good warrior. As long as he saves his life, he's a good warrior. He advises him not to get lost in the human view of things, as everything has two sides. Right? Like two tits. He adds that right and wrong are not absolute in this world. Hyansak asks if he's trying to make him feel better, and Roiger gets irritated, telling him to shut up and not to make this weird. Roiger then reveals he called for reinforcements before they were cut off, so they should be on their revolt. After a while, Raidron finally arrives running, and they reactivate the portal to go back. Kicking Hyansak into the portal, Roiger says they are finally back. Shocked, Hyansak sees the destruction and wonders what happened there. With a purple glow, Hemis appears amidst the rubble. Park yells at her, asking if she can still be upset. You know I'm not a traitor. Hemis says it doesn't matter. Traitor or not, all that matters is that she's irritated. She then declares that anyone who takes the Demon King's side will have to pay, preparing a counterattack. Park calls her a fool, saying she knows she's not the one responsible. Suddenly, something falls from the sky, causing a huge explosion. Osgath, the commander of the 5th Division, arrives calling for Commander Hemis. He declares that the king has ordered that's enough and for them to calm down. Oh, what do we have here? What brings you from so far away? I just started my attack. She questions how the king knew he should send him. Hemis grinds her teeth, realizing this is all just a bait and that she's under surveillance. Osgath, however, accuses her of being paranoid. Pointing at him, she asks if he really thinks so. With a sigh, she admits that maybe she's overreacting and recalls she was punished for saving Rotark from the humans and that she's been well-behaved in that castle for over 100 years. Am I being a fool, imagining things? Is it my fault for saving Rotark? Hemis questions if he also thought that way. Suddenly, Raidron runs towards them, asking for both of them to stop it. Surprised, Osgath turns and asks if it was Raidron. Hemis then walks past them, casually saying that was enough. Holding his shoulder, she tells him to be grateful for his nephew. Lion Yin, Bed Hyansak reflects that the demon army is a mess too. Abelson asks if it's true he's a major now, and if he's really planning to stay in the demon army. He confirms that probably yes, as he's basically an enemy of Garten now. Sighing, annoyed, Hyansak says he actually doesn't even know if he can live among humans since he has horns and demonic power. Anyway, those warriors I met, there was something very wrong with them. With the exception of the strongest ones, they didn't react even when they died. Their gazes were completely empty. So he asks if there was anything she wanted to tell him. Abson replies that she was expelled quite some time ago, so there was no way to be sure of what was happening inside. Even so, Abelson confirms that the Holy Empire has many strong warriors chosen by God. As for how it was possible for the Holy Empire to have so many warriors, and why they were so strong and fast, that was a very well-kept secret. But there are rumors of inhuman methods, and the Dracan Empire is known for rejecting warriors. Suddenly, Raidron enters apologizing for interrupting them, but warns that the commander requests the presence of both. In Hemis's quarters, she laughed excitedly, saying she had a task for them today. She then explains that they need to install a magical defense field against intrusion. After all, you wouldn't want assassins showing Lumpia in your room, right? Hemis reveals that the device in question can only be made in the 2nd Division. With that, Hyansak and Abelson realize what this means for them. You will go on an official business trip as messenger and a doctor. She reminds them that she is protecting them and that the least they can do is pay for their stay. As Roger trembles with anger, she said for them not to worry, as she will assign a capable guide. With a letter, she instructs Roger to take care of Hyansak and the Saint, or there will be consequences. With love, Hemis. At the Demon King's commander's meeting, Oskar complains, wanting to know if Rotart was ever going to show up. With disdain, the commander of the 1st Division, Dortux, says that, although it's not mandatory, this is still ridiculous. Ark says the creature has nothing to add, they should start already. As Hemis remains silent, the Demon King Tegreed agrees to start the meeting. He announces that the day's agenda is about Commander Hemis and a recent big event without prior notification. The castle's guard was down, and the humans took advantage of that to attack. There were countless casualties and many promising talents were lost. Osgath then informs that there were 97 dead, more than 100 seriously injured, and countless lightly injured. Besides, he informs that Hemis attacked Commander Hyona Park, breaking the rule that prohibits battles between commanders without express authorization. With a serious look, the king declares that the agenda is to decide what disciplinary action to take against Hemis. When he asks if anyone had an opinion, Hemis interrupts, saying that she does. She explains that the attack happened because there is a traitor among them, passing information to the humans. That's why she attacked the commander of the 4th, because she thought it was her. As she questions if finding the traitor shouldn't be more important, the Demon King frowns and asks if she's testing his patience. Even so, Hemis insists that it's more important to expose the traitor first than anything else. Hemis, how dare you? Outside the conference room, the other commanders wait. Osgath comments that the situation is a mess and that neither of them will calm down enough to continue. With a sigh, Park wonders if there's a way for them to get along again and reach a good middle ground. Dortux, however, says that's unlikely, as the closer they are, the scarier they become as enemies. He then tells everyone to think carefully about which side to take in the dispute between Hemis and the Demon King. He doubts this is the last time they'd end up like this. At the Arcane Tower in the 2nd Division, Hyansak asks if they've finally arrived. Suddenly, a creature questions if they are visitors, and orders them to identify themselves immediately. Roiger hands over a letter and introduces himself as being from the 3rd Division, accompanied by 2 filthy humans. With that, one of the rats announces that, luckily, the commander was already expecting them. A human who uses demonic power, and his body transforms into a demon too. The letter instructs him not to kill the human who will fist him in. And so, Rocharch thinks that in the end, he's still just a human. When the door opens, Roger greets the commander of the 2nd Division. Suddenly, he quickly jumps, distressed. Giving Hyansak a few friendly taps, he is surprised, thinking that even without seeing, he could feel it. That was a beautiful specimen. With a warning, Commander Rotark tells Hyansak to hold still, as this might hurt. Hyansak then screams in pain as a red energy courses through his body. He then falls to the floor, and a worried Absalon asks if he's okay. Incredible. Truly an impressive human evolution. But you already know, at this rate you'll die in about 3 months. Rotarch explains that he is rapidly transforming into a demon. His luck wouldn't go that far. Soon the demonic power will reach his vital organs. It would already be extremely bad to hit something like the kidneys and liver. Laughing, he says that when it reaches the heart and lungs, the only result will be him suffocating to death. Even with Hyansak insisting he feels fine, Rotarch tells him to wait. He then presents a demonic oath of truth to prove his words. The paper makes it clear that Rotarch is sure that the human would die, and that he, Rotarch, would take care of Hyansak Choi, and Hyansak Choi will be an active participant in Rotarch's experiment. He also won't be able to protest, even if there is a decline in his intelligence or other stats. Shocked, Hyansak wonders if that's a medical liability waiver. Absalom then screams, wanting to know what kind of devil's contract that is, and begs him not to sign, as she will treat him. Foolish human, you should already know that demonic and divine power are opposites. Hyansak is still human, this would probably work, but as the transformation progresses, divine power will become useless. This will happen in about 3 months, so choose human. In the men's quarters, the fairy laments the poor warrior's situation. She cried, sobbing that his only solution was a shady rat scientist and signing a contract with permission to be buggered. Sighing, Hyansak says he postponed the signing for now anyway, and wonders if there really was no other way. Roiger then suggests they contact Commander Hemis. He explains that, although the commanders are technically equal, the truth is that Hemis is just below the Demon King. Basically, with Hemis involved, the 2nd Division would be forced to collaborate and agree to their terms. With that, they go to Rotarch again. Upon entering, Hyansak apologizes for bothering him, and Rotarch asks what that is. They then reveal it was an orb, and Roiger says he'll connect it for him. Shocked, Rotarch tells them to wait, not believing if that could be. Hi, Hemis here. How's it going, Rotarch? With a trembling voice, Rotarch replies it's been a long time, and she says yes, he never shows up at the command meetings. Clearly intimidated, he asks how he can help her today. Laughing, Hemis says it's nothing much and that she just needs a small favor. She then tells him to write everything down on an oath scroll. First, Rotarch will do his best to treat Hyansak Choi. Second, he would not harm him lightly. Third, Rotarch would not modify Hyansak's body without prior consent. And fourth, he will not allow Hyansak to die until the contract is complete. Shocked, he asks why. Why should he do all that for a simple human? With a serious tone, Hemis reminds him of his debt to her. She reminds him of how she saved him 350 years ago when he was abandoned, and 200 years ago when she helped him win the commander's duel. Besides, she mentions how she personally saved him from being killed by humans 100 years ago. Hemis reminds him that she was the one who endured the Demon King's wrath and was trapped in the Great Black Castle. So if you understood, shut up and sign it, Rotarch. Indignant, he wonders how she dares to speak to him that way. With a punch to the table, he swears they will pay for this, Hemis, and that smart-ass human. He then yells, ordering them to bring him a communication orb immediately. Next day, Rotarch tells Hyansak that they have a lot to talk about. He then observes him and asks if he knows why the demonic power is transforming his body. When Hyansak suggests it's because he's human, Rotarch corrects him, wrong. He explains that, although humans can't use demonic power, most would also already explode just by being injected with it. Somehow, by fate or whatever, the demonic power has lodged itself in part of his body. That's why he's transforming, because the demonic power is getting stronger and trying to incorporate with his body. Even with Hyansak asking if he can stop it, he replies that in his circumstance, it's impossible to stop the transformation. However, Rotarch states that he can guide where the transformation happens. He then reveals that he will transplant parts of demons or magical beasts into his body, leaving him shocked. When Hyansak asks what if he was against it, Rotarch shows a roulette wheel with his organs and warns him that he can choose which ones he'll lose, until he finally agonizes and drops dead. With a smile, he reassures him, saying he'll try to keep his appearance and basic organs. Obviously, I will make conscious trades. At the training facility, Rotarch tells Hyansak to test his so-called noblesse. And so he prepares, releasing a wave of purple energy. Rotarch is impressed by the collision of emanated power and Hyansak's willpower to withstand it. Thinking this was a gift from heaven, he tells him now to show him flow mode. Suddenly, Hyansak grows horns, and Rotarch wonders if this would be the greatest transformation. Observing him, he thinks that it seems his organs were still intact. It really is something completely rare. With his heart racing, Rotarch thinks he needs to study and clone that human. If it weren't for Hemis, he would already be dissecting him with the greatest joy in the world. If he could reproduce something similar in one of his chimeras, everyone would finally recognize him as a genius. But for that, he'll need to deal with the Oth Scroll. Hyansak asks what he should do now, and Rotarch, delirious about dissecting him with relish, replies that that's enough for today, and that he'll start fixing his body and skills the next day. After that, Hyansak goes through a series of not at all pleasant experiments. Bro, look, this rat. The guy grabbed a handsaw to treat the dude. At the end of the day, he wakes up after some invasive introductions, and they finish for today. Thrown on the floor, his stats increase significantly, but he doesn't stop muttering that he's feeling death. Maybe he should just die soon. Even so, Rotarch says that his body and his enhanced combat are now much more stable. With difficulty, Hyansak gets up and staggers towards the door, just saying okay. Shortly after, Rotarch grabs a communication orb and contacts someone. The voice on the other side asks what it's about. He then asks what she thought of his offer. With a smile on the other end of the line, Commander Hyona Park asks if he was referring to helping him attack the 3rd Division.
No, actually I haven't thought about it yet. She and I don't get along very well. But what about you?
Didn't Hemis practically raise you? Rotarch says it doesn't matter anymore, and that he and Hemis drifted apart a long time ago. In a memory, he insists that chimera research will be a powerful tool, but Hemis scolds him for his cheap tricks. She then calls him weak, saying it doesn't matter how strong his chimeras are if he's not strong enough to control them. As he was now, he was too weak. So answer me,
are you in or out?
She questions why he would go so far as to attack her, and if it wouldn't be better to just ignore the others and maintain the status quo, even if it has fallen a bit. Rotarch replies that he used to think that way, but now it's different. Hemis now has something fascinating in her possession. If he can replicate it, he'll do incredible things, even beyond what he's ever imagined. Park asks if he's talking about Hyansak, and he confirms his ability is worth the attack. He then invites her to join him, saying that not even Hemis can handle 2 commanders alone. After thinking for a bit, she bursts out laughing and agrees, telling him to call when he has the details. Rotarch then says he'll be in touch in a few days, and our thick-thighed fairy was behind the cookie jar, completely shocked. Later, Hemis, laughing, asks if that was all, and a confused Hyansak says she didn't seem very surprised. Why should I? I already suspected it. He then asks if that was the only reason for her call, but awkwardly he reveals there's one more little thing.
Well, what should I do?
I'm just a humble soldier. I can't get involved in a battle between commanders. With that, she smiles, saying she had an idea that could make things very difficult for Rotarch. As Hyansak takes care of one of the guards, they arrive in front of Rotarch's laboratory. With a creak, Roger opens the door and says he found it. Hyansak then wonders if those are the treasures of the 2nd Division that Hemis talked about. Yes, many here are vials of demonic power from ancient and extinct monsters, impossible to obtain now. He grabs a red vial, questioning if that is the strongest one, and Roger replies that it probably is. With a thumbs up, Roger tells him not to worry, that he'll pay for his funeral if something goes wrong, leaving him moved. Hyansak then drinks the potion and prepares for Operation Sacrificial Extortion. When Hyansak asks what the plan would be, she replies that to sacrifice himself. Sounded scary.
Well, I'm being serious.
Rotarch seems not to be making much effort to treat him, probably just enough to keep the contract. With that, Hyansak asks why that means he has to sacrifice himself. She explains that Rotarch has spent practically his whole life collecting the rarest essences of demonic power. Basically, he will drink the most powerful one they find. Even with him worrying that it might kill him, she reassures him. Hemis reminds him of the demonic oath, which prevents him from dying under Rotarch's care. The oath will keep him honest and he'll do everything not to let him die. In the end, she says she trusts him and that even she respects his skills as a doctor, trusting the handsaw guy. With a laugh, Hemis comments that's why contracts are so important. After drinking, Rihel asks if he's okay. Hyansak says it wasn't so bad, despite the potion's horrible taste. Suddenly, he drops the vial and starts to stagger, spitting up blood. Roiger says the process has begun. He explains that this is a concentrated power of the strongest ancient magical beasts. It's obvious that any human who drank it would die. And coughing Hyansak complains they didn't tell him that. Roiger says he didn't warn him because he thought it was obvious it would hurt. With a blink of an eye, Hyansak wakes up in an unknown room, wondering where he was.
Rahel explains he's in the commander's quarters and that the rat took care of him for 4 days.
At that moment, Hemis enters the room and greets him, saying it's been a while. With a smile, she says Roger informed her about his recovery and that he looks much better. Approaching, she comments that he is even stronger than she thought. Hyansak, however, doubts it, but with a scream he sees his hand turn completely black out of nowhere. Rotarch explains that the ancient demonic power he drank is settling in. He reveals that the potion in question was from an invulnerable magical beast, and Hyansak cries upon seeing his arm. Hemis then comments that she can't believe he hid something so precious from her. Rotarch replies that the human's treatment is complete and asks if he can destroy the scroll. Hemis confirms that the contract ended when he was cured and burns the oath. With the scroll in flames, Rotarch swears that Hemis will regret this. She, however, questions if he's sure it will be her who regrets it. With a smile, Hemis says that either way,
She's looking forward to seeing how things unfold.
at Raidron's training grounds, the cow encouraged him to come at him. Charging forward, Hyansak starts to unleash a non-stop sequence of punches, stopping for an uppercut. Hyansak finally lands a punch. With a smile, Hyansak wonders if he really managed to hit him. But before he could even finish thinking, he's hit square in the face. Crushed on the ground, Hyansak sobs, muttering that everyone says he was strong, but he still wasn't a match. Raidron consoles him, saying he improves faster than anyone he's ever met, and is still adjusting to his new body. Even so, Hyansak doubts himself, remembering how powerless he felt during the attack. Smiling, Raidron tells him to be patient, as he will soon have a chance to prove himself. Hyansak then swears that, next time, he'll show them what he's made of. Meanwhile, in the 2nd Division of the Demon Army, the soldiers were rushing. One of the leaders yells for everyone to prepare their weapons. One of the soldiers informs the commander that they are all ready. With that, the commander declares they will set off for the Black Castle. Suddenly, an explosion happens right behind Raidron's training area. An alarm bell sounds, announcing that the Skaven clan is attacking. Raidron and Hyansak realize it's the 2nd Division. The Skaven clan is a group of 1.5-meter rat creatures known for their intelligence. With an order, they begin to fire the cannons at the castle. Hart comments that it's no wonder he was so confident with so many forces. One of the rats reports that the wall has fallen and that Commander Park was right about the castle's repair not being finished. Rotarch orders the chimeras to advance and for Geldo to capture the human experiment.
Commander Park, I will start taking care of Hemis.
Raidron tells Hyansak to calm down, as he was already expecting something like this. Nervous, Hyansak asks what he should do. He then reveals he's going to gather the scattered troops first. Next, he calls Hyansak and tells him to find and get rid of General Geldo. Geldo is Commander Rotarch's right-hand man. Normally generals would face generals, but you should be strong enough for this already. Oh, and there's one more thing. As they run, Hyansak confirms with Absalon that Raidron really told him to take her. Laughing to himself, he explains that her divine power will hurt the demons just by being around. I have to find this Geldo. Suddenly a voice screams that he's found the human. It was General Geldo, and Hyansak realizes he's stronger than he thought. Swallowing hard, he wonders if he can beat him, as he must be at the same level as Taylor. Geldo then orders his hunting dogs to attack. Hyansak yells for Absalon to fall back. Aldous says he wouldn't go easy on him, and launches a powerful slash, believing that would finish him. With a laugh, he asks if it's already over, but Hyansak interrupts him saying he talks too much. With the creatures trembling, Hyansak says they just bark. With a furious scream, he declares that their attacks barely tickled and releases the second stage of flow mode. Next, he easily gets rid of the creatures and charges forward, surprising the general. Defending the attack, Galdao questions if he really thinks he would lose to just any human. With a laugh, he calls his troops to join him. Absalon, observing the battle, screams warning about the chimeras behind him. Kneeling, she says she'll try to stop them with her power. She then begins to pray, and a golden light emanates strongly from the tower. With bated breath, she says she can't use her power often. Ripping off one of the general's arms, Hyansak says that was actually very good. Surprised, he wonders how a human could do that, but Hyansak says it's not over yet. So, Hyansak says to tell his commander that the surgery was a success. Was that really a general? Am I that strong now? I only fight the best. Worried, Absalon questions if he's okay, and he replies that he was. Suddenly he freezes. Absalon, you... In the sky, Hyona Park and Rotarch appear, asking if the commander is ready for them. With a smile, Hemis mocks Rotarch's cowardice for bringing reinforcements. He then replies that she can call it whatever she wants, but that he will defeat her there. Preparing to charge, he declares he will surpass her. He asks Hyona if she's ready, as they will take her down together. With a smile, she says that she's sorry. Suddenly, she got hungry. Rotarch questions her, and she says she'll let them solve this on their own and will go get a snack. In the meantime, she remembers Doratux's words about choosing a side. Before leaving, Park says the big mouth owes her one, and that this settled everything between them now. Hemis then comments that it seems there goes his reliable support. You too. That's right. The moment she heard about your plan, she came to me. I knew all along. Even so, do you intend to continue, Rotarch? Still determined, the rat says it doesn't matter, and activates his armor and equipment, declaring he will show her how he spent these last 100 years. Meeting Hyansak, Commander Park says there he is. Good thing they didn't kill you during the confusion. But it seems you're much stronger now. I worried for nothing. Confused, Hyansak asks why she wasn't fighting up there, and she explains she received orders not to get involved. That's why she'll just watch from there. A little nervous, Hyansak asks who she thinks will win. Well, Rotarch is much more prepared than I imagined. But even so, it's not enough for Hemis. Hemis is in another league. Amidst the explosions, Hemis remains still, just taking all the attacks. Annoyed, Rotarch asks what she's doing, demanding that she fight properly. I am Rotarch, commander of the 2nd Division and head of the Skaven clan. Take this seriously. The smile, Hemis questions why she should. She then attacks, saying she will win no matter what he does. Commander Hyona Park turned her back on you, and your weapons built over 100 years are useless. Are you really sure you want to continue? He recognizes that she's right, but firing energy cannons, he yells that today he will not retreat. All at once, he releases all his power in a massive attack. Exploding absolutely the entire sky, he says not even she would be able to withstand this. But launching a wave of power, Hemis emerges, sighing that it seems her little Rotarch has grown, and praises how much he's improved. She then says that now it's her turn. Opening several seals, she launches a rain of attacks, and Rotarch is shocked by the technique. In seconds, he is hit and is torn to pieces with his armor completely destroyed. Wounded and fallen, he calls Hemis his name. Approaching, she asks what it is. Are you going to beg for your life now? He mutters if she still thought he was weak, miserable, and pathetic. In a memory, the young Rotarch swears to Hemis that he will become a demon that everyone will fear. Determined, he tells her to just wait and see all his power. In another memory, he insists that Chimera research is a powerful tool, but she scolds him, wanting to know how much longer he's going to insist on these cheap tricks, and declares that he was still weak and wouldn't survive without her protection. Back in the present, she remains silent, observing him. Then she mutters about how time is cruel. Hemis then laments that with the passing of time, you can't go back on the choices they made, and says she enjoyed the time they had together. One last goodbye, she says she was grateful, and tells him to rest in peace. Now, back in her office, she starts to work, saying there's a lot of damage to fix. Raidron asks where they'll go now. Hemis reveals they will go to Gardrock Castle, where the 8th Regiment is located. Surprised, Raidron questions the choice, but she says she has already decided and tells him to write a letter for her.
Tell the general of the 8th to vacate the premises immediately. As they leave, Raidron wonders what the reason was for choosing the 8th, and Hyansak questions what the problem was. Raidron explains that Gardrock Castle is the region closest to the human camp. A bit nervous, Hyansak comments that it seems dangerous, but that the general must be very capable since the castle hasn't been captured. Raidron then asks if he knows where Fort Hammer is. A confused Hyansak replies that he has no idea, which leaves Raidron disappointed, saying that's where they first met. He remembers they had to abandon the fort and lost a lot of territory. Raidron then says that General Grat of the 8th was in command at the time, and a surprised Hyansak asks if he survived Hemis's wrath. Even with everything, he managed to hold Gardrock Castle, and Hyansak wonders if he locked himself in there. Who knows? Maybe he made some kind of deal. Meanwhile, at Gardrock Castle, General Grat banged on the table, furious with Raidron's arrogance. He read the letter, shocked by the order to vacate immediately for the 3rd Division. With a chill, Grat wonders if the old witch Hemis has already discovered his plan. Shit, I have no choice. I wanted to hold on to this for longer. With the communication orb, he announces himself to the Demon King as General Grat. The king asks what he wants, as they just met at the meeting, and he replies that he has an urgent request to make. Meanwhile, at the Holy See, it is reported that Sir Andrew has also failed in his mission. Even the reliable Andrew was at that Hyansak show again. The advisor confirms and adds that he is growing at an extremely rare pace. With that, the sovereign says that's not good and that they need to solve this problem. The advisor suggests they focus their attention on the dispute with the Drasen Empire. After all, even being an extraordinary warrior, he was still just one. The sovereign says he would agree if Hyansak Choi were a common citizen, but he is a warrior. He scolds him, saying his ignorance prevents him from understanding what warriors are. He then declares that they need to uproot him before he puts down roots and spreads. Next, he asks if there is any news from the spy, and the advisor confirms. The advisor reveals that according to the letter, the spy will cooperate to eliminate Hyansak Choi, the Red Nightmare, and the Diver in one go, which leaves him surprised, wanting to know how exactly he would do that. With a map, the Cardinal explains that the 3rd Division is moving to Gardrock Castle. The sovereign finds the proposal tempting, but questions why he's only hearing this now. The advisor then reveals that, in exchange, Grat demands the sacrifice of 10,000 troops and the return of several fortresses, besides that he also desires a non-aggression pact for 5 years. The conditions were so outrageous that he hesitated to tell him. The advisor explains that, because of the internal struggle, the position of commander of the 2nd Division has opened up. It seems that, by recapturing territories and killing thousands of enemies, it would give Grat a great boost. Even so, 10,000 soldiers. He laments how little value Grat places on the lives of his people. But with a serious tone, the sovereign says he accepted the conditions. Shocked, the advisor can barely believe what he heard. The sovereign then explains that it's a golden opportunity to get rid of a troublesome, bunch-in-places informant in a high position. Besides, the existence of a feud between Trigid and Hemis was something they couldn't waste. But being a great sacrifice, they must prepare carefully. No more failures will be allowed. He then orders that the legends of each region be summoned, as that will be the final battle. But of course, if it's what Commander Hemis wants, we'll go to the castle immediately. But well, there's a small problem. He reveals that the camp closest to the castle has been making unusual movements. By the repositioning of troops and supplies, it suggests they are trying to corner them. Raidron then asks what countermeasures he has in place, and Grat says he plans to eliminate them before they get into position. With that, he asks for Raidron's help until the commander's main force arrives, saying he would greatly appreciate his help, as given the recurrent clashes they are short on staff. Raidron asks if in that case, his companions can join him, but Grat hesitates. This clearly might not be a good idea, as they would just be a burden to him. Grat says that, to be honest, there are many tasks, and that he can assign them where they are most needed. Finally, he tells everyone to rest, as they will talk the next day. Lying in bed, Hyansak wondered what exactly a warrior is. Rahel complains with this talk again. Hyansak says it doesn't feel right to be at war with humanity. Sighing, Rahel says he can't help it. Things are as they are. But annoyed, he yells wanting to know, where's the fairy who was always talking about a warrior's duty? With a laugh, she asks what duty that would be, and he replies that it's to kill the Demon King. Remembering all the situations, Hyansak reflects that maybe warriors aren't there for humanity. Maybe they aren't always on the side of justice. Abelson says that a warrior is one who fulfills everyone's hopes. Surprise, he asks what she means by everyone's hopes. She then explains that, according to the ancient text, warriors exist for the greater happiness. He remembers Roiger saying that, from his point of view, he was a good warrior. With that, Hyansak asks if the greater happiness includes non-humans. Maybe. Abelson explains that as humans, they think their happiness is the world's happiness. But human happiness is not necessarily the happiness of all intelligent creatures. He asks if it could be the greater happiness of all living beings, and she agrees that maybe they need a mutant hero. The next day, a map shows the positions of Raidron, Roiger, and Hyansak. Hyansak, Absalom, and Bobo's mission is to be the final line of defense and guard the supplies. At the side, Hyansak says that, although they did as ordered, he feels even more uneasy. Aaron asks what was bothering him. He says he's worried about their location, as they are too far from the others. But the thick-thighed fairy doesn't understand a thing, and is completely clueless about what he meant. Abelson says Raidron is in a dangerous place, and Roiger was taken on the reconnaissance mission. In theory, they were left in a safe place, but it was still extremely vulnerable, even more so with their main forces completely stand. Rahel suggests they are safe because they are with the saint and asks what the problem is with that. Hyansak then questions why, if they needed so much help, he was left on the back line. Actually, this makes sense. A strong piece has to guard the main position. Shocked, Rahel agrees, realizing that he, being almost commander level, shouldn't be there. Abelson says it can't be because of her, as she could be escorted by others. But the Hyansak says that's the strangest part. It's not about the rear position itself, but that he was the one chosen for it. And Rahel asks where he's going. He says Bobo can guard the place alone, and that he's going to check what's happening. Absalom offers to go with him, but even saying he won't stop her, he advises her to stay, since Bobo will be there. Apprehensive, she insists she can be of great help. With my divine power, you can move as fast as an elite knight. I won't be just a burden anymore, like before. Hyansak scratches his head, saying that's not what he's worried about. Confused, she asks what he means, then, but in the end, with a sigh, Hyansak agrees and tells her to stay close. They then start to walk through the castle, but are soon stopped. Guards stop them from passing, saying it's the general's orders. Raising his hands, Hyansak says he needed to take a crap, and there was no way to do it there. But the guard denies, stating the general ordered not to let them leave this area. Something isn't right. Why are they being so insistent? I hope Raidron is safe. Meanwhile, Raidron and a warrior face each other, panting after a long battle. Not bad, Red Nightmare. Byron may be a young warrior, but I never imagined you would last this long, being pressured like this. Annoyed, the other warrior says he could have done it alone. It just took him a while to get serious. But the superior yells for him to shut up. You may even be above average, but you're still just a rookie. Now let's finish this at once. Suddenly, the Divine Magic Brigade appears, and he orders them to attack. Raidron realizes this was an ambush, and that the traitor was there the whole time. The soldiers screamed that the warrior and the saint had fled, and Hyansak charges forward without looking back. Hang on, you horned cow, I'm coming. 2 heroes and several knights with magical weapons. This is a problem. Did you prepare all this just for me? Yeah, I also think it's a bit much, but you're the grotesque devourer's right-hand man. That's why the superiors made sure to guarantee it. At that moment, Raidron realizes they are after Commander Hemis. The warrior tells Byron to fall back, stating that he will weaken him first. Raidron prepares for the attack, accepting the test that was imposed on him. With a wave of flames, the man orders the 1st Brigade to prepare to attack. Unleashing all his power, Raidron says he's going to show them why they call him the Red Nightmare. He begins to release a huge explosion of energy, creating a huge wave of fire. With that, the arrows are deflected by the energy wave, going straight back to the human squad. The superior says not to fear, as Raidron is only one, and that they will use their numbers to pressure him. The knights surround him and attack him with spears, keeping their distance and trying to trap him. With a red glow, Raidron uses the 7th form of his martial arts, the Shattering Blow. Then he simply explodes the ground, unbalancing the troops and breaking their formation. Jumping, he starts to take down the unprotected ones one by one. Annoyed, Byron says all he has is his strength and charges for the attack. But the superior calls him an idiot, telling him to wait. Although he's recovered his breath a little, that rookie is still not even close to being a match for Raidron in this form. Saving the young man, the superior screams that he's a foolish child, and that he told him to stay back. With a big explosion, they retreat, as Raidron declares he won't be easily defeated. The rookie questions if he was really just general level, and the superior complains about what the hell intelligence is doing. Panting and already feeling his body giving out, Raidron realizes he's used too much demonic power. He doesn't know how much longer he'll last, especially holding that form. The superior whistles, and the 2nd Brigade of Knights advances. Charging forward, he yells at Byron, calling him a useless child, wanting to know why he isn't advancing now. Annoyed, the boy tells him to shut up, and for that old man not to give him orders. With a collective attack, the Knights advance in formation. Surprised, the superior says it's over. Raidron then grabs his sword and blocks the other warrior's sword. But he can't defend himself from the other spear attacks from behind. Dealing with those 2 heroes and a rotation of squads was impossible. To make matters even worse, the superior reveals that those magical harpoons absorb demonic power. And so Raidron finally gives in, falling to his knees on the ground. With the battle apparently over, the one in charge orders them to prepare him for transport. Give me that, I'm not going to be left out of this victory. With a laugh, Byron mocks how defenseless the so-called Red Nightmare was now, saying he's nothing special. With difficulty, Raidron whispers, What? I can't hear you. With a last effort, he releases a blast of energy, splitting the rookie in 2. Annoyed, the superior wonders how that idiot became a hero. A large part of the brigade was annihilated, and that idiot Byron still got himself killed. This was surely his final attack, but that in itself is already a defeat. The superior orders the survivors to grab their weapons and get back in formation. At that moment, Hyansak appears, landing a huge punch square on him. Already in his final form with flow mode, he yells that he's going to kill them all. The man is thrown far away by the impact of the blow. Surprised, Raidron asks what he is doing there. Helping him, Hyansak says he felt something was wrong, that's why he came. He then pulls the spears out of Raidron, who admits he couldn't say he was okay. The superior gets up, dizzy, and wonders if that is the demonic warrior he's heard so much about. Practically all the knights are dead. There's no way to capture the Red Nightmare like this. If I can't take him alive, then... The man begins to pray, saying his body belongs to God and that he offers it as a sacrifice. Hyansak recognizes the incantation and wonders if he's summoning a wall of fire. Give me strength to face evil. Raidron, however, says that's not the same technique they saw before. That is the strength of God, a technique that can only be used by elite knights. The man says that's correct and that he shouldn't be compared with those clumsy ones. I possess the true power of God. Just like flow mode, the elite knights have the strength of God, but just like flow mode, using it had a high price. The superior says that, in exchange for this price, he receives an enormous divine power. He then charges, yelling that, even if he may pay with his life, he will take him with him. Hyansak blocks the attack, but is surprised by the impact, even having blocked the blow. With a laugh, the man says it seems he's no longer human, as divine and demonic power are opposing forces. Raidron then yells for Hyansak not to move. With that, he attacks, but the man calls him a filthy and dead cow. A huge explosion of yellow light happens, engulfing everything around. With the force of the impact, Raidron and Hyansak are thrown far away. Assessing the situation, Hyansak realizes that Raidron looked very bad. With his whole body aching, Hyansak realizes that, if he is feeling this, Raidron must be much worse. But he knows that just like flow mode, that technique wasn't eternal, he just needed to hold on a little longer and it would be game over. The problem is that he also knows that Raidron won't last much longer and that he needs to act fast. Suddenly, he hears the man cough and complain as he realizes the attack cost more divine power than he thought. With blurred vision, the man can barely concentrate amidst the ringing in his ears. But even without being able to see them, he can feel the presence of the demonic power. When Hyansak calls him, the man asks what it is, and if he had any last words. But Hyansak asks if he could still see them. The man replies that, it doesn't matter, even with my eyes closed, I can feel your demonic power. A worried Raidron says that Hyansak also needs to stop before it's too late. Right? So you can feel the demonic power. At that moment he yells for Absalon, now, and she appears behind him with one of the clubs with divine energy. 10 minutes earlier, on the cliffs, she was watching the fight from above. This is bad. At this rate, they'll both die. Suddenly, someone grabs her by the foot. Surprised, she realizes that one of the knights there was still alive. He then reveals he was just waiting for the monster to leave, and that now there's no one to protect her. As he calls her a pest and tells her to come with him, she wondered if she should ask Hyansak for help, but decides she can't ask for help from someone who's in the middle of a battle. Remembering how much the others have already sacrificed for her, she feels guilty for having just stood there and done nothing. With that, she realizes that this is what worried Hyansak, and that's why he was acting that way. She then grabs one of the clubs lying on the ground, telling herself she can do this. With a blow, she tries to concentrate and attacks the knight, vowing not to be a burden to anyone. Come on, Absalon Marietti, do it for him, the hope of this world. Meanwhile, a screaming Grat questions why they are doing that. They are handing over the red nightmare. They were on the same side. But the knights tell that filthy demon to be silent. Furious, they accuse Grat of his tricks, having cost the lives of 2 heroes. How dare you pretend to be innocent? With a chill, Grat wonders what's happening and if Gartron had really lost 2 heroes. Then a gigantic explosion occurs between the armies. There before them, Hemis questions what the hell was happening there. Shocked, the knight recognizes the grotesque devourer, wanting to know if this was another trap. Quickly, Grat charges, yelling that he tricked those foolish humans. He then reveals that this is the largest of the nearby human regiments, and Hemis observes him. She asks, "Are Sad and little Grat all this just for me?" Licking her lips, she says she can't refuse such a delicious delight. Feeling the ground tremble, the knights wondered what that was. One of them yells to look at the sky, and they see a ball of fire approaching. As they scream to run and save their lives, a huge fire meteor hits the battlefield. With a single attack, Hemis decimates the entire enemy force. Going up to her, Grat praises her, saying she is truly legendary and unparalleled. Annoyed, Hemis complains that this was horrible. What is this annoying sound? In a single second, Grat's head is ripped off. It seems that in the end, he was the traitor, but judging by this mess, she figured he must have had an accomplice. Well, I suppose I didn't need to wait for so long. It seems he was alone. Maybe it's about time I put an end to this mess. Back at Gardrock Castle, Hemis announces that the day's agenda is to reorganize the military posts. Raidron, you will take over Grat's 8th Regiment. With so many new responsibilities, Roger will be his vice general. And Hyansak, you will be the colonel of your own brigade. But surprised, he questions if he wasn't a major. Hemis explains she couldn't waste a man like him as a major and congratulates him for surviving and continuing to entertain her. However, she reveals that, for now, he won't have any troops. Raidron questions the decision, and she says he might not need subordinates yet. Either way, she'll keep an eye out and assess the situation. Suddenly, someone knocks on the door, and a knight announces his arrival to Commander Hemis. Hemis declares that Modem will serve as her vice commander from today on. She then tells them to take good care of each other, mentioning they already know each other, and Hyansak feels a chill at the memory. Next, Hemis reveals she will be absent for a while, as there is something important that required her attention. In Abelson's quarters, Hyansak laughed in surprise, not believing she did it. He then asks how she knew the right time to hit him on the head. With an awkward smile, she says she just felt she needed to do something, as she had been standing still for too long. Hyansak asks if she plans to continue fighting, and she replies yes, if he needs her to. She comments that they say a saint is equal in power to a warrior high priest. Despite that, she still doesn't know for sure how much power she can use. With a laugh, he says she might end up stronger than him, and that he was jealous of her divine power. Absalon, however, hesitant, says that power isn't everything in a fight. She reminds him of all the tricks he used to get here. She had to admit he really knew how to pull a fast one on others, and he doesn't know whether to be proud or irritated by it. Rahel then complains that the way she said it makes it sound like he's just a common scammer. She complains about why it took legendary hero-level humans to defeat a simple major. Rahel then shows a diagram, explaining that the power levels are equivalent between the factions, and that there were barely 1,000 people who surpassed the hero level on that continent. Hyansak changes the subject and says that, speaking of humans, in the village of Benedict, on the border of Gartron, Hemis observed the destruction from on top of the church. I will let you live so that you can tell them all. She then declares that, every day, from this day forward,
a village in the Holy Empire will be wiped off the map. And the trembling old priest begged for mercy. Around 5 centuries ago, there was a great war on the continent between the great Dracan Empire and the various kingdoms that opposed its conquest. Over time, the war intensified until a certain day. A new land, never before seen, appeared in a huge pillar of light. Everyone assumed the new land was Valington, the ancient kingdom of the powerful elder magic. That kingdom had been lost to the ocean for over a millennium, without a trace. With that, they believed that if the new land were the ruins of that kingdom, the lost magic could be revived. All kingdoms believed that whoever possessed that ancient magic would rule the continent, and so they sent expeditions to the new land in search of its power. Everyone had the same hope of a new world that would lead them to riches and glory. However, instead of the ancient ruins, the humans found something completely different. They didn't find the people of Valington, but rather something much darker and more dangerous. What they found was the race known as demons. Faced with this mortal enemy, the kingdoms united to fight. Dracan and the other kingdoms allied to save humanity, and began the long war against the demonic race. The first victory of the new war went to the demons, who advanced with violent fury. Their species had an innate evil and an overwhelming physical strength. Besides, they were able to use the ancient and powerful demonic magical power. Just when all seemed lost for humanity, healers and priests joined the fight. With that, humanity discovered its own divine power, capable of subduing the demons. With that, the holy figures used these battles to spread religion throughout the continent. And so, since its founding, the Duzas Church put down roots and expanded. Its followers spread and absorbed the neighboring kingdoms, becoming the great sacred empire of Gartran. 2 centuries later, the number of holy fighters grew exponentially with the empire's support. It was then that a new phenomenon appeared: the warriors, humans from another world. They allied with the humans of that world and turned the tide of the war, dominating every battle. Soon, humanity was completely crushing the demons in every clash. It was then that the one who contributed most to the fight against the demons was crowned. He became the first holy emperor and the first legendary hero, with his overwhelming power preparing his knights. In the use of warriors from another world, he led humanity to victory. In this way, they drove the demons to the edge of the continent, and so peace returned to the world, at least for now. At a continental summit, they discuss a new threat: the grotesque devourer. Why do you think we face this kind of threat again? This is because they didn't pull out the evil by the root the first time. We focused on rebuilding the cities instead of finishing off the extermination of the demons. They argue that this was necessary, as the most important thing is the people. The sovereign then declares it is time for their forces to gather again for battle. With a serious look, the sovereign proposes a holy war. He states that Gartran will once again take the lead in the war. They will spare no forces or supplies for the battle. So, he asks everyone to join them in the war, for a new era of humanity. In a square, a priest announces that the demons were threatening their lives again. He reveals that, in a matter of days, 3 entire cities were exterminated. No one knows who will be next. He then introduces Brother Nevi, from Benedict, as a witness to the tragedy. Distraught, Nevi cried, reporting that all the people of Benedict are dead. I am here to bear witness to what happened, but my soul died, along with the poor people of the city. Desperate, he wonders what he will do now, and the other priest says that the tyranny of the demons grows every day. That's why they should prepare for the holy war. He then announces that Sir Azahel Wald, the legendary hero, will return for the holy war. Besides, Dracan and other nations have promised their legendary heroes to the cause. Even with the large-scale attack about to begin, he says they are still not enough to crush the demons. That's why he was asking for everyone's help. Every fighter is important. With a shout, he declares that it is God's will that the holy war brings them peace. He incites the crowd, yelling to kill all the demons. With that, everyone joins in a chorus, yelling to kill all the demons. As the crowd yelled, the sovereign observed, commenting that Cardinal Elrond was a man of many skills, but that he has been failing a lot lately. 2 heroes are dead, and they failed to capture the Red Nightmare. They ended up sending several to their deaths in vain, and were left with no achievements to show. With that, the sovereign orders him to take control in the next 3 days, confiscate all of Cardinal Elrond's wealth, and eliminate his family. Back at the castle, Raidron enters yelling that he heard Commander Hemis had returned. With a smile, she teases him, asking if he missed her. Raidron questions her about what exactly she is doing attacking human villages alone.
She replies that it's her business and that she has her own plan for the future of the demons. She explains that, since she's the one attacking, they'll have no choice but to send their legends to face her directly. The power of each nation lies in its legendary heroes, and basically each one she eliminates buys them time. But Raidron doesn't understand what she means. Time for what? She states that it's time for a new beginning and a great hope for growth. Hemis comments that Raidron didn't seem convinced by her explanation. Modem says he is too honest and suggests she make peace with the Demon King. He argues that, although powerful, the strategy is riskily unnecessary. But she states that she and the Demon King are over. Even if they could go back, there would be a price to pay, and she's not going to pay it. But I don't blame him. I know why he avoided the war. Not long ago, I thought the Demon King was just repeating the same foolish mistakes of the past, for some emotional attachment or something. For her, it was inevitable that troops, comrades, and family would die. She believed they died because they were weak and that the role of the strong was to overcome death. That was clearly how they both thought. So why suddenly did he become so foolish? After constantly scolding him, she finally lost her patience and left him with some final words. Frankly, now she even feels bad, as she's about to make the choice her old self never would. As Modem listened to her, she laments that, if she had understood before the feeling of wanting to protect someone, I would have understood why he did what he did. And maybe we could have made a better choice. Hemis then declares that Frisch had already given a lot for them. Upon entering, he replies that no, and that it was an honor to follow her orders. Why are you still dressed like that? Oops, I was a cardinal for so long that I think I've gotten used to the disguise. With a smile, Frisch reveals himself as Hemis's right-hand man. Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen your real face. Anyway, deliver these letters to Raidron and Modem. I could deliver them myself, but this will be less painful this way. He agrees, and she says that about Hyansak Choi. She orders him to make sure it looks like he died, which leaves Frisch surprised. Maybe I've gotten old. Maybe I'm a little worried about what will happen to all of you without me. The next day, at Gardrock Castle, Raidron enters Hyansak's room and wakes him up abruptly, yelling for him to get up. How dare you bother me? Raidron, sir, I am at your disposal for whatever you need. He then asks what's wrong, and Raidron tells him to get as far away from there as possible. Raidron then reveals that the human forces will gather at Gardrock Castle tomorrow for a great battle. It will be a massive battle with the strongest legendary heroes of humanity. And confused, Hyansak questions that this was a hell of a reason to be there. Annoyed, Raidron says their objective is the death of Commander Hemis, although he shouldn't doubt her chances of victory. If she makes a single mistake, I won't be able to protect you on my own. In his quarters, Raidron received the commander's letter. Reading it, she reminds him of the whole history of that continent, of how they suffered many losses and how they were pushed to the limit. Despite this, even cornered, the humans didn't exterminate them for several reasons. The biggest reason is that their continued existence was convenient for the Sacred Empire. With that, the Demon King made a secret deal with Gartron to maintain the front lines and preserve the current territories. Their existence was fundamental to dragging the humans into war and allowing Gartron to form alliances. Hemis reveals that the Demon King shared the secret proposal only with her, and that she advised him to refuse. She believed that a proud death was preferable to a life of slavery. In return, using the Rotark incident as an excuse, she was exiled to the Great Black Castle. But this is all irrelevant. What she really wanted to tell you is something else. According to Frisch, the humans will launch a large-scale attack tomorrow, with practically all the legendary heroes of all nations. With that, she instructs him to protect the castle while she fights them. Hemis then names him her successor, although clearly he is not yet powerful enough. She reassures him, saying that Hyona Park and Osgith will support him when the time comes. She made peace with Hyona under this condition, and Osgith wouldn't turn his back on him. This is all she can do for him. After this, you'll be on your own. Despite this, she believes he will do well. Because of you, the time in exile was never boring. Thank you, Raidron. P.S. I also made arrangements for Hyansak, so don't worry. Hyansak will leave the demon army, and if all goes well, you will be able to meet again. So, with this, I bid you farewell. Raidron then explains that's why he and the saint need to leave, and promises that, when things calm down, he will make contact through an orb. Suddenly, a voice calls for Hyansak. There was Frisch with a carriage ready, and accompanied by Absalon. With a smile, Frisch introduces himself and says Hemis personally asked him to accompany them. They will infiltrate human society and will observe the situation from within.
The saint will pose as a priestess on a pilgrimage. Here are your papers. And he and Hyansak will pose as her guards during the journey. With everything explained, he says it's time to leave. Hesitant, Hyansak wishes for everyone to be safe. Leaving, he asks Frisch where they are going. And Frisch replies that, as the Sacred Empire is too dangerous, they will have another destination. Since Drasen rejects warriors, they are heading to the kingdom of Mariette. Meanwhile, Raidron reflected that they had already lost many lives, and if this continued they would lose even more. And all this for what? Suddenly, Raidron knocks on the door, warning that they must go now. Raidron thinks that today must be a new dawn for the demons. He then swears he will make it happen. In the courtyard before the troops, he yells, asking for their attention. We are demons. We are warriors born to fight. No one will imprison us. We will fight and die for our freedom. We will die with pride, for the future of our race. Meanwhile, Hemis commented that Raidron was already on the move. Now, it's time for her to play her part. Upon landing, she finds a man who says he knew she would come. Hemis comments it's been 150 years, and that he looks even younger. Basil Scott, the legendary warrior of Drasen, the one who ascended twice, brags that it must be, because he was now at the top of the legends. Sighing, Hemis says she hoped to face someone else, and accuses him of hiding like a coward, suppressing his magical power. He then replies that this is at odds with Gartran's strategy. Preparing for combat, he says that today they will fight without distractions. With a smile, she says that, although some time has passed, she needs to make something clear. You are nothing but a coward who ran away, leaving the other knights to die. Activating her domain, Enclave of Mourning, Hemis states that he is there only because he wishes to clear this stain on his honor. Yeah, I only fell for your tricks last time because they were truly innovative, but now, your old tricks won't work on me. He charges, and she uses her Morning Star's skill, but cutting through everything. Without holding back, he shortens the distance for a direct attack. They won't work. Defending the attack, he says he's not sure about that. As their energies collide, he tells himself he can do this. Now we are on equal footing. I just need to avoid the magical explosions. Suddenly, the Hand of Mourning form emerges from below, which surprises him that now they are coming from below. Retreating quickly, he repositions himself so as not to be at a disadvantage. And with a single attack, he almost gets a game over. You managed to dodge that one too? You really are strong. With a scream, he tells her to shut up and charges again to attack, and questions where the next one will be from above or from below. Hemis provokes him, saying it seems he has a lot to think about, one mistake, and it will be the end. He then says that the answer was Tada, from below. With that, the warrior is hit square on. She comments that it was still a new record. A century ago, she defeated him with a single blow. Suddenly, his image begins to dissipate, and Hemis wonders if it was an illusion. No, that was definitely him. Activating his cynical transcendent power, Shield of the Last Dawn, he appears above her. This ability basically granted him the ability to cheat death. I have to confess you've really improved a lot. I've been waiting for this moment. Even so, she defends the attack, declaring that he was still 200 years too late. Next, she touches his chest, releasing an energy. Fallen on the ground, he panted, exhausted. With his power running out, he wonders if he will really die now, without even having gotten his revenge. Hemis recognizes him as the Legend of Drasen. She then approaches and asks him a favor. Confused, he asks why she would ask a favor of him. She explains that an unexpected personal matter has come up. You will probably face a warrior named Hyansak Choi. Just once, save his life for me. Suddenly, a flash of light hits him. Oh, no, he died. She complains that she was just trying to have a conversation, and that it was rude of them to interrupt. Spotting the two of them, Hemis says that it was precisely them she was waiting for. Azahel Wald, the Legend of Gartran, and Maureen of Sansia, the Saint of the Holy Empire. Azahel says he was only going to appear after she killed Basil, but since it seemed she was about to spare him, he had no choice. Kill one of your own. How cruel of you. He explains that it doesn't matter, as Basil is one of the legends of Drasen, a long-standing rival empire. It's better this way. The death of a hero always moves the people of all nations. Isn't that why you destroyed those cities? To lure us in. Laughing, Hemis says he was pretty smart, and he complains she had no idea how much they prepared for this day. Chanting her prayer, the saint declares that the Second Holy War begins now. Immediately, several holy pillars and walls rise up. These pillars They aren't just weapons. They're using them to counter my domain. It seems it's divine power accumulated over the years. Azahel then orders the saint to maintain the pillars and for the knights to protect her. Kneeling, they get ready to defend the saint and even join her, fortifying the prayer. Surprised by the situation, Hemis comments that this was new. She realizes they are very strong and that her domain is crumbling. Now she can only maintain a shadow of her force field. Even so, she declares that this was the risk she was going to take. After all, if they didn't have any good tricks, they wouldn't have even shown up. She then prepares herself, declaring she'll go all out. With a clash of blades, she and Azahel face off in a direct confrontation. Both exchange fast and terribly brutal blows. Quickly positioning himself above, he charges directly at her, yelling, "Die!" Hitting her square on. He wonders if it really worked. The saint then screams, desperately, on top of him. She then unleashes her Hellflare Nova technique. Ban! A devastating beam of light goes towards him, who defends himself using the Great Wall ability. Surprise! Hemis questions if he really blocked her attack completely. As defensive as her mage is, did he really not suffer a single scratch? She then understands that the pillars are absorbing the demonic power she releases. The Saint of the Holy Empire, the most powerful defensive mage. She can combine her power, along with more than 100 holy knights. This was a guaranteed headache. With that, Hemis wonders what the best approach would be now, as the fight against Basil has already cost more power than she planned. This barrier won't fall with a simple attack. It seems that now she was in the same position as Basil. Suddenly she has a click. That was it. The battle continues with both exchanging blows. Azahel yells it's time to end this. With the power of the divine, he uses the Blade of Revelation. The attack makes the ground tremble and shatter, surrounding her with the energy. Emma says it was an interesting new technique, but it's premature to call it over. She then comments that the attack barely seems dangerous enough for any concern. But suddenly, she is caught by surprise, and ends up taking a direct hit. Surprised, the knights scream the grotesque devourer's name. The saint also wonders if she really fell. Not even Azahel could believe it. Approaching, still tense, he muttered that it was impossible. But before he knew it, he had already fallen into Hemis's trap. And with her body transformed into a mouth, she simply tears him to pieces as if it were nothing. As everyone stood horrified, Hemis laughed, saying, "Surprise. I stole this idea from Basil. Fun, isn't it?" But coughing up blood, she says it was still impressive that they made her resort to this. Observing her, the saint wonders if the wounds really affected her, or if it was from devouring a legendary level knight. But the reason doesn't matter. She screams, telling them to maintain focus and to prepare the spell chorus, as she will maintain the divine power of the bonds. Unshaken, the brigade prepares and begins to chant the sacred magic. As she staggers, Hemis realizes she can't digest that. Maybe it's the domain. Her remaining demonic power won't be enough to neutralize it. She then realizes that, finally, her end is near. But even if that's the case, I've played my part. In my absence, those I watched over will give others true hope. Hemis says she couldn't have done it alone, but maybe. Then the saint unleashes divine justice with a massive explosion of energy, and intense golden light envelops everything. With the battle over, the saint laments Azahel's foolishness, saying he let his guard down. Grinding her teeth, she thinks that the sovereign will be disappointed with the loss of Azahel right at the beginning of the war. She decides to return to the capital and tells everyone to remember one thing. She declares that Sir Azahel and Sir Basil fought bravely, giving their lives to defeat the Devourer. They were noble deaths, worthy of their status as legends. Don't forget that. With a serious look, she states there will be no other narrative besides this one. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Modem praises Raidron, saying that few could match him, but he replies he still has a long way to go to reach his level. Modem says it will only take him a few years to surpass him, or maybe even less, which leaves Raidron confused, with all that talk out of nowhere. At that moment, Modem reveals restlessly that his connection with Hemis has been cut. He then concludes that Commander Hemis must have fallen. Raidron stares at him in silence, and asks what he will do now. He declares he will continue to follow the instructions she left him, as even in death, it didn't affect his loyalty. Modem reveals that his instructions are to watch over Raidron until he succeeds her as commander. From that day on, he will help him in his training until he becomes the strongest. Extending his hand, he promises that until he can finally lead the demon race out of this rot they are in, he will be by his side. The sovereign announces that the Holy Empire has lost a shining light. Sir Azahel served them for 2 centuries before becoming a martyr. Along with the legend of Sir Basil, we were comrades who shared life and death. The sovereign remembers how he lived devoted to God and cared deeply for his people. He sacrificed himself nobly to rid us of the evil of the grotesque devourer. And in his final moments, his thoughts and wishes were for us. The hope of one day being able to live in peace and tranquility. With his hands together, he asks everyone to pray in honor of his achievements. They will not forget his sacrifice until all who have abandoned God receive their punishment. I warned you countless times not to let your guard down, even if you think you've won. That idiot. An advisor informs him that Drayson has sent a delegation to Mariette. They wish to check the battlefield with the grotesque devourer and request passage. The sovereign questions that they must be wanting to investigate Basil's death, but that's already been settled. He then orders them to send an unofficial communication to Mariette to refuse Drayson's request. Oh, and one more thing. What is the situation with Absalon Mariette and Hyansak Choi? The advisor reports that they haven't been seen since the last battle, and that it's possible the devourer may have expelled them from the demon army. Angry, he calls them an endless nuisance, as he thought Hyansak should be eliminated along with the enemy troops. He then orders Sir Saren to find them both, even if he has to turn the continent upside down. If anyone harbors or hides them, they will not escape God's punishment. As the carriage travels through the forest, Hyansak tells Rahel to stop crying, as she was the one who never stopped talking about how disgusting the demon army was. With a sigh, he tells her to check the color of his hair, as they have enough worries already. With the red hair, he complains that his scalp itches and asks if that is safe. Frisch says it doesn't matter as long as the color is different and tells him to stop complaining. Abelson says she is also ready and asks how it turned out. Blondie, I'm seeing signs. With his heart racing, the comrades already goes, my God, she's so bangable. Looks like a princess from a fairy tale, the mother of my 5 kids. With an awkward laugh, she says it's very kind of him, although she is in fact a princess. Hyansak is completely shocked to learn she is the princess of Mariette. Frisch questions if he really didn't know. After all, her name is literally Mariette. And a disappointed Rahel says there's no way to defend him. His lack of intellect was sad. With a desperate apology, he throws himself on the ground regretful of his ignorance. She then tells him to treat her as always, but he insists that status is something important. With his eyes shining, he says the fact that she's a princess makes things easier. She must have a lot of influence in Mariette. Even so, Abelson warns him it would be better not to be discovered and not to go to the palace. He asks why, and an annoyed Frisch punches him on the head, telling him to use the right head. You are wanted by one of the 2 largest empires on the continent. She probably doesn't want you to harm her reputation. Awkwardly, she says they might be able to stop by. Depending on the situation, they might need their help. They are family in the end. As they walk, Hyansak was fidgeting nonstop with his system, and Rahel asks what the problem was. He then reveals that ever since they entered human territory, the warrior system seems to be offline. The screen just kept displaying a bunch of broken text, giving an error. But annoyed, she asks what that talk was now. Their system was brilliant. There's no way it could break, said the coffee fairy, demoted for being too dumb. Come to think of it, the system has been strange for a while. The missions would appear in real time, as if someone was watching. The cute, but dumb, blonde says she couldn't see, so she didn't know for sure. But maybe it's because he's not on a path as conventional as the other warriors. He could be so off track that the system bugged. You're a warrior using demonic power against human forces. Come to think of it, you're basically like a cancer in the system. But I still haven't received any orders to leave him, nor to return, so you must be fine. Trust. At that moment, Frisch announces they are almost at the border village. Then we see Keaton Village, in the kingdom of Mariette. Abelson asks if it's Hyansak's first time in a human village, and he confirms. Some idiot put me in the wrong place. Maybe I can finally fix that. Upon arriving, they are stopped by guards who demand they identify themselves, and she whispers that it might not be as impressive as he expects. Presenting their identities, Frisch replies they were mercenaries, looking for work. Confused by the mention of work, Hyansak wonders what he means. Frisch asks what he thinks is happening. As they enter, he tells him to take a good look. Rael approaches a bulletin board to see what's written. She reads aloud about the new taxes, including a tax on beards. You crazy, taxes even in the gameplay. Nothing's left. Hearing this, Absalon is visibly embarrassed, not knowing what to say.
Frisch then asks why she's embarrassed and encourages her to just admit what's happening. She reveals that her family is exploiting the peasants under the pretext of war. Frisch says it's not just Mariette. All of Gartran's kingdoms are like this. Having been a cardinal for so long, he can state that with confidence. They use the terrors of war to incite the people and extract their wealth. Later, she was sitting in the square in silence, thinking apprehensively. Suddenly, Hyansak calls her, warning that Rahel and Frisch wanted to stay and rest at the inn. "You two stay here, you hear." A crying, indignant Rahel screams that he was cheating on Rahel. Sitting down, he asks if she feels better, but she reveals that, to be honest, she's very irritated. She then explains that she's angry with herself, as she would have nothing to say in protest. As he fumbles to console her, thinking about which approach would be best to use, she calls him, interrupting his thoughts. With a jump, he yells that it wasn't him, leaving her confused by his reaction. Embarrassed, Hyansak stammers, and both stare at each other, not knowing what to say. With a smile, she says she was just going to tell him an old story she remembered. She reveals that, although Keaton Village is in ruins, it was once the home of a legendary hero. With that, she begins to tell the story of the legendary Lofar Dozer, from centuries ago in the Great Holy War. Sir Lofar was the greatest hero of his time, celebrated throughout the continent. He was a man of justice who loved his kingdom and a kind and merciful knight. Unfortunately, she reveals that Sir Lofar died at 37, right there in Keaton. Hyansak asks what exactly happened in the village. She explains that, in the year before the end of the war, the demons' attacks became more ferocious. The king ordered Sir Lofar to abandon Keaton, but for the first time in his life, he refused the orders. He declared that a nation has a duty to protect its people, and that he would not betray that duty. He managed to stop the demons alone, for Mariette, for the king, and for the people. With a distant look, Absalom wonders what he would think of Mariette now, if he were alive. At night, as they walk, she thanks him, saying she feels much better, and he says he didn't do anything, just listen to her. Even so, she says that just sitting next to him was a great comfort. Suddenly, a scream echoes. Residents ran, screaming that someone was killed, and telling them to call the village guards. Going to check, Hyansak tells her to stay back, and is shocked to see the scene, realizing the situation is serious. Observing the corpse, he says the guards must be on their way, and that everything seemed calm now. But even so, he says there's something strange, and asks her to take a look. Running to him, Hyansak says the smell is too strong to be a fresh body, and that there are strange magical marks around. He's not very familiar with magic, so he asks her to take a look. Suddenly, Absalom screams, "Behind you!" With a roar, the body gets up to attack him. Moving away from the thing trying to bite him, he wonders what the hell is this. Absalom then charges, hitting the creature. Hyansak trembles and asks what that was. He was dead just a moment ago. "Well, I think you've seen much worse things than this, my comrade." She explains that it's an undead, created by necromancy. Apprehensive, Absalom reveals that it's a ritual magic used by demons to control the dead. This was used by some demonic factions during the war. Even so, she admits it's the first time she's seen something like this in person. In a cold sweat, Hyansak asks if he'll become one of them if he gets bitten. But, confused, she says that's a very strange idea, at least from what she knows, but it would be very unpleasant. At that moment, the village guards arrive. They then stop them and ask who they are, identifying them as outsiders. When Absalom hesitates on what to say, Hyansak quickly intervenes, saying they are mercenaries, and that they heard there would be work in that town. The guards whisper among themselves and ask for their credentials. After analyzing, the guard confirms he was right and says he knows why they are there, telling them to follow him. Hyansak explains that even though they didn't want to draw attention, they ended up getting involved. Frisch scolds him for having passed himself off as a mercenary, and he says it just happened. The village chief, Edmar, questions if they were the great mercenaries from the mercenary guild. Confused, they wonder what's this talk about great mercenaries. Frowning, the chief asks if that wasn't the case. As Absalom was about to say it just happened, with a smile, Hyansak confirms they are the most legendary mercenaries alive, and that the old man had good eyes. Internally, he apologizes to Absalom, saying it's better this way than to be caught. With that confidence, Hyansak says the guild sent them and asks what they need. Meanwhile, an embarrassed Absalom apologized to God for her comrades' lies. The chief checks their credentials and gets straight to the point. Basically, the situation is that the villagers started disappearing a few months ago. At first, they thought people were just leaving in search of a better life, but soon their bodies started appearing around the village. Absalon adds that one of the bodies had strange letters and marks, but according to the chief, this was the first time they returned to life. Even having sent letters to their lord, they were instructed to move to another village. No one cares about a poor village that can't even pay the fees. With that, the villagers pooled their money to make a request to the mercenary guild. With a yawn, Frisch asks if that's why they lied. Rahel then calls them filthy liars. This was their punishment for leaving Rahel. The guys got roasted by Rahel, completely brutalized. Frisch warns that they shouldn't draw attention, as the Demon King might be involved. It was better that they didn't interfere. With a hesitant look, Absalon suggests they could investigate for just one day. Hyansak realizes she feels guilty for the village and agrees they should at least try to take a look. Frisch observes in silence, reflecting on their decision. With a sigh, he finally agrees and gives them a week, saying that after that they will leave. Surprised, both celebrate, confirming and thanking him. He then points to a map, dividing the village into two sections for the patrol. Rahel and the Saint would patrol one area and Hyansak another. When Hyansak asks about him, Frisch says he needs to look for the real mercenaries. 4 days later, Absalon arrives, and Hyansak comments that she was out longer than usual, and she explains she needed to check something before staying. Curious about what she discovered, Hyansak asks what it is. She then reveals that, after discussing with Rahel, she's sure now. There's a high concentration of demonic power in this village. Confused by the revelation, Hyansak asks what exactly that means, and she sighs at his ignorance. There is always a small amount of mana, demonic power, and divine power in the air. Depending on the territory, it's natural for one of these forces to be a little stronger than the others. In this case, although this is human territory, the demonic power was simply too strong to be natural. Frisch says he actually felt strangely good in that place, but thought maybe it was because he was already used to it. Absalon concludes that the demonic power is the likely source of the incidents. She suggests that with the remaining time, they should investigate the cause of it, to at least tell the village chief. Hyansak asks if she's okay with not solving the problem. Confirming, she says she has already taken up too much of everyone's time and can't ask for more. But Frisch says they still have 2 days, and if that's the problem, now they can focus on it. Hyansak asks Frisch if he uses necromancy, but he denies it, saying the 3rd Division doesn't use those techniques. Not understanding, Hyansak asks why not. Frisch says that Hemis hates necromancy as much as chimeras, and that it's an unreliable magic. With a sigh, Frisch asks if the Saint didn't explain this to him, to which she replies she didn't know how. He then says that few would know, even among demons, as it was never very successful. Necromancy is the power to raise and control the dead. The technique uses the bodies on the battlefield to gain numerical superiority. However, the hastily created undead have no intelligence and need to be controlled one by one. With that, the necromancer becomes an easy target in the heat of battle. Frisch adds that, although more powerful undead have been created, they were uncontrollable. The feral undead attack any living being, friend or foe. In other words, in short, this technique wasn't very useful. Suddenly, Frisch is surprised, and Absalon screams that she feels the presence of other demons. Frisch comments that she is really sensitive to demonic power, and if she could identify where it was coming from. So she says it's in the square near the statue. There, a hooded figure complains about having intruders. Hyansak asks if it's that one, and Absalon confirms, saying it was better not to kill them, so they could find out what the problem was there. Frisch then questions what they should do, and Hyansak replies he's going to try something. Sensing his smell, the figure finds it strange. He's a human with a faint smell of demonic power. The man then asks if they should fight, and staring him down, Hyansak remains silent. Out of nowhere he yells with all the determination in the world to cease fire. We're on the same side. Not understanding anything, Absalon asks if they weren't going to fight. The hooded man is also confused. Meanwhile, Hyansak announces himself as the colonel of the 3rd Division and demands the other's name and rank immediately. Name and position? Hyansak Choi. So the rumors about a human were true. But when I left, the so-called human was just a captain. As Absalon and Frisch just watch, she asks if they shouldn't do something. Frisch then introduces himself as the 3rd direct subordinate of Commander Hemis from the 3rd Division and demands the other to identify himself. With a smile, he mutters they should solve this quietly so as not to affect the village, and Absalon is completely disappointed that he went along with it too. He then tells Absalon to go on ahead and warn the village chief so they can evacuate if necessary. The figure reveals himself, asking if they are really demons and why a demon is traveling with humans. Frisch explains they are on a secret mission under Commander Hemis' orders. This was all he could say, as the details were extremely confidential. When the man questions about Hemis, Frisch confirms and demands again that he state his affiliation. He then reveals he belongs to the 4th Division of the Demon Army. Hyansak asks, surprised, if he is under Commander Park's command. But furious, the man yells she is not his commander, and that they only honor the true Commander Onyx. As they whisper, Frisch reveals that Onyx is the former commander who was demoted. Basically, the demon army's politics are complicated. Most aren't happy with a human rookie suddenly becoming a superior. And the man gets annoyed with the whispers. Laughing, they play it off, replying it's nothing and for him not to worry. Hyansak then changes the subject, saying that if he left when he was still a captain, then it's been a while. Out of nowhere with an extremely strange tone, he praises him for the good work in enemy territory. It must not have been easy. Frisch says he understands, as he was also away for long periods. Moved, the demon is happy to finally be understood by someone. As they sit, Hyansak asks why the 4th Division is so close to the 3rd's territory. Hesitant, the man doesn't know if he should answer. With a friendly smile, Hyansak deduces he doesn't like his commander and offers to help get rid of her. As Hyansak and Frisch gossip, they comment that Hemis also didn't get along with her, and Hyansak confirms she was a bitch. Frisch then says that, as both are on special missions, they should know what the other is doing. Hyansak whispers that this goof is just an NPC who doesn't know anything, but Frisch argues that solo spy missions are just like that. You barely make contact with anyone. The NPC then reveals he's experimenting with a new device to transform mana into demonic power. Shocked, Hyansak asks if that's really possible. The man explains that the device creates an environment rich in dark energy, perfect for necromancy. Onyx and Rotarch developed it together. For months, he's been turning the city into a giant mandala, burying hundreds of these devices. Now that a corpse has become an undead on its own, I came to finish the mission. Hyansak then asks what happens when he finishes. He says there are tales of a legendary knight in the city. He will raise him as an undead. Surprised, Frisch asks if he's referring to Lofar Dozer, and if necromancy has developed that much. He then questions if, even if they managed to resurrect him, they would be able to control him. With a smile, the man says that's why they are experimenting in human territory. If it got out of control, they would just abandon the territory. If the experiment is successful, they plan to turn Commander Park into an undead. He also explains that, if the device works, they won't need other races as commanders. And so Master Onyx will be able to return as commander and asks that they please just stay out of it. Hyansak and Frisch exchange glances, and Frisch nods. In a second, they charge, completely finishing off the nameless NPC. The device rolls on the ground, as Frisch commented that he read his mind. But Hyansak replies that honestly he wasn't sure. With a smile, Frisch points out that Hemis would also prefer Park to keep her position. Anyway, a satisfied Hyansak says they are free to go, and suggests delivering the device along with the body as proof and digging up the other devices. Yeah, maybe I'll even notify Commander Park about this when this is over. At that moment, a huge explosion of energy happens behind them. Meanwhile, the villagers were discussing in the distance. Absalon wonders why it's so quiet and if she should go back. Suddenly, a flash of green light catches her attention. She then realizes it's coming from near the "Oh no!" With a scream, she warns she needs to check on her companions, and orders one of the villagers that no one is to enter the village and that they should contact the nearest church. What's this? Killing the necromancer? Shouldn't that have solved everything? No, this can't be. Amidst the energy, a figure comments that he should know. Lofar Dozer, the first legend of Mariette, says he should know if his nation is still standing. Hyansak and Frisch exchange glances. And nervous, Hyansak reveals they are in Keaton Village, in Mariette. Then Lofar cuts him off, wanting to know what demons are doing in Mariette territory. As Hyansak fumbles to explain, Absalon arrives calling for them. Upon seeing Lofar, she immediately freezes. She then introduces herself as the second in line to the throne and calling for the warrior Lofar Dozer, asks to speak with him. With the royal seal in hand, she proves she's truly a princess of Mariette. Lofar recognizes the seal as an expensive magical device, given only to direct descendants. Kneeling, he bows in respect to her noble lineage and formally introduces himself. As Frisch and Hyansak whisper, they comment that things are going better than expected.
That guy looks pretty good for a 200-year-old dead guy. Yeah, I don't really get necromancy. Maybe it's because he's a legendary warrior.
Lofar then asks what happened since his death, and why the princess was with demons. Frisch is suspicious, thinking this is too easy, helping her up. She says it's a long story and asks that for now, they just prepare to leave. She will explain everything on the way. With that, the group walks together to the stable, and Lofar comments on how the world has changed in his absence. Hyansak asks if Sir Lofar will really join them, and he confirms his loyalty to the royal house. If it's for the princess, he wishes to help however he can. But Hyansak questions that he made that promise when he was alive. We have our own reasons, but you don't know anyone from that time anymore. Lofar replies that all he wants is what's best for the people. He then reveals that, in life, he had a wild-spirited daughter, just like her mother. And as her father was the greatest knight in Mariette, she wanted to become the greatest tailor in Mariette.
Even though she's no longer here,
She must have loved and been very loved
throughout her life.
She is everything to him. That's why he wishes to protect everything she loved. With pride, he says her name was Rosa Dozer, but maybe it changed to Crocel after he died. Surprised, Absalon reveals that one of the knight commanders was named Crocel. As a child, he heard that the commander's mother was a royal tailor. The knight commander was the second legend of Merit. Legends have long lives. Maybe he might even still be alive. Lofar says that if it's true, he must look like him, and he wishes to meet him if he can. Hyansak sighs. This was a relief. He didn't become a monster. And Rahel replies she thought this would be the end for that place. Lofar continues talking about his family, how his wife loved a candy shop, and his daughter a fabric shop. That land was full of nostalgic memories. At that moment, he starts to sway in a somewhat strange way, and suddenly falls to the ground. Immediately, Frisch yells, telling them to get away from Lofar, who was screaming nonstop. Hyansak questions what that was. What do you think? He's going to try to kill everyone who's alive, starting with us, the villagers, and the nearest towns. If no one stops him, he'll eventually reach even the capital. Hyansak questions if they should fight. The Frisch replies that even as a rotten corpse, a legend is still a legend. They don't have the power for that. But they can run. Out of nowhere, Absalon screams that she will stay. Frisch warns that there's no way she can face him. She should let the royal guards or the Holy Order deal with him. Even so, the saint insists she can do this. The dead are the opposite of divine power. That alone will make him not have anywhere near the power he had in life. Maybe she can stop him.
Absalon, you know you can't do this, so why?
Trembling, she screams that the most important thing is that she is the princess of Mariette. Frisch tells her to stop, but Hyansak already jumps in saying he would help. He says it would be a shame to let the story end with Lofar destroying the village where he made his name. Annoyed, Frisch starts to remember Hemis complaining and says that now he has no choice. And so they position themselves to try to do the best they can. Frisch tells him to be sharp. He was attacking the rear guard first. Maybe he remembers combat strategies, or it's just by instinct. Lofar charges at Absalon, who, defending herself, activates her glorious maiden ability. Charging forward with noblesse, Hyansak hits him square on with a kick.
But it's not enough.
Lofar grabs his leg as if it were nothing, and Hyansak quickly lands another blow, determined to stop him, and smashes his head against the ground. Moving away, Absalon asks if it's over, but complaining that that was one of his greatest techniques, he says no.
Honestly, he can't even tell if that even hurt him.
Frisch says that the undead can only be stopped by decapitation or a purification ritual. Absalon offers to perform an exorcism, but says that for that, she needs to fully concentrate on the spell. She doesn't have enough skill to do it while fighting. The sky starts to darken, with thunder echoing, and Rahel asks what it is, rain. But Absalon says that wasn't a normal rain. Sir Lofar was the Lord of Thunder. He can summon storms and control lightning. With an explosion of power, it's clear that he is truly the Thunder Knight of War. He then charges, using his War Thunder sword, lightning speed. Defending himself, Hyansak screams that he was too fast.
I can barely see him.
As he tried to defend himself, Frisch shot from a distance, yelling that he's giving him cover and tells him to keep going. Lofar doesn't retreat for even a moment, and soon charges towards Absalon, who with her magic says she would stop him. But jumping over, Lofar goes straight towards Frisch. With a single blow, Lofar hits Frisch, destroying the entire house. Rahel asks if he's okay, and coughing he replies he barely survived. In the midst of a storm, Lofar prepares to continue. He then uses the War Thunder Sword, unexpected lightning. Abelson blocks the attack with her shield, but the force of the blow was too strong. With a scream, Hyansak tells Abelson to get down. He then uses his flying kick, hitting Lofar square on once again. The impact throws him far away, and Hyansak screams, calling for Frisch. Annoyed, Frisch says he almost just died, and asks what he means by our thing. Grabbing his arm, Hyansak pulls him, and Frisch throws him with everything he's got, who, going towards Lofar, prepares to use the aerial kick. Undead or not, if I cut him in half, he won't be able to move. Rahel asks if he did it. As the dust settles, Hyansak was struggling as he was held by the foot, yelling that he's in trouble. Lofar then unleashes his transcendent signature ability, the War Thunder Sword. With an explosion of energy, Absalon screams for Hyansak, and Frisch charges to try to stop him from being completely charred. He manages to cut his arm and free Hyansak. Retreating, he says Hyansak should be able to survive, thanks the 2nd Division Commander's experiments. But as good as Rotark is, he won't survive, unless he's treated immediately. Lofar charges once more and Frisch almost gets his head ripped off. Being thrown far away, a desperate Rahel screams for him, and for Hyansak, telling them to get up. Abelson then unleashes her divine magic, the Sanctuary Declaration, to protect them. This technique consumes a lot of power and prevents her from moving, but it was designed to withstand powerful attacks. This was the best defense she could use. She wonders if it's still not enough, and if he's simply too powerful. With the barrier cracking, she despairs, thinking she's going to fail to protect them. But if I fall here, Hyansak. With tears in her eyes, she screams for Sir Lofar to come to his senses. She reminds him of how he gave his life for this village, and even after death, he still wishes to fight for Mariette. You said you would never bring shame to your daughter. Without difficulty, he finally breaks through the defense and smashes her against the ground. With him on top of her, Absalom says that everyone he loved lived there. You said you wanted to do what's best for them. With one last plea, she begs pleas for Sir Lofar to open his eyes. It still wasn't too late. Crying, she smiles, remembering his story, and saying he was still their hero. Suddenly, thick drops start to fall, and she wonders if it was rain. No, it's not rain. She extends a trembling hand to his face, saying they are tears, and he tells her to be silent. Crying, he attacks, screaming and ordering silence. Frisch screams desperately for the saint. Commander, maybe we should continue the undead research. No, it's not just us. All the divisions agreed to ban it. You are always quite inflexible when it comes to the undead. Could I know why? Hemis says that of course she misses her fallen comrades. They all died, except for Raidron. The research in necromancy originally began from the desire to see again those who died because she was weak. Who wouldn't wish to see their companions again? Eventually, with some success, she managed to revive some and was immensely happy to see their faces again. At that moment, Hemis promised she would protect them better this time. That hope, however, ended when they attacked her, moved by resentment. She then describes the instinct of the undead as a hunger that erases any relationship or value. Faced with such an overwhelming desire, no one is able to resist. Yes, it's true that we could greatly expand our numbers using the undead, but no one could guarantee that eventually it wouldn't turn against them. In the end, she declares she will never go through that experience again. Meanwhile, back in the present, Absalon watches the scene, frightened. The knight's sword was trembling, stuck between her arm. Frisch is then astonished that he missed from so close, questioning if the man overcame his instincts. With great difficulty, Sir Lofar gritted his teeth, begging for them to stop him. Please, don't let me hurt you. In that instant, Hyansak hits him with everything from behind, ripping his head off. On the ground, the former legend thanks them from the bottom of his heart for stopping him before he hurt the princess. Thank you for not letting me shame my daughter. Immediately after, Hyansak drops dead on the ground, completely unconscious. Frisch is impressed, saying he was already out. What willpower! Soon, the villagers' screams approach, forcing Frisch to flee while Absalon worries if it could be the church.
Arriving at the scene, the knights declare they are the holy guard of this place and demand to know what that strange energy was, and orders the outsiders to identify themselves. Absalom despairs, thinking their credentials won't fool the clergy. And now, what we have to fight. Her divine power is almost at its end, and revealing the truth would condemn Hyansak. Hiding on a roof, Rahel says this is a disaster, but Frisch tells her to be quiet, or they'll capture them too. Suddenly, a voice asks for everyone to step aside, making way through the crowd. Bishop Tranio appears, declaring he sees a familiar face. Surprised, Absalom recognizes him and asks what he's doing there. Shh! I will ensure your safety, so please come with me. Moments later, in a luxurious room, the bishop shows a communication orb, explaining that it was found among their belongings. This exudes demonic power. Abelson asks what will happen to them, and if they will be arrested. Ignoring the question, Tranio reminds her of a pilgrimage they made across the continent years before. Honestly, at the time, I was completely against your participation. How a spoiled princess, who knows nothing, was going to join him on that journey. I assumed you wouldn't last a week, and then we'd have to find a way to send you back. Tranio admits how wrong he was, remembering she remained on the pilgrimage for a whole year without complaining. On the contrary, the princess showed kindness and dedication to all who needed help without distinction. He recalls that, when asking the reason for her actions, her response was quite refreshing. Absalom simply declared she would do what she considered to be right. With that, the bishop states that this was the saint he knew, and not a traitor allied with demons for her own benefit. Tranio then gently asks her to tell him everything, asking what really happened. With tears in her eyes, Absalom hesitates, not knowing where to begin. In his cell, Hyansak writhes on the ground. In a blurred vision, he sees the figure of Absalom calling his name. In that same instant, Frisch shakes him, saying he was making a weird pout, and Flord asks if he was okay. As he leaps away desperately, an annoyed Frisch asks what that was now and if he had any idea how much demonic power he had to spend on him. Here I am, a prisoner of the Holy Order, trying to save an ungrateful wretch. Right after, Absalom appears accompanied by the bishop. Absalom approaches the cell and whispers that the bishop was a long-time acquaintance and will help them escape. Hyansak thanks her, but expresses his concern about her getting into trouble. As he unlocks the cell, Tranio states that an old man like him, waiting for God, has nothing to fear. Absalom suggests the bishop flee with them, but he refuses, explaining he needs to stay to maintain his people's faith in the face of the undead threat. If the bishop ran away, who would believe in the faith of God? Oh, and here are your belongings. Handing over the orb, he begs her to leave without looking back, and to keep doing what she thinks is right. The bishop then addresses the demon and the fairy, saying that goes for them too, and Frisch is surprised by how much he knew. Shortly after, Tranio turns to Hyansak, admitting he has a difficult request to make. I will entrust you with the life of our dear saint. Back in his office, Tranio decides he needs to report the undead situation before it spreads. Suddenly, the door to his office opens with a voice screaming for him. Kinley Riverford barges into the room, announcing he has been stripped of his position for collaborating with the traitor Abelson and demands to know her whereabouts. Calmly, Tranio greets her, commenting he hasn't seen her since her last birthday, and stating that the good saint is not there. Kinley pressures him to reveal the traitor's destination, warning him about the consequences of further irritating Emperor Orban. With a laugh, the bishop ironically asks if she's referring to the torture chamber for heretics. He then gives in, saying he has no other choice, but asks to put on his ceremonial robes before they leave. A guard intervenes, informing Kinley that the criminal is not allowed to be alone. Kinley, wasn't I like a father to you? Maybe considering our history, you'll allow me to face my destiny with dignity. Very well, I will let you do it. The guard protests, but she says she will take the blame. Before closing the door, Tranio asks them to ensure the documents on his desk reach the Holy Sovereign. So, farewell, Kinley. Inside, he opens one of the drawers. So this is where I had kept this. How lucky I was to see you at the end, Kinley. My dear saint, I hope everything goes well. Riding through the forest, Hyansak suggests going back for the bishop, but Absalom firmly refuses. Moving forward is what Bishop Tranio would have wanted. Frisch asks what their destination would be. Natasha, the capital of Mariette. We're going to the royal palace. In the great cathedral of Raidron, Orban receives the news that Tranio is dead and complains that the traitors have escaped again. Kinley reports they tried to track them, but a skilled scout in the group left no traces. Clutching the documents apprehensively,
She states that they know that they only have 3 places to go. They can seek asylum in Drasen, Gartran's adversary, or resort to the group of deserter warriors in Ultimate Pass. Or the last option would be to seek out their own blood, the royal family of Mariette. Every way, is it true that the group defeated Lofar Dozer? His growth rate is exceeding expectations in a problematic way. Kinley confirms the information from the reports and hands over the documents that Tranio wanted him to see. She then offers to take care of the funeral, but Orban cuts her off and orders that Tranio's head be cut off and displayed. Shocked, Kinley argues that they were talking about Tranio, but the sovereign states there are no exceptions for traitors and that everyone must know the punishment for helping traitors. Even so, she protests, remembering that Tranio was Azahel's most beloved disciple, and that Orban himself brought him into the priesthood. Besides, what about all the work he did in the south of Marit? What idea would this give? With a stern look, Orban scolds her, saying that lately she seems to forget her position. He reminds her that he is the holy sovereign, not her. Alone, Orban reads the documents and questions himself about the mentioned demonic power and necromancy. It seems the demon race has finally turned against me. Even so, this could be useful. Elsewhere, Park Hyona gets annoyed in her room. She throws herself on the bed, frustrated that the person who asked for her help died, and laments not having been able to investigate Hemis's relationship with the Demon King. Well, I openly took Hemis's side, so the Demon King will want revenge. In fact, it's been strangely quiet around here. With Hemis gone, I will surely be the next target. One of her consciences suggests returning to Gartran for a new start somewhere else, but she refuses the idea of swallowing her pride and having to start all over again. Another conscience suggests defecting to Drasen. After all, it doesn't matter who her master is. But she dismisses the option, as Sullivan has already been there. They don't accept asylum from her kind. She despairs upon realizing the Demon King was her only option to stay on top among the 3 powers. If I had known they were in cahoots with the Holy Empire this whole time. In a fit of rage, she screams she would have never gone there, and that she should have accepted the invitation to go to Ultimate Pass. I only found out the truth after becoming a commander. I got too relaxed thinking that, as a commander, I would be safe. Now I need to find a way to escape. Suddenly, someone knocks on the door, saying it was Onyx. He enters holding a communication orb and informs that Raidron from the 3rd Division wishes to speak with her. Surprised, she takes the orb, asking what this is about now. The voice says he has something important to tell her and asks if anyone else is present, to which she replies that only Onyx, the 2nd in command. After the voice asks for privacy, she says he heard it. Everyone out. I have a message from Hyansak Choi. Don't trust anyone but yourself. Confused, Park questions what that means and what Hyansak's connection to the situation is. As the orb begins to crack, Raidron says he doesn't know the details, but reinforces that the message was urgent. You must. At that moment, the doors to her room are broken down, and Onyx leads a group of soldiers, declaring that, although the Demon King wanted to wait, they no longer have a choice. Hearing the order to kill the human traitor, Park panics, saying she knew something was very strange. In Natasha, the capital of Mariette, in the great royal mansion, as Hyansak says they finally arrived, Rahel gets excited about the place. They even had malls. He asks what the next step is, and Absalon replies they need to visit her father immediately. Although there are many good things there, they need to hurry. Uh-oh, buddy, I know those lips and those tits, huh? Suddenly something catches Hyansak's attention. Rahel asks what happened, and when Hyansak questions if she saw something, she asks, saw what? Never mind. I guess it was nothing. Soon, the group arrives at the main gate of the Palace of Mariette. The guards immediately block the entrance, demanding they identify themselves and state their purpose. Absalon then removes her hood and introduces herself as the 2nd in line to the throne. After hearing the group's report in the throne room, the king understands the situation. With that, Abelson asks her father for permission for them to stay at the palace for a while, which the king promptly agrees to. He then hugs her, assuring that she shouldn't worry about the Sacred Empire, as he will take care of everything. Moved, Abelson calls him father, as he comments that it must have been a tiring journey. He tells all of them to rest, as they can talk more tomorrow. Hyansak, however, expresses his concern about them staying too far from Absalon. Rahel reminds him that they are not in a position to make demands, and Absalon states that she asked for them to stay in the room next to hers, but they were horrified by the request. Lying on the bed, living the good life. Frisch comments that he feels as if they were being watched in a not at all subtle way. Not understanding, Abelson questions him, and he tells Rahel to cast a silent spell. He then reveals there's a lookout in the tree, 2 in the tower above, and that the strongest presence is 2 rooms away. Furious, Absalon confronts the guards demanding to know who ordered the surveillance on her group. One of the guards replies that they were orders from the 4th prince to avoid possible scandals with unknown figures. Annoyed, she orders them to withdraw immediately, reminding everyone of her position as second in line of succession. Peeking through the door, Hyansak asks if everything is okay. Awkwardly, she apologizes for the treatment, but Hyansak laughs and says he understands the situation. She doesn't need to worry about it. The princess then understands and thanks him sincerely. Not even her home seemed to be safe. The next morning, during breakfast, the king comments that they also had their own problems with the undead. Krier explains that half of the royal knights were sent to a mining village in the north, and Absalon suspects they will find buried devices at the location. As Wraith eats, Absalon states that destroying these devices will normalize the demonic power levels. Hyansak questions who is protecting the throne if half the knights were sent on another mission. Krier explains that many troops are still in the palace, including the important Sir Walder, which piques Hyansak's curiosity. Walder Lanskrona, the legend of Mariette and the commander of the forces. I've heard my grandfather rests in peace again, thanks to you. He then announces that Walder is very grateful and will join them, making Hyansak whisper to Absalon about how young he looks to be Sir Lofar's grandson. Walder addresses Hyansak, stating he seems not to know much about legends, and invites him to the training ground after they eat. Walder suggests a friendly spar, which Hyansak excitedly accepts. Suddenly, knocks on the door interrupt breakfast. A guard enters and announces the arrival of a delegation from Gartron, leaving the king visibly irritated by the interruption. Furious, Krier slams the table, questioning Gartron's right to interfere in Mariette's affairs, as their demands have been met. The king agrees, but asks him to stay calm in front of Abelson. Rav, however, questions if she is really innocent. Why doesn't Absalon just go to Gartron to explain herself? With an irritated look, the king scolds him, reminding him that Absalon is family. Confused by the tension, Hyansak observes the scene, worried about her well-being, who just lowers her head, remaining silent. Later, Walder comments that he was pretty quick, and Hyansak replies that, of course, he wouldn't miss the chance to talk to a real legend. Walder then invites him to ask any question as a thank you for saving his grandfather. Awkwardly, Hyansak asks if he can talk about Absalon, as he felt embarrassed to bring up this topic before. Surprised that the first question is about the princess, Walder stretches, promising he'll say whatever he wants. Walder begins by explaining that the princess's situation is not good, as the 2 most powerful forces on the continent are Gartron and Dracen. Mariette has stronger ties with Gartron, especially after Princess Absalon was chosen as a saint. With that, Hyansak understands that everything Absalon did puts Mariette in a difficult position. Walder agrees, but states that the king would never turn his back on family, as Absalon looks a lot like the late queen. Besides, the crown prince is also very fond of his sister. However, the 3rd and 4th princes are fearful and weak-willed, making her position uncertain. Since the king and the crown prince love Absalon very much, the others hesitate to oppose her, and Hyansak asks what Walder's opinion on this would be. Walder replies that he is simply the sword of the royal family, which goes where it is wielded. He explains that his master will always be whoever rules the country, an oath he made decades ago, leaving Hyansak confused about how old he was. Walder replies that 97 years old, and after Hyansak's shock, asks what he knows so far about heroes and legends. Hyansak replies simply that they look young, use lightning, and hurt when they hit. Sighing, Walder concludes that basically he knew nothing. As mentioning lightning specifically, it was a power exclusive to his grandfather. Hero refers to those whose strength far surpasses the normal. However, the term only applies to those who do not reach the threshold to become a legend. When Walder asks what he thought that threshold between them was, Hyansak guesses it's how young they look, and Walder says he's half right. He reveals that when a hero becomes a legend, their body reverts to its peak form. That's why he doesn't look like he's 97. The second characteristic that defines them are their powers. Walder explains that, although the word power has many meanings, in this case, it refers to someone's characteristic ability or technique. They are special powers that ordinary people do not possess,
like his grandfather's control of lightning. Another example would be a psychic defensive power, like the Great Wall of Azahel, the Legend of Gartron. In rare cases, however, even more unique powers can appear, like Basil of Dracen's ability to return things to the void. So being a legend is kind of like being a wizard.
Walder clarifies that it's different from common magic, which requires training and understanding.
Powers are not spells, and once they manifest, can be used freely, limited only by imagination.
With that, Hyansak understands the concept
And remembers another legend, wondering what her age could be.
but Walder warns him that being a legend doesn't mean being all-powerful.
Azahel, for example, had an extremely strong defense, but that came at a physical price.
His grandfather's power also depended on the weather, as it was impossible to summon storms on a clear day.
In other words, there are limitations to what can be done even for a legend.
Curious,
Hyansak asks what Sir Walder's power is.
he replies that he was already expecting that question and was waiting for it.
So are you ready? And I thought it would be better to give you a taste and practice while you're here.
With the promise that the experience will make him much stronger, Hyansak accepts with great enthusiasm.
Now at night, Absalom was walking through the corridors.
She calls for her father, but ends up hearing an argument coming from inside.
She recognizes the voice, wondering if it's Wrath.
Inside, Wraith yells that Gartron will end up ruling the continent, and that all other kingdoms will kneel before them. How could a small nation like theirs challenge Gartron's power? A ruler should be willing to sacrifice the few for the good of the many. As the king remains silent, Kreer
Agrees with Wrath,
that would be the most correct choice.
but Absalom is not some few.
She is loyal in his blood. Annoyed, Ratha questions if they should then go to war against Gartron for mere emotional ties. The king, however, states
That there is still time to start negotiations with Dracen. He explains that, because Mariette is the largest buffer state between the two great powers, Dracen wouldn't ignore them. However, the king admits it would be a delicate balance not to antagonize Gartron in the process. Outside,
Absalom listened to the argument, with Rath yelling that this is an extremely dangerous gamble. As a tear runs down her face,
she thinks of Bishop Tranio.
completely lost.
She wonders what she should do.
Later, as she walks with Hyansak,
She asks how his training is going,
and he replies that he's learning faster than before.
with a curious smile.
Absalom asks if he got to see Sir Walder's power.
About that. Is his power hyperfocus?
During the training,
Walder confirms his power is hyperfocus. This ability allows him to read an opponent's breathing and muscle movements to predict their next action.
no matter what Hyansak tries,
He will have already predicted his next move.
even so, Hyansak charges, planning a quick attack with a feint to the body, followed by an uppercut.
However, as he executes it, Walder dodges easily.
Walder explains that all actions, including feints, require minimal visible preparation, and Hyansak complains that this was cheating.
Even so, my power has a weakness.
An immediately excited Hyansak asks if he's really going to tell him something like that so easily. Incredulous, Hyansak questions how Walder can trust him, since they just met.
Well, there are two reasons for that. The first is that me telling you doesn't mean I'm going to lose. You to me are like a newborn baby. The second is that you are the princess's champion.
Having heard the stories, it's clear she only got this far thanks to you.
And I could also tell that just by the way she looked at him.
He then explains that, as the king's champion, he cannot interfere in the nation's affairs, and therefore, the princess cannot count on his help. However, the current situation is an extreme case. If there is a situation someday where I have to choose between His Majesty and the princess, I would choose His Majesty without hesitation. Therefore, he asks Hyansak to protect her
If that situation really happens. In any case, back to my power. Since it's basically based on focus, facing large numbers even if it helped him, it also diluted it a lot.
After all, focus consists of paying attention to a single thing, and with large numbers it was, as if he was kind of blinking all the time. Besides, Walder admits that in a confrontation of pure strength, the stronger one would always win.
Think of it like if I got caught,
I can have all the focus in the world, and it won't change anything. Obviously, the most common strategy when facing groups
is to always prioritize putting yourself in tight places to face them one at a time.
In his case,
Due to the advantage of his ability, this counted even more.
basically his main weaknesses are numbers, terrain, brute force, traps, and a few other things. Hyansak then asks if he can activate his power whenever he wants,
And Walder confirms that almost he trained a lot for that.
He also points out that he also developed extreme resistance against temperatures, pain, and poison, to which a frustrated Hyansak complains that all the countermeasures against him he doesn't have. But Walder clarifies that he's not telling him that so Hyansak can defeat him now, leaving him confused about what the reason was then. One day we might end up fighting together. That's why we need to know each other's weaknesses to protect ourselves. Later, Hyansak comments to Absalon how scary Walder's power was, admitting he only managed to hit him once every 100 blows. Even so, he observes that things have been pleasantly peaceful lately. But I don't know how long this will last. It had been a while since he could focus entirely just on training. Oh, this fairy. Just living the good life. Seeing her like this, she doesn't even look like a devil. Absalon agrees it's very peaceful, almost as if it were the calm before the storm. Hyansak, not understanding anything about storms, asks what the problem was, but she sarcastically evades, saying that nothing could happen with him and Walder around. Embarrassed, she asks him not to pay attention to what she said. With that, she holds his pinky, affirming that nothing will happen, everything will be all right. As they walk hand in hand, she questions if Hyansak doesn't agree, and he says he thinks so. Finally, the guy's gonna manage to make a kid before he dies. 10 days later, at the training ground, Walder praises Hyansak for managing to hit him, even if the fight score was 10 billion to 1 for him. Mana overload, a technique that collides demonic and magical power to create an explosion. That's interesting. Walder comments he'd like to learn that technique, but also supposes it would probably be impossible without the special condition of Hyansak's powers. At that moment, they are interrupted by a huge explosion coming from the palace. Shocked, Walder says that came from His Majesty's room. They must go. Hyansak offers to go with him, but Walder says he already told him, go protect the princess. Running through the corridors, he called for his companions. Suddenly, Frisch alerts him to problems. Approaching, Hyansak asks if that was a corpse, but Rahel replies it wasn't just a corpse. That was a demon. A nervous Rahel informs him that that wasn't the only one. There are many other dead demons up ahead, and Hyansak questions if Frisch had any idea what was happening. He, however, has no idea, finding it strange that the demon army would make such a foolish attack. That wasn't even Gartran territory. As Hyansak decides to go to the king's quarters to join Walder, Frisch warns he's going to take a look to see if he finds any clues. Suddenly, Rath appears with a group, yelling that it was a relief to see her safe. Abelson asks if he's okay, and Wraith explains the palace is under attack, apparently by demons. They've already dealt with a wave of intruders, but there might still be more. He insists it's dangerous to be alone, and that she should stay with him, as he knew the palace better. Although Abelson agrees, she states she wishes for Hyansak. Before she can finish the sentence, Hyansak pulls her back. He then questions her, reminding her that she's sensitive to demonic power. Did you feel anything when the demons invaded? She questions what he means, and Hyansak suggests that, although Wraith said it was a demonic attack, what if they aren't really demons? Annoyed, Wraith yells that he wasn't even from there, and that he has no time for this. Absalon tries to reassure him, saying that Wraith is family. She can't necessarily feel the presence of any demon. Maybe she let her guard down. As she suggests they trust Wraith. Suddenly, Absalon feels a faint demonic power nearby, and Wraith screams, wanting to know from where. She points in the direction, finding it strange that the presence isn't being masked. Besides, the princess notices that the energy is different from that of common demons. This is almost like. Rath then alerts his guards about the approach, ordering them to prepare for combat. Absalon then concludes that that energy was like Hyansak's, as if it were half-human. Shocked, Abelson recognizes the figure as Sir Walder, and demands to know who did that to him. With extreme difficulty he muttered, trying to warn the princess about the danger, run, but ends up collapsing. With that, Wraith complains, annoyed. Half an hour earlier, in front of the king's quarters, a guard informs Prince Wraith that Sir Walder and Duke Gordon are on their way. Did you hear? Hurry up and finish this before the reinforcements arrive. As he worries about Walder's imminent arrival, a figure charges at high speed. In the blink of an eye, Walder rolled all the hooded figures, apologizing for being late. After everyone is on the ground, he asks Wraith what the situation was. Trembling, Ratha says he's fine, but informs that his father and Krier are already. As Walder confirms he already knew, as he checked before heading there, one of the enemies tries to hit him with a dart. But defending himself without even looking, he informs them they should prepare them for interrogation. They need to identify the threat and understand the situation as quickly as possible. Rath agrees, "You are very diligent, Sir Walder." As Walder prepares for the interrogation, asking for some space to concentrate. Suddenly, Ratha attacks him from behind, saying he was always a stone in his shoe. "Damn, it's just traitors here. You can't trust anyone." The prince then injects him with something. Quickly, Walder hits him, throwing him far away, wanting to know what the hell that is. Staggering, confused, he questions Wraith about the meaning of this. At that moment, someone appears telling Wrath he did a great job. As they help Wraith, the figure says that now, they will take over from there. "You join with Gartran. I knew something was strange." The sudden arrival of that delegation, Walder starts to cough up blood, and right after, he falls to his knees on the ground. As his body trembles, he wonders what kind of poison that is, since he's resistant to practically anything. Rath explains that he thought a lot about how to kill a legend immune to poisons, but then I realized that demonic power, when injected into a human body, conflicts with magic. The reaction was so violent it was as if his body was going to explode. In the end, it seems I was right. One of the hooded men questions if it wouldn't be better to finish the job, but another explains the prince needs to deal the final blow to avoid future problems and controversies. A guard then informs that they've located Hyansiak's group, and Rath decides he'll go to them after finishing off Walder. With a last effort, he uses an ability, as Rath warns them not to get close to his sister, and so Walder manages to escape. Rath then suggests leaving his sister for after they deal with Walder. However, the hooded man reassures him, saying a legend is still human and won't go far before the demonic power explodes. They need to eliminate the princess before the guards arrive. Abelson refuses to believe it, questioning Wraith about what happened. She insists there must be a misunderstanding, but Wraith says this is all her fault. My fault? Rather questions what she was thinking, wanting to fight against Gartran. Hyansiak tries to intervene, as Wraith continues to blame Absalon, reminding her of Gartran's power. They were all fools for protecting you. Eventually, this would end up even worse. Annoyed, Wraith assures that his father's and brother's honor will be preserved. As you can see, you conspired and attacked the royal family with the demons. My brother, father, and our legend all gave their lives in the attack, but together we managed to eliminate the traitor. By chance, Gartran's delegation was nearby and helped. Gartran was worried about Mariette becoming weak from the loss of its legend. In exchange for reparations, military occupation, and rite of passage, they will forge a blood bond with Mariette. This was the most realistic situation for the current state of our weak nation. Sorry to interrupt the family matters, but are you really okay with this? Hyansiak argues that, on the way there, he saw how the taxes had already pushed the people to their limit. The people were already suffering before the reparations, and now you want to demand even more from them. How will your people manage to survive this? Besides, Gartran and Dracen hate each other, and Mariette is right between them. If Gartran occupies Mariette militarily, Dracen will be forced to mobilize, and will have demands. Any problem in this land would turn into a war zone. Rath yells that he is ignorant of Gartran's power, and that any and all resistance is futile. It's better to kneel than to die, as a weak nation has no choice but to obey. Suddenly, one of the guards announces they found the prince and princess, and they run to them asking what was happening. Shocked that the royal guard had already arrived, Rath yells, accusing Absalon and the demons, allied with her, of the king's death. Hyansiak then asks Absalon what she wants to do, saying he will respect her decision as it's a family matter. Absalon questions if he remembered the poverty of the people of Caton. Bishop Tranio had told her about them. When they were captured, both the guards and the villagers Sif already knew they weren't mercenaries. The villagers went to beg the Holy Guard for mercy, saying they saved the city while the nation had turned its back on them. Abelson reveals the bishop was undecided, but was convinced by the chief to talk to her, and that conversation guaranteed their survival. If everything goes the way Wraith wants, those people will also have to be eliminated. Hyansiak acknowledges the difficulty of the choice, and offers to take care of the rest if she makes that decision. But with a firm no, Absalon interrupts him. She agrees that this is a family problem. Because of all the time we spent together, thanks to that, I was able to gain experience and determination. I will no longer hide behind you. She then declares she will finish this on her own. This shouldn't take long. Hyansiak. Divine magic. Wall of radiance. Rath, you should have spoken to me before resorting to Gartran. As Absalom laments, she would have done anything for him. Rathe is shocked by the change.
When did you learn to fight? Now it's too late. Seeing the world from outside the palace taught me a lot.
She admits her worldview was indeed naive, thinking she could always get what she wanted with ease. However, once she became the saint and left the palace, her world changed completely. She discovered that reality was dirty and cruel, different from everything she had imagined. Even so, it wasn't a bad place, as people dreamed of hope and happiness.
With a sense of guilt, she realized she had underestimated everything and didn't value what she had.
This made her determined to help in any way she could. Abelson wished for people to continue to have hope, no matter the difficulties, but she also soon learned the harsh reality about war.
War crushed everyone's hope.
So she questions him if he thought about the people outside the palace even once.
I assume not. I could have never imagined it either, until what I experienced.
With tears, she orders him to prepare his sword, declaring he is not her king. Meanwhile, Hyansak was laughing, saying to himself that he'll do what he can to delay them. But face to face with the Duke and his guards, the situation was more complicated than it seemed.
At least, he's still breathing. Considering it's him, maybe he'll survive. Right? No one is going to interfere.
This here is a family matter. The hooded men decide just to observe how the situation unfolds. Rath is not king yet. They can't intervene further without meddling in the kingdom's affairs. Duke Gordon approaches and demands to know who they are and what is happening. Hyansak replies that the princess is with them and that there was a murder, but it wasn't the demons. The Duke is confused, as the prince was sure it was demons.
Think a little. Where are the demon collaborators? And why am I the only one here?
The Duke argues they passed many bodies on the way, and that Walder must have defeated them. With that, Hyansak challenges him to show him the commander-level demon who defeated a legend like Sir Walder.
Why would such a powerful demon come to Mariette,
since their war is with Gartron? Swallowing hard, the Duke questions then what the hell was happening. Hyansak suggests asking those masked fellows. The Duke demands they identify themselves, but the hooded men realize the situation is not good. They can't reveal they are from the Holy Order, as they would need a strong demon to justify Gartron's actions.
On the ground,
Wraith begging for forgiveness, promising to renounce the throne, or anything. Trembling, he offers his unconditional support,
asking only for her to spare him.
With a disappointed expression,
Absalom asks if that's all.
Is this the extent of your determination?
Was there no purpose behind all this? Just your survival?
You sold your family, and now you crawl like a worm. Clinging to her legs, Rath admits he was scared and didn't want to die.
You understand right, little sister. I'm your brother.
But banging the spear, she tells him to show dignity and have the pride to take responsibility for his actions. She says he must believe he was right, as there must be something he believed in that she couldn't comprehend. Otherwise, she concludes with tears that their father's and brother's deaths would have been completely meaningless. Terrified,
Rath begs for her not to kill him, and with one last blow, she silences him.
Hyansak turns, and wondering if it's over, and reflects on what she will do now. The leader of the masked men calls, Rath a fool for bragging and still losing to a female. Meanwhile, an apprehensive Duke Gordon calls for the princess. With that, the masked leader decides there's no other choice but to eliminate all the witnesses. Then they would negotiate with the surviving prince. Suddenly, a red flash illuminates the night sky above the palace. Right after, a flaming meteor violently collides with the roof. Not understanding anything, Hyansak yells for everyone to run. In the midst of the mess, Absalom runs to help Hyansak. I'm fine, but what the hell are these meteors? At that moment, Park appears. Look who it is, the main one responsible for making me abandon my commander post. Shocked, Hyansak asks what Commander Park is doing with Rahel and Frisch, and she explains she did, as Raidron said, followed the crystal's energy to them. The masked men freeze in surprise upon recognizing Commander Park. All of you prepare for battle.
Park casually asks about the bunch of holy knights and if they were from Gartron.
Yes, ma'am. Those guys are bothering us.
So, you want me to beat them up or something like that?
Yes, ma'am. I would be very grateful. Park says he's in luck, as she's in a bad mood and can take it all out on them. With that, she launches a powerful attack with her flaming fist. In a single second, everyone goes F. Park declares she's already taken care of the group and asks where they will go now. She then informs them she will travel with them, as she has nowhere to go, and that those two have already agreed. Awkwardly, Hyansak admits he actually doesn't know where to go. Park then offers to take them to a safe place she knows, where they can reorganize. Abelson asks for a moment before they leave, and Park agrees, stating she'll need to prepare before using the ability to move everyone. The princess goes to Duke Gordon. Worried, the Duke asks what happened and what she will do now. Abelson calls him affectionately and announces she must leave Mariette for now. She assures him she is not abandoning him, promising she will return. I will return and take the throne. Please wait and hold on until then. I swear to return as soon as I finish this war. Meanwhile, Park complained about having to write by hand after so long. Curious, Hyansak asks where they would be going. With a smile, she reveals the destination is Ultiman Pass, which means the last hope in the ancient tongue. Soon, they arrive at a clearing in the forest, not far from Mariette. Hyansak questions if the location is correct, and Park explains it's protected by magic. I'm no idiot. She then takes out a pendant. Sullivan, I am here. After an intense glow, however, nothing happens, and there's an awkward silence. Park, why isn't this piece of crap working? Is it broken? No idiot, huh? This piece of crap was working 40 years ago. No one told me anything about it having an expiration date. Suddenly, a pink figure appears grabbing her from behind and asks why she disappeared for 10 years without a word. Park accuses her of not opening it on purpose. Of course, you only come to me when you want something. What would it be this time? Park introduces her comrades. They need a place to stay. I thought they could stay here for a while. The pink figure, Sullivan, questions if Hyona will take responsibility for them, reminding her it's against the rules to let strangers in. But I will make an exception for you. You never follow the rules anyway, you little rascal. With that, she opens a kind of portal. Welcome to Ultiman Pass. Curious, Hyansak asks what that place is. Sullivan explains it was supposed to be a starting point for rookie warriors. Starting point for rookie warriors? Hyansak, right? How did you get to this world? He replies it was miserable, as he fell in the middle of a demon army war zone, and she comments that other warriors also suffered in other ways. Just giving someone a sword and telling them to fight doesn't work well, because it's not a game. It's not like they have multiple lives. 90% of new warriors give up or die in the first year, and those who survive rarely last another one. The warriors who find a way to survive are always recruited by Gartron. Most of the smaller kingdoms don't even bother with it. How could you refuse such a good offer? But once you accept, you end up becoming a mindless soldier, completely sodomized, unless they are exceptionally skilled. Park comments that even those who become commanders end up hating the position, as it's difficult to live as a high-level target. Sullivan concludes that all this probably happens because there's no tutorial. That's why she wants to turn the village into a starting point for warriors, where veterans can help the rookies. This way, the rookies would become veterans and eventually help others in the future. Sighing, Park says it's easy to talk, but Drayson doesn't accept them, and Gartron is always keeping an eye on this place, and to sodomize any rookie it finds. Besides, this village technically doesn't even exist. Sullivan then says there's someone she'd like them to meet. She then introduces Duke Olivan of Drayson, mentioning he had already said she was coming. Annoyed, Park realizes there was a hidden motive for letting them in, and Sullivan replies that's just how the world is. The situation will be good for both of them. Let's just talk about it. With that, Olivan Grimir formally introduces himself. Greeting him, Hyansak wonders if they shouldn't introduce themselves too. Olivan, however, says it's not necessary, as he already knows them, and asks what their next plans would be. Mariette gave Gartron a big poke in the eye. I assumed you would have some card up your sleeve to deal with them. Epsilon explains their goal is to end the war with the demons. Everyone joins Gartron because of the demonic threat. This threat allows Gartron to meddle in other countries and spread its religion, recruiting more followers. Sharing the border with the demonic territory, Gartron claims the demons are only contained because of them. They use this position to claim they are the sole protectors of humanity, receiving a lot of gratitude for it. This gratitude becomes faith and consolidates their status as protector, which they use to control diplomacy and the people's opinion. Curious, Olivan encourages her to continue. What would happen if the demonic threat disappeared, and Gartron's so-called effort was no longer necessary? The war would end, and with it, the reason to charge so many taxes, opening the possibility of perhaps an era of peace. Absalon states that in that case peace requires cooperation, not a guardian with a sword, and Gartron would lose its pretext to interfere in other nations. Olivan praises the speech. It was a very reasonable argument.
but it's total nonsense. Do you think a child princess from a small kingdom could bring peace to this land? Nervous, she asks why he doesn't join the cause. A strong nation needs more than an army. There are times and seasons when reputation is a better weapon than an army. Of all nations, Drayson should know this well. She concludes, warning that if she fails and Gartron puts its puppet on the throne, Drayson will effectively share a border with its enemy. Therefore, I, Absalon of Merit, am requesting Drayson's cooperation. So, you think this talk will end well? Absalon replies she doesn't know, as she felt the conversation was more like a test. In a flashback, Olivan agrees to help, but imposes some conditions. He argues that, although anyone can talk about ending the war, it's useless if the other side isn't willing to listen. His condition is that they prove the other side wants peace, and only then will Drayson help. Back in the present, Hyansak asks Park if she was once a commander in Gartron, and she confirms it was a long time ago. He then questions why she gave up and defected to the demons. Instead of answering, Park asks what he thought of the mindless soldiers he faced in Hemis. Well, they seemed empty and apathetic in a kind of scary way. She confirms, explaining they are controlled, but that each one is a real person with their own story, and she didn't want to forget that. Later, he finds Absalon sitting alone. As he sits next to her, she comments that it's not easy. He then reveals he heard what she said to her brother. He reminds her of her own words about standing firm and believing in her actions. Hyansak advises her to follow her own advice. The most important thing is not to hate yourself, because in the end, we only have ourselves. You did what you thought was right. Hyansak insists she needs to believe in herself, otherwise. Crying, she concludes that all the deaths will have been meaningless. As she reflects, Absalon says it's up to the living to find meaning in death, and that, because she is alive, she must become a great ruler, so their sacrifices had a purpose. She declares she will allow herself to be sad today, but from tomorrow on she will no longer doubt her choices. Therefore, please forget today for me. In his thoughts, Hyansak notices how her words came out with difficulty as her shoulders trembled nonstop. There was nothing he could say. The only thing he could do was hope that she would be okay. With a comforting smile, Hyansak agrees, swearing he saw nothing. A subordinate informs Orban that Absalon and Hyansak have been lost again, explaining that the troops sent were eliminated, and Duke Gordon will only give explanations later. Orban questions Absalon and Hyansak's whereabouts, and a subordinate suspects they are heading to Drayson or Ultiman Pass. Spies have already been sent to the roads of Drayson, but the location of Ultiman Pass is still unknown. Orban shows irritation upon hearing that Cephalopod's protective power is probably hiding the location. Kinley then reports having eliminated the undead threat in Gartron by personally removing the demonic seals, which has delayed the Holy War plans. The other nations are now officially asking for help, but they need a large entourage to be able to visit all the battlefronts at the same time. Maybe it's better to simply warn the nations about the demonic seals so they can solve it themselves, but Orban rejects the idea as foolish. The demonic seals are a confidential matter. Make sure to keep the Holy Knights' mouths shut. The plan must continue. With their neighbors tormented by the undead, they will come crawling with gifts to beg for their help. One of the advisors then questions him about Mariette's royal succession, and Orban replies he will send an investigation team. They must find something. Even the smallest clue should be enough to track them. 2 weeks later, in Ultiman Pass, Hyansak questions the usefulness of that map, and Park explains that Sullivan wants them to work to pay for their stay. Confused, he asks what she means by that, and Park questions him about how he thinks the village sustains itself. The village basically functions as a mercenary guild, and with the increase in undead incidents, there was no shortage of work. Absalon mutters if the undead problem continues, and Park explains they don't know the cause, and just pray for the Holy Knights to show up. The mercenaries are just a temporary solution. In that case, you two will come with me, and we'll take missions together. Absalon asks about Frisch, who explains he's working at the Demon King's castle. He was more of a spy than a fighter. With that decided, Park hurries them to get ready for work. Yes, ma'am. In Delos, the capital of the Tripartite Alliance. As they walk through the city, Hyansak asks what that place is, and Park explains it's an alliance of nations far from the demonic border. Because of Delos' location, it ended up turning into a commercial hub. The saint says everything passes through Delos. If you don't find something in Delos, you won't find it anywhere else. Recently, undead have been appearing, and although the situation was under control at first, it became too much for them to lead alone. At the council,
the chief of the Delos Council, asks if they are the mercenaries from the Highlander Guild. That's right. You and we are already aware of all the fees and conditions, so get straight to the point. The vice chief questions the absence of the guild master and mentions that the alliance offers 10,000 gold coins, but if you fail it could. Before he finishes, Park slams her fist on the table and angrily asks who is going to fail, and at what? I am at least 10 times stronger than the guild master and the greatest mage there is. How dare you doubt me? Nervous, the chief agrees that success is what matters. The horde of undead is in the Isilius Desert, moving towards an important trade route. He estimates there are between 1,000 and 2,000, but warns that the number may have increased since the last failed attempt to stop them. Surprised, Park questions how the alliance could fail against such a small force. The council chief then admits they were also surprised, but it turned out there is a lich leading the horde. Besides, this lich is capable of commanding a massive force like an army. We suspect he's the one controlling everything. Eliminating the lich before they arrive would be the priority. Already in the Isilius Desert, Park observes the battlefield, stating she understands why Sullivan sent her. When Hyansak asks why, she replies it's because she's the greatest mage. Magic was made for large-scale battles in open fields. A mage would be like a rain of destruction. And as always, the guys abusing our little Hyona. I've already noticed that the guys give their lives drawing Hyona. Anyway, what is your combat level? Hyansak awkwardly admits that his warrior system isn't working. Park doubts it, as hers is normal, but he insists that's why he can't check his missions or stats. Imagining it's an error, she decides to check for herself. So, she uses her ability to scan Hyansak, and is shocked to confirm his system really isn't working, and he just says he had already warned her. I feel like I'm lost in life, not knowing where I am. Hitting him, she tells him to stop talking nonsense. Who cares about missions from an unknown entity? You should do what you believe is right. She advises him to simply consider the missions as bonus points if his actions coincide with them and not to worry about it. Sarah Dunphy, the Great Witch who established the foundations of magic theory. She was the first empress of Valentin, the civilization that unified the entire continent 1,000 years ago. However, it is said that nothing lasts forever. When the empress died without leaving heirs, a civil war began among her disciples for the succession to the throne. With that, the unified empire was divided into several factions, giving rise to the many current nations and dynasties. After the long passage of time, the ancient empire that once ruled an entire era ended up being forgotten. 1,200 years later, I am the only one who has awoken. Walking through the ruins, she wonders if the world has forgotten her empire, and if her great deeds have been lost in the sands of time, lamenting the futility of it all. If so, why did I awaken again? With a perfect formation, an army of skeletons marched through the desert. One of them informs that he feels humans ahead, and the figure being carried confirms that she also felt them. Suddenly, a divine magic called Divine Rain falls upon the skeleton army. The figure notices that that light is different from magic and wonders, if it's a new power like the demonic one she possesses. It seems there is much to learn in this new era. Suddenly, an immense ball of fire appears, falling directly on her position, as she admits that this type of magic is indeed much superior to the ancient one. The meteor then collides violently, but destroying it easily, she questions who dares to challenge Sarah Dunphy with magic. I will accept your challenge, foolish child. We can't face a monster like that for 10,000 gold coins. The allied nations have no idea of the problem. Hyansak asks if the enemy was really so strong that even after hitting her with her meteors, she had to run. You're an idiot. You have no idea how strong a meteor is, right? It's an absurd waste of magic. I can only use it a few times, but that lich destroyed it as if it were nothing. As Park cries on the ground, Absalon approaches, offering to try to explain the situation. She asks Hyansak what would happen if their fists clashed, and he replies that his arm would break. She clarifies that magic doesn't bend, nor does it break. It goes straight through, as in the case of the meteor. Park adds that as a mage, she understood that was a test to see which spell was more complex and refined. Furious, she pounded the ground, screaming that she lost, and an awkward Hyansak suggests that in that case they should ask for reinforcements. You're an idiot, right? You didn't understand anything. They have no reinforcements for this. Besides, I would have to admit to Sullivan that I lost in magic to someone else. Poor Hyona, this time has turned you into a piece of crap. But Hyansak asks what else they could do. Park replies that a mage depends on their equipment, and they just need to prepare better.
You guys, mark my words. The first clash doesn't count. It was just a friendly warning. Now I'm going to play for real. I don't know, huh? From the look on her face, everyone's going to die. Later, in the Icilius Desert, a skeleton warns its empress that there is something ahead. You have an interesting magic, but you've only had a taste of mine. Let's face each other one-on-one, just ahead, and may the strongest win. Signed, the genius mage whose path you crossed. 1 hour earlier, Park brags saying she had written everything just right, while Hyansak doubts the lich will actually respond to that. With total confidence, she states she has no doubt, and Hyansak asks why she's so sure. The way he destroyed my meteor, he clearly could have destroyed it long before it got close. He let himself be hit, which means he's confident in his skills and was showing off. Next, she asks the two of them if they know what it really means to be strong. A confused Hyansak questions if it shouldn't be someone with a lot of strength, and Absalon agrees that that should be the definition. Park agrees that technically yes, but she has a view that isn't so simple on the matter. For her, being strong is never avoiding a challenge, even if the conditions are unfavorable or the opponent has unknown tricks. So, the strong show everyone that the adversary never had a chance, even if theoretically they had some kind of advantage. Practically all the truly strongest I've met had this in common. If the lich thinks he's strong, and that seems to be the case, he will come. I told you, didn't I? And here he is. From a vantage point, Absalon notices that the entire army has indeed stopped advancing. Hidden, she apprehensively questions if she should just keep observing the situation from there. Park confirms over the communicator that she had already said this would be her task. But if the undead start to move, keep them away until we're finished. Sarah Dunphy then stares her down and asks if she is the foolish mage who challenged her. Yeah, that's right, it's me. But before they begin, she has a question. The lich questions what Park lived for, but Park replies by casting a spell and wanting to know why that would matter to the dead. Enough of this nonsense. Let's see who the real greatest mage is. Taking the lead, she yells that she would start the fun. However, Sarah blocks the projectiles effortlessly. How disappointing. I came all this way as if I had been summoned. Disappointing? Is this cheeky really still trying to test me? Suddenly, a projectile hits her square in the head, catching her completely by surprise. In the strategy meeting, 1 hour earlier, Hyansak asks Park if she wasn't a legend, so what would her power be? Telling him to get closer, she warns him it would be better to prepare and not stand with their soft chin. Desperate, not understanding anything, he tells her to wait, questioning why that was. But her punch simply hits him lightly, as if it were nothing. What? I don't get it. What is this supposed to? Out of nowhere, the guy just takes an explosion to the face. With the round chin completely down on the floor, Park replies that that was her power. You better get some sense and make that jaw square if you don't want to get run over. With a smile, she explains that her power allows her to explode any attack within a certain defined radius. I understood nothing. Shitty explanation. Complaining about that being surprising, the lich curiously questions what that was. Next, she analyzes that no matter how much she looks, no matter how sharp her sensitivity is, there is no flow of magic other than the traces of those balls. This isn't magic, so where would it be coming from? Moving to the next attack, Park says those were too many questions for a corpse. Normally, the dead should stay silent. Creating a sand golem, Sarah insists she would be very grateful if she answered. As both her two golems exchange blows, clashing directly, a confident Park mocked, telling her to go back to her coffin and enjoy her nap. That's what the dead should do. When both attacks finally dissipate, Park acknowledges she was actually very good. Laughing unassumingly, Sarah agrees and returns the compliment, you too. With a somewhat strange and smug smile, she adds it's a shame Park is 5 times weaker, as it could be even more fun, which immediately makes Park furious. 5 times? 5 times! Launching a shower of fire projectiles, she yells, "At least I'm alive, you putrefied walking corpse." Sarah comments she might have been generous saying 5 times, and as she defends from the attacks, reflects that the floating grains of sand aren't strong, but the shockwave disperses everything else. With that, she deduces that Park maintains that spell to control her aerial movements. Unfortunately for her bad luck, she prefers to fight on the ground. So young, so many openings. An elite Park charges towards her, breaking her barrier. Yes, a direct hit. I did it. Out of nowhere, the entire desert begins to freeze, insanely with the lich's voice echoing. Yeah, the more I assess this situation, trying to dodge,
Park questions that this was impossible. How did she produce all that ice instantly without even a spell? Yeah, I was right. I am exactly around 5 times stronger. You must have been able to realize it by now. You don't have what it takes to beat me. Where are your comrades? Tell them to come and attack already. We're done here. On the ground, complaining of a headache. My comrades are Hyansak. I left everything ready. Finish her, now. Sarah Dunphy scoffs at the idea. Finish me. In that same instant, she looks up surprised and questions if the sand was to hide an attack coming from above. Preparing herself, an attack coming from above hits her defense. What is this? This is the attack to finish me. I even drop my crack pipe. Suddenly, the ground beneath her begins to break, and she realizes it wasn't from above. A sweating Rahel says she did as asked. On her signal, she used all the warrior's magic as she could. As she finally understands the situation, Hyansak emerges from the ground, right below her. Quickly, she dodges and the blow just grazes her. Fools! The moment you miss, this is over. Hyansak, however, smiles, revealing that's why he had prepared a plan B. Next, he jumps using her own knee as a boost, and uses his noblest to increase his speed. Sarah starts to say that either way, anything you use will. However, she is surprised to see that. What? Purple energy. With that, to her surprise, Hyansak hits her with a square-on kick. Going back 1 hour earlier to that same place, several explosions were happening. Done. Did you dig everything already? Hyansak just pickaxing away, working like a wretch under the sun questions if she couldn't at least help a little. And haven't I helped enough? I made stone golems for you. Work, you slacker, work. No slacking off. Besides, she states she needs to focus on creating the scroll. Hyansak questions why he needs to hide under the ground like an armadillo, if Park is 10 times stronger, but she just replies that she's a mage. Work, you slacker, work. Have you ever seen a real mage in action? I suppose not. Hyansak replies there aren't many mages, and that the few he faced were in close combat. She then estimates the ratio is 1 mage for every 9 warriors, which leaves Hyansak surprised. That's the reason he doesn't know what a real mage is. Next, she explains that mages surpass warriors at high levels, but start weak. Let me give you an example. Park asks what's the first thing he does in a fight. I dunno, just punch the enemy in the face. She then comments that for a warrior it's easy, but a mage needs to go through a much more complicated process. First, the mage needs to imagine a circle to serve as a container for the magic. Second, he needs to make complex calculations to adapt the spell to the current situation. And third, he casts the spell, which can fail from a simple miscalculation. In contrast, the warrior's version is just a punch. More powerful spells require even more time-consuming calculations. However, she points out that if a mage has time to prepare their spells, they can invoke a power comparable to a natural disaster. That's what it means to be a mage. Hyansak then suggests she should stay in the back line, and Park agrees that, in theory, yes, but you're not nearly strong enough to take a head-on clash. Don't worry, a mage of my level can fight while casting spells at the same time. What we need most are not slow and powerful attacks. What we really need is a direct and fast hit. Taking the opportunity, Park casts a containment spell towards the Empress. The magic then quickly envelopes her and solidifies into a crystal prison. The huge energy cube closes completely, trapping Sarah Dunphy. Retreating, Hyansak asks if they got her, and Park confirms, unless she has an escape scroll. She won't be able to get out by normal means, and even if she tries something, I wouldn't let her break free. From inside the seal, the lich addresses the warrior stating she has a question. With a serious tone, she questions where he got that purple power. Hyansak is confused by the question, while Park tells the Empress to shut up. I already said the dead should stay silent. What is it that you insist on muttering, huh? Get my communicator. We need to alert the Alliance, and finish our work quickly. Sarah then questions if they really think they've won. With that, a red energy begins to mix with the seal. No way. How the hell can she do that? Cracking the seal, Sarah declares it's time for them to pay for their mistakes. Hyansak charges, yelling for the commander to watch out. Then, a gigantic explosion of red energy breaks through the seal. On the ground, Hyona Park comments, surprised, that he had saved her, and asks if he was okay. In front of her, amidst all the destruction, he confirms, but that it wasn't over yet. I can see you can take quite a hit from me. Could this also be because of your power? Park then instructs him to go back to basics and fight normally the way he always does, saying she'll do what she can in the meantime. If you don't answer me,
I'll just have to tear you to pieces and take a look for myself in practice. Park then prepares and begins to chant a seemingly complex spell in another language. As the magic circle expands, the lich also prepares herself equally. She also begins to chant her own spell. As Park finished, a bunch of spears and spikes emerge, and Sarah states she was too slow. Park then declares, "Collapse." The two attacks clash in the air, creating a series of violent explosions all around the space. Taking the opportunity, Hyansak charges quickly amidst the brightness and chaos of the explosions. He yells that he's going to need a boost. Park then tells him to run forward for 6 seconds, and then jump, assuring she will give him support. Following the order, Hyansak quickly jumps between the rocks, getting a position from above. He reflects that although the commander is capable of resisting magic, her opponent is much faster. But I'm sure she certainly already knows that too. With that descending directly towards her, he concludes that the best thing would be for him to just keep her distracted as much as he could. Charging nonstop, he keeps pressing her in a direct and constant close-range confrontation. But Sarah questions if they really thought it mattered that the two of them attacked her together. At that moment, Park yells, calling for Hyansak, telling him to stop her from drawing on the ground. While Hyansak gets a little confused, Sarah lets out a laugh for him finally having realized. "You're too slow to notice things." Surprising Hyansak, she summons several golems with spears, saying that's why she will lose. In the air, he realizes he won't be able to dodge that. Quickly, Park catches him with a whip, pulling him back with all her might, to which he thanks her for the help. "I finally figured it out. I was wondering how she was able to cast spells so fast." Sarah then mocks her, confirming she had already said she was slow. Park reflects on how magic normally requires casting circles, imagination, and precise calculations. The slowness of mages is precisely due to the need to calculate all these factors for each situation. But she is different. She just needs to draw the circles on the ground and think about her incantation. With that, the magic activates instantly, with no apparent major calculations, as if it were an innate power of a legend. Even so, Park doubts she's a legend, questioning how she could use more than one power if she were one. Legends. I don't know what that is, but anyway, the idea of extremely complex calculations to have to cast all spells seems like a somewhat antiquated idea to me. She then laments that as she thought, no one seems to have continued her research after her death. The Empress questions why mages have been stuck with 1,000 years of laborious calculations, maybe out of mere tradition. As Park and Hyansak react in shock, she declares that all that ignorance and laziness deeply irritate her. Decided as Sarah conjures an immense magic circle around her, she states that the end has come. It's time to end this little game. A lich then concentrates as she conjures her magic. Already feeling this was not good at all, Hyansak calls for the commander, as she, shocked, wondered what she had done. Above them, a colossal blade of energy was forming in the sky. A millennium ago, I needed only 100 troops to defeat 10,000. With the giant sword materializing and pulsating with power, she orders them to witness her true strength. Things went south. Fam. Run! Run! I'll block the attack. Park wonders, irritated, if her intention is to destroy everything and begins to conjure an energy barrier. However, Park's containment can barely hold back the blade, and she knows that after her barrier gives way, there will be nothing more she can do. But Park yells that a single strong attack and the magic ends. He just needs to land a single blow. Leave the swordage with me and find a way to hit her. Hyansak promptly agrees and charges forward to shorten the distance. I need just one blow. In a training flashback, Walder Lanskrona's sword is broken. Walder then states that that's exactly the problem. Although mana overload is indeed powerful, you seem to hesitate to use it. You only use it as a final blow, right? Hyansak confirms it was kind of a wild card, as the energy explosion was directly linked to the opponent's power, but it caused enormous damage to his body. That's the problem. You're hesitating because you can't properly control and infuse the necessary energy for each situation. It's understandable that you want to make sure to hold it until you're certain. But the real world won't have that same patience. This way you won't go very far. Remembering this, Hyansak reflects that he's been trying his best since that day to overcome this flaw. Sarah declares his limits are clear and that the same attack won't work again. Even so, Hyansak charges through the energy barrier as she complains that he can never get through this. Determined, he thinks he'll just charge with everything he's got. Walder admits that honestly he doesn't like that tactic. He ponders that, even with the perfect technique, putting everything into a single attack is still very risky.
Therefore, Walder instructs him to focus on his resistance, as his body wouldn't be ready for this kind of thing anytime soon. And when the time comes, give it your all in a final attack. Come on, concentrate and end all this, even if it means exploding and dying. A single final blow, and it will all be over. The attack shatters the barrier, and piercing directly through its layers, he kept thinking he just needed a little more. Sarah Dunphy screams, shocked, wanting to know how he dared. With that, the gigantic energy sword begins to tremble. My mana is almost gone. My limit will soon be reached. You better hurry. Now everything was in his hands. Amidst the explosions and flashes, in a swift move, Hyansak manages to cut off Sarah's arm. Park gets frustrated that he missed the fatal blow. But wait, the Empress staggers, recovering, unbalanced by the attack's impact. And the energy materialization summon finally begins to dissipate. Declaring the fight isn't over yet, Hyansak charges once more, aiming for her head. With that, he uses one of his noblest combat techniques and begins to unleash several non-stop punches on her head. His arm then begins to crack under the pressure, and he wonders if he had already reached his limit. Landing one last blow with everything he's got, he starts to feel dizzy and stagger. Panting and losing his vision, Hyansak realizes he won't be able to continue anymore and laments that he should have been able to finish it quickly. No matter the limits. Just do it no matter what. Knowing they'll both die if he fails, Hyansak charges for one last rush. He maintains his focus on not losing another second. However, his arm doesn't hold up and simply starts to shatter. Park screams as the falling lich muttered, conjuring something. Immediately a hand of earth grabs him, and Park dodges another, asking if Hyansak was okay. Trapped and exhausted, Hyansak, about to pass out, wonders if they lost. Is this really the end? I didn't train enough. I missed my shot. Meanwhile, a trapped Park curses her lack of mana. Victory is mine, children. Well, then let's take care of the mage first. We've already had enough fun. Park, however, faces her with a smile. Next, she throws something, yelling that Sarah will regret that decision. The object flies past Sarah's face, who turns surprised, trying to understand what that could be. A rock? Wait, that thing from earlier. What can you do with a pathetic piece of rock? You still missed. Out of nowhere, an explosion happens behind her, and Hyansak surprises her, appearing right behind her. Park apologizes, saying her energy boost arrived a bit late. He orders her to release her now, or else he's for equal rights for knights and females. Then again, she's a corpse, so it doesn't even count. Despite being an apparently well-cared-for corpse, quite preserved. For matters of corpses, please dial for the milkman. The one they say populated humanity. That's it, folks. Leave a like for the love of God. I'm bringing you the current ones.